I've never observed before, man.
So
That's
don't tell me that it's not guaranteed that fire will just be hot.
okay. Did you
I'm going to
understand
give you
the
my
sentence
guarantee on that, or your money back.
Bro, Heretic, do you understand that, man? You understand inductive? Look, man, I'm trying to explain this to them. If you observe something happening a million times, it's not guaranteed that it will happen the million and
Prove it.
first time. That's all I'm
Okay,
saying,
prove it.
right?
Okay, prove it.
No,
Well, I'm
you
just
have
going to
to
go
prove
ahead and
it.
give you my guarantee.
Yeah, you have to prove it because you're saying it will happen, right?
Yeah, it's
And that's
Okay,
guaranteed.
I'll do it. It'll happen.
reason.
And then I've proven it.
It's
It will
guaranteed.
happen
He's
the
telling
million
you
and
that
first
it's
time,
guaranteed. You're telling
but it
him
will
that
not
it's not
happen the million
guaranteed.
and second
So
If it
the
doesn't happen, I'll
challenge,
give you your money back.
time. Ah, my fucking brain.
It's guaranteed. Trust me.
yeah, you're saying that it's not. So you put money, and we see if it's guaranteed or not. He's guaranteeing that.
No,
We
you
will
cannot.
test that. What? How much time? How many times you want? 100 times, 1,000 times, million times, billion times, 2 billions.
I guarantee all of those.
Now, for example, a law in nature,
Don't give us example.
something that never was observed behaving in a different way, That's why you call it a law, for example. Whatever the law is, you call it a law if you have never observed anything to the contrary happening, The law is not even a scientific theory. But now I don't want to because I sound as if I'm trying to explain things. I'm not really. I just wanted to make the difference between inductive and deductive reasoning, because in science you will use both. But only one of them guarantees the truth of the conclusion.
So what you're saying is, since you've been completely nonsensical up until this point in your life, you may be sensical in the future?
You're being a baby.
Guaranteed. It's a law of nature. We've seen this every time.
This is turning always into such a hostile discussion, and I don't know why. You are just, I don't know, man.
And you always turn into a bitch and moan session. I don't know why.
Because I'm frustrated, man. I'm so frustrated.
Well, maybe
Frustration
it's time to
indeed.
just start over.
Yeah, I know.
Light another match.
Look, you want to disagree with Wikipedia? It's saying inductive reasoning is any of various methods of reasoning in which broad generalizations or principles are derived from a body of observations. That's what you actually are saying. You're saying the Earth has never been observed to be curved. Therefore, it's not. That's what you guys are actually using. Observations, right? You're saying we have observed 1 billion times this phenomenon. Therefore,
yeah, we can categorize the curve with Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Actually, there might be a bit more for Santa Claus. He could have been based on somebody real.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Maybe there are better examples. But I don't even know who you are reasoning against.
Globers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Globers. It's not like even saying like that fire burned every time before, so it will be hot when I make fire tomorrow. It's not even like that. The Globers never seen curvature, never feel any motion, and never observed that. But still, they say, "Oh, it's curved." And they try to defend it like it is fact. Use that shit against yourself now. It's worse. They never found. We never found that curvature. We don't see the Earth is a globe. We don't say that. We don't say that the Earth is half a sphere. At least there is some curvature. No, the Globers took a shape. a spheroid, oblate, like a pear-shaped. They never saw that. They never observed it, even never measured it, never witnessed it in their life, but they say that shit. And you are crying about people who never saw that curvature, never measured that curvature, but they say, oh, because there is no curvature, there is no curvature. Then, because we couldn't find any curvature, therefore there is no curvature. You say, because we couldn't find any curvature, therefore the Earth is a globe. The fuck is that?
A flat. Without curvature, it's flat. Yeah, it's
Nice. Yeah, a surface that is not curving. What it is?
surface.
Yeah, a surface is not curving. What do you think it is?
It is what it is.
A flat surface. Thank you.
It is what it is.
Yeah, Wikipedia doesn't tell you that. I understand. Wikipedia doesn't show you the stupidity of the Globers, and you never think about the stupidity of the Globers, and you try to defend that stupidity by telling us, oh, you don't see the curvature, you never witnessed the curvature, never found the curvature, so you're saying that the surface is not curved. Flat, in one word. Not curved, two words. Flat, one word. And try to teach us something from Wikipedia. Deductive reasoning. Inductive reasoning. Reason, just reason. Use them both, but just reason. The fuck? You're not even reasoning. Not deductive reasoning, not inductive reasoning. You're not reasoning at all. In general.
Yeah, bro.
If you were reasoning, you won't be able to say that stupidity. Oh, because you couldn't find the curvature, you're saying that the Earth is not curved.
You're losing it, bro. You're losing your mind.
No, I'm not.
Look, if you have an argument, okay, just stay with me, man. If you have an argument, you have like some premises. They call them a premise, you know, a premise one, premise two, and then you have a conclusion. You know, like a premise one, that's like the first point, kind of. You know, premise one is all humans are mortal. Okay, that's the first premise. The second premise is Socrates is a man. Okay, and therefore the conclusion is what? Socrates is mortal, right? Given premise one and premise two, the conclusion follows necessarily. It has to be true. You deduce it, you know. You deduce the truth of the conclusion that Socrates will certainly die because he is a man if premise one is true. Socrates, all humans are mortal. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. You know, that's called reasoning. You take like premises and you try to arrive at a certain conclusion giving you premises, and you have different techniques of doing that. You know, it always involves using logic. That's all. It's not even a view.
So if I was to say all water, when contained and at rest, is horizontal, and the surface of the Earth is mostly water, then the surface of the Earth is flat.
Now, if you use terms like mostly, you go into inductive reasoning.
Ah, gotcha.
But yeah, that's it. And yes, this is, yeah, you can form a very good valid argument for flat Earth, you know. You can. Yeah. Look, I'm sorry for being a bit hard, and I called the French guy stupid, and I'm sorry for that, man. But try to understand my frustration. This is something I'm trying to explain for a year now. This inductive reasoning shit.
Oh no,
Yeah, your frustration is guaranteed.
there is no problem from me coming from a Glober. Yeah, it doesn't change anything. But yeah, still, I won't consider that. Yeah, that's for me, it's stupid. Yeah, because no one saw unicorns, so I can't say that unicorns are not real. There is a chance that unicorns are real. Santa too, fairy too, tooth fairy too. So I can't say those things are not real because there is a chance. You are telling me that there is a chance. I'm using the old experiences in the past. No one could prove that those things are real, so I can't say that in the future there won't be a unicorn or a tooth fairy or a Santa Claus or a flying deer.
I know.
Yeah, that's stupid. I'm not buying that. That's stupid. I'm not buying that shit. You can use it. Yeah, if it is, you can use it if it is reconforting you somehow, helping your life somehow. Yeah, but I'm not buying that shit.
Yeah, don't spoil it for Grim. Grim's probably just written his letter to Santa Claus, and he's hoping he'll get a visit this year.
That's right.
He's holding out hope.
Using his standard, he can't say that Santa is not real. He can't say that unicorns doesn't exist. He can't say that tooth fairy doesn't exist because you can't say, you don't have any proof that tomorrow you won't see a unicorn in front of your house or Santa Claus in front of your house.
That's not even. I'll give you one example, and I think you will agree with me, man. And then I'll let you go. Okay.
Go ahead.
Look, let's say there is a street in New York, right? And there is a street, and on the street there has been at 6 p.m. there has been always a traffic jam, like the last. As long as people can think, as long as cars exist, on this fucking street, every Monday on 6 p.m. there was a traffic jam. You've observed it a million times. Every time there was
stupid.
A traffic
jam.
No,
I can't say that.
The point is that. Let me say it. Let me say it. Therefore, you cannot say. Therefore,
I can't say it.
The next day there will also be.
I won't say it.
Right?
It's stupid to say that. No. I won't say it. What I can tell you.
You've observed it a million times, man.
No, it's not like that.
It is exactly.
I'm not sure that there will be something that or police or president that will go in that street tomorrow. I'm not sure about that. But what I am sure about, natural things. We are talking about nature. You're giving me examples of something that is human-made, human actions. We know that humans are stupid. We have the majority that are Globers. So what I will have to expect from those stupid people to come to that street every time? No, they're too stupid. They changed their mind. They were believing that the earth. They knew that the earth is flat, and they changed their mind. So those people change their mind every time. So what I'm telling you, tomorrow, the sun will rise from the east, and after tomorrow, it will do the same exact thing, and it will set in the west. Oh, I'm sure about that shit. I'm 1000% true. Not wrong. I'm not even asking your opinion about that because it's what will happen. Yeah, let's see you the day when it will rise from the west. We will have a discussion the day when it will rise from the west. Tell me that day I was wrong.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. That's not like a street.
That'd be pretty cool, actually.
But you agreed with the traffic jam thing, right? You said it's
the fuck is doing. I'm not talking about traffic jam now. I'm talking about nature.
I know.
Yeah.
Traffic jams are part of nature.
No. No.
You mean the world?
Wait, hold on. Traffic jams have always existed.
Did you
Well,
say
stupid.
natural?
Yeah, when
That's
that road
true,
that's
too.
now jammed up, it was a trickle of traffic that built up over the years, and then maybe those
Sounds like a road thing.
Yeah, cutting, but it was totally understandable. Even we didn't hear you, we understood what you wanted to say. Yeah, it's correct, and I agree 100% with you. Even if I didn't hear you, you're correct. He's wrong, completely wrong.
Thank you.
I welcome. I was talking with all the hosts.
I know.
Grim, you're a troll, man. And no one can tell me different. You are a troll.
This is not a troll, but yeah, okay. I said I'll let you guys go.
It's one of two. Literally trolling us and joking with us, we can accept that, or it's literally
Of course,
stupidity.
man.
Or
This
it's
is daily
stupidity.
night routine. He
Coke troll.
think he can't really sleep well if he doesn't come here and troll a bit.
I hope so. I hope it was just a troll and he didn't meant that shit, because it was totally stupid.
You know, my hope is actually that Jedi. You know, I know he likes he thinks about stuff like that. So my hope is that he maybe will get this, and he maybe will follow up on that.
You drag me into it for I'm just sitting here peacefully minding my own business.
Well, Jedi, that's what they do.
What have I got to think about?
Yes, but you said the traffic jam thing. It doesn't matter how often you observe something. The next observation does not have to be in line with all of those in the past with the traffic jam. Yeah. Yes, that's it. That's all.
Oh, komm, ey.
Yo, Clay, did you get that Flight Simulator 2024?
Of course, I'm making a livery right now. Guess what livery I'm making for an aircraft?
You're lucky.
I'm creating the livery that actually exists in reality, which is called Level Airlines. And it literally, if you look at my stream, it literally is a level green grass ground and the blue sky. It's just literally like straight in the face of every pilot. And I love the fact that these planes fly around on the level Earth, and it's. I mean, and all their fleet is a A330. Come on, they just use A330s to put the level thing on them. I mean, anyways. It's just in plain sight, as always.
Plain sight.
Yeah, in plain sight, the whole thing is a symbol in itself. It's crazy. But that's how these morons work in the gay clubs called Freemasonry. Probably a lot of pilots also in these clubs, and then they're like, okay, let's give them a little bit of a hint. Maybe they figure it out. So they can go up in their little club. Anyways, what a world. What a world. But Clay, why are you so mad about Freemasons? What have they done to you? By the way, if you guys had never heard this interview of a Master Mason exposing everything, or I think it was 32 degree, I highly recommend it. It's actually very interesting. Talks about the New World Order and all that stuff and how they're gonna play it out. Pretty sick, especially because it's so old already. It really shows you how things have played out up to this day and age. I think it was with this Cooper guy that got killed. I forgot what his name was. Bill Cooper. Anyone ring a bell with that name, Bill Cooper?
Yeah, William Cooper, The Hour of the Time.
Oh, William Cooper. Sorry. Yeah.
No, Bill. Bill William.
Okay. Yeah, he interviewed that. Wait, I'm gonna post it. It's pretty sick actually, because everything that he predicted, the 32 degree Mason, is actually what we see nowadays. And how they try to implement the New World Order through all these different ranks. Wait, I'm gonna post the Christian video board.
Yeah, he read their playbook on the radio.
Cooper. Freemason.
Nice of the Secret Society to read aloud for us.
What?
It was nice of the Secret Society to read out aloud for us.
Yeah.
But when you listen to
radio show.
But if you listen to the interview, you really understand why the guy is speaking out. It's not like it didn't sound like fishy or anything like that. It really sounded like someone who was genuinely trying to expose Freemasonry. And you know what he says, why he does it as a 32 degree? He said because he realized that these oaths are actually meaningless because the so-called brotherhood is lying to each other, therefore breaking the very oath they take. And he realized that in itself it's just retarded. It's a stupid little game, and it's not a brotherhood. It's just everything is deceit in there, and that's why he exposed it on the Bill Cooper interview. Yeah, here it is. I mean, I highly recommend listening.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't it? I mean, did he show proof that they are lying to each other? I mean, it sounds like it could also be that he's making it up that they were lying to each other, and he's being a traitor.
Well, I mean, you can join them, try to figure it out yourself. But from the very logic of their ranks, of their secrecy, that you gotta go up ranks means that some people will not know what is happening on a different rank, right? Therefore, if you would ask that so-called brother, quote unquote, he would actually lie to you about it because it's a secret. Okay. But simultaneously, they swear to say the truth. Yeah. It's just all inverted. It's like, I mean, essentially, they worship Lucifer. There's nothing more. They think they are enlightened by the light of Lucifer. That's what Masons in a quintessence think. Especially the higher ups think. Sorry.
That's wild.
Yeah. Look into the organization called Lucius Trust. It's also a very interesting rabbit hole to look into.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, it's all satanic puppet show.
And is this also connected to the flat Earth subject or not?
No, it's not. This is not connected. Don't mix it up. It's just me.
Just asking because of the channel name.
Well, John, since you asked, William Cooper did dissect a lot of the footage, the Apollo footage. And one of the things pointed out, you mentioned that he was just making up the lie that they were lying.
But maybe I'm just saying that it's
I'm just trying to answer you, bro.
Okay.
He did do a lot of dissecting of the Apollo footage, in which he pointed out if the moon's atmosphere is 1/7 The gravity on the moon is 1/7 that on Earth. They should have been jumping a lot higher.
Okay.
So yeah, if the whole William Cooper thing, you kind of have to take with a grain of salt. I mean, he played air raid sirens during the intro of his radio show, but he did predict a lot of things that came to be, and he pointed out that all the footage from Apollo was nonsensical. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, there's thousands of hours of the guy out there if you want to,
Okay.
if nothing more, a history of American radio.
Well, he got killed, definitely, so there must have been something about what he said.
Yeah. Loose lips sink ships.
What a world we live in, where people get killed for talking the truth. Let's see how long we can do what we do. I bet there will be a time where you ain't gonna talk about Flat Earth anymore. Because you're simply not allowed to.
Okay.
At least I'm pretty certain about that.
We've already pretty much banned being a Christian in the UK.
Oh yeah. I mean, isn't that already a thing? Like
Pretty
the
much.
Christians getting tackled by the police instead of like the Islamists trying to stab a Christian woman talking on a free speech corner.
There's loads of stuff going on, but yeah, with everything you said, that's correct.
England's a
Yeah.
Muslim country. Insane.
I trust me, the Germans, I'm a German too, right? So Germans, we tend to look at the things like this way. Well, as long as the bombs don't fall on my garden, I don't care about what's happening in my country. But if the bomb drops on my garden, I'm gonna scream in pain and I'm gonna cry to everyone. Why haven't we done something in the future to prevent this? In the past to prevent this?
Yeah,
This is the German wisdom right here, you know.
Yeah,
Let's just let the things happen until it goes wrong, and then we can all blame each other for why it went wrong. This is Germany in a nutshell.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. And
See,
yeah.
there's another German know exactly what I'm talking about.
We're being invaded.
Germans, they can only cry and cry that stuff doesn't work out. And after the fact that they had plenty of time to prevent bad things from happening, it's very moronic. It's absolutely a ridiculous mindset.
National Olympic sport complaining.
Could all be British.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't. That took some time to understand. Yeah, that is our national Olympics. Complaining is a German love. It's a lovely thing for a German.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened? Hey, why can't I zoom? What's going on? Must have pressed. Okay. Thanks Blender for crashing.
Okay, check out another voice chat.
Mr. Ash Ketchum. Gotta catch 'em all. And he runs away.
Yo, what up?
Yo.
What's up, Snacks? What's poppin'?
Not much, homie. Just got home from work. Cracked open a drink. Smoke a dab. Hanging out. Got a frozen pizza. Things are looking good.
agree with the second law of thermodynamics.
No, not indefinitely. It expands, but it has energy.
Expands.
So okay, right? So we're agreed on that, or no?
As long as its temperature is above absolute zero, gas will have kinetic energy and keep expanding. We agree at this moment with second law of thermodynamics, right? Gas
right,
expansion. Sure. Awesome.
Sure, yeah.
So when you say that you drop an apple, that's gravity. Well, I just have to point out gas behavior. That's not gravity, dude. So when you said the comet's in the vacuum of space, that's an available space for gas to fill. We're breathing gas pressure, right? That's uncontained from the vacuum of space. According to the second law, gas will expand into that available volume.
Right, so and the reason that the reason that the air that's on the, like, if you believe in a globe, it's like, you know, does the gas bleed off just into space or not? The reason that it sticks to the planet is because of gravity.
What?
And if the Earth was smaller or had less mass, it would just bleed off, and we would all be dead.
Okay, that's lovely. So gas doesn't expand. Oh,
it expands, but then you've got gravity counteracting that.
So it doesn't expand then?
It expands, but gas bleeding off the atmosphere is countered by gravity. That's what we're talking. That's what, like, dude, like, why the fuck do you think, like, you know, it takes a rocket to get out of the atmosphere and off the planet? It's because you have to fight gravity. You have to fight gravity.
Because rockets aren't gas. Gases have kinetic energy.
Wait, you're saying that rockets aren't gas? That's exactly what you're doing. You're propelling gas behind you. What are you talking about?
Can you listen?
Sure.
Thank you. Gas expands indefinitely to fill any available volume. You're saying no, it doesn't. Gravity counteracts this.
I'm saying it does. I'm saying it does, but then gravity counteracts that. It's like two people pulling. It's two people pulling. One person is pulling the other way on the rope, and the other person is pulling the other way. Like, what are we talking about? Don't be dumb.
That's solid matter. Basically, what you're making a claim to is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
No, not at all.
You're saying that gravity stops gas expansion.
Yes, exactly. Because that's second law of thermodynamics. No, it's not. The second law of the second law of thermodynamics, like stays intact, but you've got an external force, which is gravity.
Oh, it stays intact, but until it doesn't expand anymore, you're going to say that's because.
Okay, so if you're saying this is just different types of force. If you've got something pushing in one way, you know, like let's say you've got a record and a record needle. You know, that record, you know, the needle travels along the record.
He's a runaway train.
Yeah, he's off on one.
So I mean, dude, if you're not, if you don't understand how you can like swing a rock on a string, then I don't know what to tell you. If you can't understand how that works.
Lute, is rock gas?
No. No, but it's the same. It's the exact same. It's kind of the exact same concept.
No, it isn't the exact same thing. So, are you aware of the evaporation cycle?
What's that?
Are you aware of the evaporation cycle?
Yes, that's why rain happens. Yes.
So when the water.
Do you believe that happens? Do you believe that happens or no?
Oh my god, dude.
No, but do you believe that happens or not?
Lute. Which way?
It's loof, not loot. It's loof. Right, use your fucking words.
All right, loof.
Thank you.
When water is heated by the sun and turns to gas, which way does the gas go?
Up. I mean, yeah, it turns into steam and steam rises. Yeah.
It goes up, doesn't it?
Yep.
The gas is expanding into the space, isn't it?
Yeah, and then it cools as it rises, and then it rains.
Right, that cooling and turning into rain are slightly different things. I'll tell you why.
What? No, wait, why? Why?
I'll tell you why, Loof. If you're going to reduce the temperature of gases, all you're going to do is slow the gas down, but you're not going to change its direction.
Right. But the thing that changes its direction, After it starts rising, it loses energy. It cools down. And then the only action that's moving it is then gravity, which pulls it down, and it's cool at that point, turns it back into liquid, and then it fucking rains, because that's how fucking rain works.
It fucking rains, bro.
Like dumb. Like
Luke, I think you might have understand about the. I think you might have calculations.
No, I mean, you're just like, you don't understand how rain works. Like, that's just.
I think that's
literally you're saying that thermodynamics doesn't work, and you can literally. What do you think condensation is? Do you think condensation works? Like no. But if you have steam, and you have like steam under compression. If you have steam in compression, and then you release it into a glass container that's large, what happens?
It fills the container. Luke.
But then what happens? What happens on the edge of the container? What happens on the sides?
Pulling it to the floor. Gravity isn't pulling it to the floor. The steam rises. Remember. So you keep saying gravity. So could you define gravity first?
It's the we don't understand why. Okay. So just hear me out.
We don't understand.
Do you agree that it's possible to know something about something, but not the entire reason why something works?
Tell me what your definition of gravity.
Okay, gravity is the force that matter exerts on other matter when you're talking about large quantities or large volumes of matter stable in space.
Where did you get that definition from? Who told you that?
Yeah, prove it.
So this is just observable. This is observable.
Okay. Where do you observe matter attracting matter?
I don't know. To be honest, I haven't Googled to see if there's like I can look at this. I can Google right now if you give me a couple minutes.
Right, but your whole argument was that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply because of this thing, and now you're saying I don't actually.
No, I'm saying that thermodynamics, like it's like you've got the law of thermodynamics, and then you've got gravity. Those are different forces.
You're saying that the gravity is stopping the expansion of gas, but then when we say what is gravity, you're saying
No. Okay, the gas expands. It rises, right? You know, like a hot gas is hot, so hot air rises,
that's not
right?
Gravity then. So where's the gravity then?
So if something rises, right? Yeah. If you have a force, if you have a force pushing down, then at some point, if it rises and it loses energy that pushes it up, at some point the downward force. Does that make sense from just a logical?
No,
there's no downward.
Wait, why does that not make sense?
Because it's rising where it's supposed to be strongest.
Sorry, what? Say that again.
Let Jedi read that.
I didn't hear you. Say that again.
All right, so this is interesting.
No, I want to hear. I didn't hear what he said.
I know what you want to hear, child, but we're not here to placate you. So, according to James Clerk
you don't even believe in gravity. I mean, what the fuck are you talking about?
You don't know what gravity is.
I don't. Okay, just because I don't know why it's causing an effect. We know that it causes an effect. We understand. We know. We can calculate
the gravity. All right, go ahead, Jedi. Just hang tight, Luke.
I mean, he's making lots of claims at the moment, but we're talking about gas behavior, and you're saying that gravity affects gases. No, it doesn't, because gravity doesn't appear in the second law of thermodynamics. Boyle's law, Dalton's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, and Brownian motion. As quoted by James Clerk Maxwell, gases are distinguished from other forms of matter, not only for their power of indefinite expansion, so as to fill any vessel, however large, and by great effect how heat dilates them, but by the uniformity and simplicity of the laws that regulate these changes. So you keep saying that gravity affects gases, but observably, because gas expands indefinitely, it doesn't. I can give you gravity in this instance, but it doesn't affect the entropy of a system. Try again.
So why do you believe? I'm just curious. Why do you believe in that law of thermodynamics, and yet you don't believe in gravity? I'm just curious. What don't you believe about gravity?
Because because I can verify the second law of thermodynamics through experimentation, as backed up with the laws.
So are you saying that you can't test? You can't test the value for gravity? Are you saying that you can't?
Finished.
Okay,
so
go
I
ahead.
can verify the second laws and PV equals nRT because they're experimentally validated. Is there an experiment that validates the claim that gravity does something?
He still hasn't even defined gravity. We can't have a conversation about gravity when he doesn't even know what it is.
Well, we're going to slowly get there. So, is there a scientific experiment that proves whatever gravity you're talking about?
I mean, literally, you have all the numbers that you need for gravity to calculate if you throw a rock at an angle.
The answer no.
You know.
Is the answer no?
Exactly. No, you know where it will land because of the value that we have for gravity. That we understand. Like, if gravity didn't work, we wouldn't be able to predict that. And yet, what the fuck do you think they have done with just one sec. Okay. That you know, there have been rockets and artillery for thousands of years. How do you think we know where a fucking artillery shell will land?
Stop.
Rockets for thousands of years.
We gotta examine that claim. I want to examine that claim. Can we talk about that? How do we have rockets for thousands of years? Can you just elaborate on that point right there? Please. I'm asking with my brain. Can you please elaborate on how we had rockets for thousands of years?
My bad. I misspoke. I misspoke. I was just that like okay, but we've had artillery for hundreds of years. Hundreds. So, but we know.
Luke, please. Do you remember when you came into this conversation and say, "Hey, do you guys believe in science?" Now I'm asking you for the science, and you're not giving it to me. You're talking about subsidiary things. I'm asking you for a scientific experiment that proves whatever you fucking think gravity is. Can you do that, please? Science,
that's what artillery has been doing for literally hundreds of years.
Do you know what a scientific?
No. Like I mean, why do you think the equations? What do you think the equations? What do you think the equations for artillery that have been?
When you see guys in the military using artillery, are you thinking to yourself, "Look at those scientists"?
Dude, it's just a fucking math equation. And it works. So it works because we understand. It works because we understand.
Is that science?
Just because we don't. Okay. Just because we don't know why gravity has the effect that it does.
No, we don't know.
I mean, okay. So
did you misspeak again, Luf?
No, I didn't. You're misunderstanding. Science. Are you saying that science knows everything about the world that is ever to be known?
Excuse me.
No. That's a question. That's a real question.
Yes, I'm going to answer it, child.
Okay, go ahead.
Fuck me. Right. So no.
Okay.
I want the scientific experiment. If you're going to say that science doesn't do this, that, and the other, this isn't a cause and effect claim that you're making. So, is there an experiment that validates this cause and effect claim that you're making? Do you know what science is?
Yeah. No, I'm saying that literally artillery is a perfect example of.
Not science.
What do you? Okay. So wait. So how is the expansion of gas, and how is rising steam not science, but artillery and the motion of objects through space?
What?
That's literally like how do you think we can send up a rocket and have it go to a certain space?
Are you saying artillery is science?
No, I said that it's based on something that we have found out about the world, which is science. That is like science in general. We are trying to find out why things about the world are the way that we are. Just because we haven't figured out exactly the reason why. What is causing gravity, even though we don't perfectly understand it, we can see its effects and we can calculate its effects.
Thank you for your concession. You don't know what
dude, like just because like we don't the reason that it's like you know, people don't call it a law of gravity. People, it's still kind of like a theory, but it works. It works because the numbers work.
What is the theory?
The theory is that we still don't know what it is about mass that causes the effect. That's what we're still unsure about. But we know that mass like objects will attract other objects when you're talking
about. I asked you about this earlier. I said, where did you observe this? And you said, I don't observe that.
Yeah, and
that's literally the moon, the sun. Like why do you think we have?
What matter is the moon being attracted to? What are you talking about?
Yeah, hold on. Didn't he just say he didn't know the cause for the effect, and now he's telling us the cause is matter?
Well, he's gone back to matter attracts matter, which is what he said 10 minutes ago. And he said, that's what we observe. And I said, where do you observe that? And then he said, well, we don't actually observe it. And he started spiraling all over again. So we're back here. Where do you observe matter attracting matter? If that's what you're claiming gravity is now.
And also tell us when you're done with that question, how is it possible that you just said you don't know the cause for the effect, and then now you're telling us the cause for the effect? So answer his and mine.
And he's also making up.
So I mean, you guys keep muting me. Like, if you guys don't want to have a conversation, that's fine. You know, it's just that we don't understand what it is. No, hang on. We don't understand what it is about matter, the property of matter that is causing gravity to exist. We just
don't understand matter.
No, dude, listen to what I'm saying. We don't understand. There is. Yes. Yes. And that is literally observable. That is literally observable in the night sky. That is like any astrophysics. Any astrophysics. The calculations of like sending an object into the calculations.
Where do you observe it?
Planes, artillery.
Planes and artillery.
Sorry, Cyclone. Do apologise. Are you saying that matter attracts matter or mass attracts mass? He's saying that.
Yes, at scale. Like
awesome.
It has to be.
I just need yes or no. So does gas attract gas?
Okay, so if you're talking about small scale, then no. If you're talking about very small scales, then no. At large scales, when there's enough mass, then yes. That's what we see. That's what we see in reality. That's what we see with the Earth.
No, we don't. No, we don't. Gas expands, and I've already quoted this, and I can give you many citations. The amount of gas isn't not going to stop an amount of gas expanding into an available volume, you idiot. Gas expands to fill volumes. It doesn't say, until we reach a certain amount of gas, then entropy will not increase. The very fuck you talking about? Gas doesn't attract gas.
Where do you observe that, Luke? Come on.
No, I literally said that, like, at small scale, like, you don't see gravity having a significant effect. Dude, like, the planet, you understand how big the planet is compared to, like, a container of gas?
No, you won't show us.
Sorry, 2 seconds. So you understand that laws of nature apply to the Earth in its entirety?
Sorry, say that again.
You understand that laws of nature apply to the Earth in its entirety, not just a small scale, on the scale of the Earth and all scales.
The whole thing is, like, can you measure at the small scale? That's the problem, because, you know, if the scale becomes too small, you know, like, would you be able to how easy is it to measure one atom of oxygen versus like a container of fucking oxygen? No, you have to give me this. That when you're talking about scale, some things are very easy. Some things are very easy to measure, and some things are not.
Calm down. So you can't measure this?
I'm saying as things get smaller, it becomes harder to measure. And I think you would have to give me that. You would have to.
Oh, he's going to keep talking. So we don't measure this then?
No, there have been literally
so stop saying it happens when we don't observe or measure it.
Yeah, you've never observed gas attracting gas. What are you talking about?
I mean, like, I have a question. Like, what do you guys think, you know, like, in terms of, like, Galileo's Leaning Tower experiment? What do you think of that? What do you think of the Cavendish experiment? What do you think like sort of gravitational redshift. How do you explain that?
Spinning ball. None of them tell us the Earth is a spinning ball.
Well, no, it's just we're not talking about the Earth now. We're talking about gravity. You guys were asking about gravity, and you were asking for proof of gravity itself, right? So, what do you think of the Cavendish experiment? But what do you think about it? Was that just bullshit or what?
Well, it was superseded in 1915 by Einstein, toppled from the throne, including Newtonian physics, toppled from the throne by Einstein.
Right.
Hold on, Luth. So according to your narrative, superseded doesn't work. Not the gravity that you
still use gravitational constants in almost every equation, even Einstein's equations. What are you talking about?
Well,
you're just actually talking nonsense now.
I'm telling you that Cavendish, in association with mass attracting mass, was debunked by Einstein in 1915.
Yeah, we were kind of just holding off on telling you that you're already arguing for over 100 years out of date theories because it was funny. But yeah, it's not even the claimed theory. So you're 100 years out of date in your claim.
I posted the citations in the chat earlier if you want me to go back and read them out to you. But no, unfortunately, Newtonian physics was wrong.
Maybe you could ask Luke to read them out since he loves talking.
No. I mean, like artillery. Every single artillery equation. Basically, almost every single artillery equation that is I'm launching a projectile at this angle. At this
force. You understand you can launch a projectile on a flat surface. You understand?
Sure, and what happens to it? If there's nothing underneath it, what happens to it? It drops, right?
Are we talking about gas?
Right. Why does it drop? Why? I want to know. No, from a flat Earth perspective, what is the reason for an object dropping?
Luke, we're talking.
You guys were saying that as if you guys know why things drop. So why do things drop? Why do you think things drop when you shoot them like a bullet? If you shot a bullet or throw a rock into the air, why does it drop? Why?
So not everything falls, does it? That's what we've been trying to tell you.
What doesn't drop?
Gas.
Yes, it does. It rains.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. It rains.
Is produced on surface level.
Rain is not a gas.
God, we went through this. Gas goes up.
Rain is a liquid.
Gas goes up.
And it cools down and fucking rains. If you guys don't believe in rain, I don't know. You guys don't believe in rain. You guys are just being so.
What are clouds? What do you think clouds are made of?
Yeah, exactly. It's what are clouds? So what are clouds?
Hold on.
And where does rain come from?
Luke, is rain a gas, Luke?
Yeah, okay. Okay, where do clouds come from?
Is rain a gas? Or is it another medium? You guys are stupid.
It's really don't need everybody else interrupting right now. So, Luth, is rain gas?
No.
Thank you. We're talking about gas. Not when gas changes state and turns to rain and comes back down. We're talking about gas.
Are you saying that liquid cannot turn back, or sorry, a liquid cannot turn into gas and gas cannot turn into liquid?
No, we've gone through the evaporation cycle. That was my first elucidation.
So is it possible? Is it possible that when gas cools down, that it turns back into liquid?
Luke, stop talking. We're talking about gas.
That is 100% possible.
Exactly. These guys don't believe in rain. It's just like they don't believe in clouds. They just think that basically when but hang on. Jedi, I just want to character. I want to understand your character.
No one's saying that rain doesn't exist, you fucking idiot. You're making the claim that when gas turns to rain, that's mass attracting gas, you fucking pillock. We're talking about gas expansion. Gas is produced down here at surface level and expands upwards, nullifying your claim that everything goes downwards, you fucking plum.
Are you going to just keep muting me? I mean, we don't have to have this conversation.
When you keep talking through me and don't...
He's British. He's going to mute you.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Okay, so what I said, and you mischaracterized what I said entirely. I just want to say that. I said that when gas rises, it cools down, right? When it cools down, it loses energy. Do you agree with that or no?
Yes.
Energy, so when it loses energy, it is no longer expanding. It is cooling down, and it is like what happens with hot air versus cold air. Hot air rises, cold air drops. When it cools, that gas then changes phase from gas into liquid, and that is what causes rain. You know, TED Talk. Fucking now you're caught up with like modern fucking rain. Hello.
Bro, you don't know what fucking gravity is. Don't try and tell us you're doing a TED Talk. You're literally embarrassing yourself for a full 40 minutes, for fuck's sake. It's been hilarious.
I mean, you guys are embarrassing yourselves. You guys don't even like. There's literally a fucking. There's literally a comet. There's a limit. There's.
Lou, chill. You just said hot air rises, yeah?
I'm not going to talk to you guys. You guys are just muting me.
No, you are literally like sitting there where you're having a back and forth conversation with Jedi. You got a little bit of pushback, and
no, I'm getting muted every second.
Like,
I'm getting muted every.
Yourself.
No, this is not.
No, that's not what happened.
If I could, so if I muted you right now, how would you take it?
That's exactly what happened, actually.
If I muted you right now, how would you take it, dude? Like, come on.
Luke, you were talking over him. You were talking over him in the middle of his sentence.
No, Jedi was interjecting with no claims to interject with.
Well, we're not talking about your color commentary about
dude, I was watching this.
We are letting it go on.
No, Luke, Jedi was talking to you, and you kept talking through him and over him, so you had to be muted. Don't do that, and you won't be muted, yeah?
Yeah,
we're both talking. If you're obviously taking his side, I get that. But this is not a conversation. If you're muting me every second.
Loaf, you're becoming intolerable. Do you remember I asked you?
Okay, whatever, then.
Bye then.
Oof. Oh man, he had so many funny quotes. That was hilarious. All right, not the Fed. Your turn to spiral. What you got?
Spiral? What's the globe made of? Well, not the globe, but what is the flat Earth dome made of?
No idea.
Flat Earth dome.
Okay, then
All right, so you don't have any evidence for the globe.
No evidence. The Coriolis effect.
What's Coriolis?
Explain it to us.
Wind change patterns on a globed Earth.
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, explain it then.
Right, so the Coriolis is an observed phenomena, right? I can demonstrate this on a roundabout, for example. If I was to be on a roundabout and you and a friend were on either side of the roundabout attached to the floor and not spinning with me and you had a ball...
Oh, sorry, I muted you like you muted the other guy. I thought that's what we do here.
I'm just going to remove you from the channel.
Oh, you're calling me a pussy? Are you calling me a pussy? I'm reporting you. You called me a pussy. You called me a pussy. I'm reporting you.
Yes, you're a pussy. Correct. A massive pussy. Look at that. He managed to ask one question before absolutely spiraling and being unable to have a conversation. He made himself spiral at his own question.
I'm reporting you for calling me a pussy. That's inflammatory.
What are you going to do? Go and tell your mom?
No, I'm going to tell Ahmad. Yes.
Tell Ahmad. Don't be a pussy. What pussy you are?
You would tell your dad he left home ages ago, right?
Yeah, it's good that he goes talks to Ahmad because then they can laugh at him for being a pussy too.
And then I'll just report them to Discord if they don't follow their rules of terms of service.
And then when Discord tell me I'm a pussy, I'll report Discord to the government.
You just keep going higher up. I'll write a congressman if I have to.
Yeah, you'll go to the congressman. Yeah, you do have to for being this big a pussy. You probably will need government.
Yeah, at least I'm not a furry.
Oh,
Just
whoa,
kids with.
Good one, bro.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a conversation?
Yo, so you agree that you're a furry? You sexual deviant?
Do you want to have a conversation about the
He turned you down, Jedi. You can't have a conversation.
Well, then remove him from the channel. Or tell him that he's got a fucking turn back up.
Yeah, and have you got Jedi muted, not the Fed?
No, I can hear him. I heard him say, turn him the fuck back up.
Good. So do you want to have a conversation about the Earth, or do you want to act like a little petulant child?
This topic's too triggering for them.
He has to think about it. He has to think about it. I do love acting like a little child, so.
Well, I'm going to go tell my mummy you.
Mummy, he told me a name on the internet.
Well, someone was mean to me.
So when it comes to buoyancy, right? So you guys claim gravity doesn't exist, right? And it's just buoyancy.
Could you define gravity?
No. We're getting directly into the meat and potatoes.
So how do we know what doesn't
So you guys have stated that you don't believe in gravity, correct, Jedi?
Well, if you can't tell us what it is, how can we say we don't believe in it?
You believe in density and buoyancy, correct?
Well, okay, so we're not talking about gravity.
So with buoyancy and density, there is a presupposed force in that. What do you think that force is?
Oh, that force is the acceleration downwards.
No, that wouldn't be it. That would require a word, right?
What, gravity?
What describes force going downwards?
What, gravity?
Okay. So even within buoyancy and density, gravity is prevalent.
Just to be clear, that's the phenomena that we observe with certain states of matter, solid and liquids. Gases don't behave like this, though.
Well, I mean,
gases don't accelerate to the floor at 9.8 meters per second.
No, because they're lighter.
Yeah, because they expand indefinitely, right? So gravity does affect gases. Thank you.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Awesome.
It's like that's just the nature of gases, though.
Yeah, exactly. So gravity.
Gravity isn't just going. You do realize gravity isn't just like pulling us down, right?
Like
gravity's for up and down.
We agree then that we can talk about gravity, but also understand that it doesn't affect gases.
But I'm telling you that gravity isn't just down. It's depending on the buoyancy of an object. It's up or down. So it does follow under the umbrella of gravity still.
Sorry, do gases expand in all directions?
I hope you guys become demon possessed.
I'd like to see a citation that gravity means up.
At this point, I think it's the only thing that can save you.
Let's see your definition. Let's see your definition of gravity now, since you keep talking about it. What is it?
My definition is the Codex Gigas and demon possession.
He went full Darth Dawkins. That's Darth Dawkins. And flat earthers are demonically possessed.
When you start talking like this, dude, it's like, fucking hell, now you're becoming intelligible. We don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. You're just waffling about nonsense. Can you stay
I mean, that's literally what flat earth is. It's just waffling about nonsense, right?
No, we're specifically...
You go directly against mathematical equations because it doesn't look right.
Flat earth. He just defined himself as a flat earther. He's incoherent.
You're against mathematical equations.
No, I said you. When I say you guys are against mathematical equations.
I'm reporting you to the moderator. Moderator, they're against mathematical equations.
No, it's because you called me a pussy, which is a derogatory term, which goes against the rules.
Oh, so you are a pussy.
I can use that word.
Well, that doesn't make me a pussy. I'm just holding you.
Jobs.
I'm just holding you responsible for your.
No,
actions.
it's against the rules to disparage Steve Jobs. Like,
wait, there's nothing wrong with that word, boys. The P word.
Yeah, do not take the name, in vain.
What name?
So Steve Jobs happened. Steve Jobs happened.
Stop it.
Who's Steve Jobs?
Derailing it. As soon as you're taking off mute, you're just gonna do.
I didn't derail it. Into the break derailed it.
That's why
I didn't know a surfer could be so fucking lame.
All right.
So have you got any evidence? Go on,
Jedi. We started to reach an agreement, right? And we're talking about fundamental laws of nature.
Yeah.
Things that are going to be experienced always. That's why they're laws, right? We can demonstrate these laws of nature. So we agree that gas expands. That invalidates your claim.
Yeah, because that's how gas works with gravity.
Hold on. That invalidates your claim that gravity is keeping the gas from expanding into an available volume. That available volume would be the vacuum of space, by the way. You agree?
Can you take a picture of this flat Earth?
Oh my God! So skip past the point. Whistle.
Well, I'm
past
just
the
saying, if your whole idea is to convince me, you have convinced me. Now, can you show me a picture of this flat Earth?
Excuse me. Are you going to concede to what we just spoke about, and then we can move and change?
Okay, yes, I concede. Now, do you have a picture of the flat Earth?
Awesome stuff. So, being as you concede, that means the vacuum of space can't be real. And to answer your question,
we know this.
and
I
to
conceded,
answer
right?
your question, no.
Oh, so I have to listen to your dialogue because you're a sociopath.
Answered your question.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Do you have a? Oh, so you don't have a picture of the flat Earth?
What in its entirety?
Yes.
No.
Okay, then it doesn't exist.
Hold on, but we measure the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, can you show me a picture of the flat Earth?
Yeah,
any picture of Earth.
I'm just saying you're making this claim, but you don't have one picture of it.
Go to the beach, retard. Go and see it for yourself.
If I go to the beach, I can see the curvature of the Earth.
Can you? What does it look like? Tell us.
It's real curvy.
Well, show us a picture of it from the beach. Let's see it.
Yeah, I got you.
Let's use your math and come up with a formula for the curve of the Earth.
There we go. He sees curvature from the beach. This is a good point. Since he's braced on gas pressure.
Then using his own epistemology, he should be able to mathematically define it.
No, with my own eyesight, I can see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, so it's about to show us the curve of the Earth from the beach.
Yeah, define it. It's curving.
Post the picture. Let's get the photo out.
Post a picture? I can't take a picture with my eyes. That's silly.
So you've never taken a photo at the beach?
No, because I swim. I like enjoying the beach.
No one's got a picture of this curvature that you claim you saw?
No. You got to believe me.
Got one.
I don't have a picture. Like you guys said, you don't have a picture of the flat Earth. You guys don't have a picture of the flat Earth. I don't have a picture of the curve.
I literally posted a picture for you.
I saw the horizon, and it was horizontal.
No, you posted Apple Park.
Flat line.
No, it's Apple Campus. Try again, comrade.
What the fuck is? I'm not actually a communist. I just put this up.
Turn your camera off.
Do you turn my camera off?
Yeah.
This isn't a camera.
Is that your screen share?
No, it's not my screen share. It's just my profile.
So no curvature then. So there you go.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're technically we're in the same boat. So if you're allowed to make a claim against my no picture, I can make a. Okay. Wait, no. See, you're getting on. Okay. So you're getting on me for not having a picture, but I can't get on you for not having a picture.
Yeah, I said go to the beach. You can see
but I said, okay, go to space and take a picture of the flat Earth.
When did you go to space?
You can go to space.
Oh, when did you do that?
Sorry.
Elon did it.
Sorry, we debunked space.
Elon, Jeff Bezos, all these people have gone to space.
Hello. We just debunked the vacuum of space, remember, with gas behavior? Gas expands.
No, like I said, if it's a flat Earth, take a picture of it.
Yeah, you don't have space, remember?
He's not listening, is he?
Oh, we don't. Oh, so wait, no.
He thinks Elon went to space.
So you're saying space doesn't exist now?
Elon went to space.
You said. Sorry, you said that earlier when you agreed that gas expands.
What? Oh, no, I conceded. Remember, so I don't agree.
Yeah,
I conceded.
You conceded to the point that gas.
No, I conceded to believing in a flat Earth, and then I asked for the picture of the flat Earth.
So you didn't understand what was taking place when you agreed with me that gas expands.
No, because I recanted that because I then conceded to your point.
So gas doesn't expand now.
No. I believe in whatever you guys believe. I just want to see a picture of the flat Earth.
Wow.
Oh, we can't give that to you. We can.
Why? But that's an integral part of your claim.
Because no, it's not part of our claim. Our claim is the Earth is measured and practically used as a horizontal plane.
Well, yeah, but you would have to take a picture
go to space from space. Our claim has never been that we can go high enough to see the entirety of the Earth.
Well, if Jeff Bezos can do it, you guys can do it.
No, he's not done it. Anyway, we measure.
Elon Musk has done it.
Hold on, my friend. We measure the surface of the Earth, water to be precise. We measure that to be horizontal, not curving. So we can measure the Earth and it's flat.
So, I want a picture of the flat Earth.
I did post one.
You do that a fucking long time.
You posted?
Yeah,
picture
I already told you. Any
I did post
observation
one.
of the Earth.
Where is your picture from the beach that you can see curvature? Post one.
Is that from 1915?
I did post one. I don't see 8 inches per mile square in that picture. So where is your picture from the beach seeing curvature? Post it.
Are you talking about me?
Post it, yes.
No, I conceded. I believe in a flat Earth.
I want your picture from the beach that you can see.
I conceded. Did you not hear me?
No, post it. Not more bullshit talk.
All right.
Post it.
Okay.
I conceded.
Post
it. Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Now I want to see a picture of the flat Earth.
You are just a liar. You are just a liar.
Because you know that the Earth is flat now, any image of the Earth is consequently of a flat Earth. So there you go. Done. Yeah, there you go. So welcome to Flat Earth, bro. You're no longer a retarded globehead. Congratulations.
But you're still a pussy.
You are still a pussy.
Yeah, well, you have a handlebar mustache and a receding hairline.
Bullshit talk.
Most of you guys are boomers that are probably going to die in the next 20 years anyways from high blood pressure.
From the beach. I see curvature from the beach.
I can't wait till all you boomers just pass away from your high blood pressure.
Post the picture from the beach that you can see curvature. Where is your picture?
Excited.
Where is your picture now?
I am.
You are just bullshit talk.
Yeah, he's done.
Yeah, he's fully melted now, man. Full melt.
Basically,
Full melt.
the argument was, I can't wait till you die.
I know.
Talking about demons.
That's how good his globe argument is. Oh, well, one day you people will die, and then I can believe in my globe.
Well, guys, he started off so well with the gravity thing. He started off with such high hopes, and then look where he finished. Wishing people to die.
Yeah, I want him to show that gravity holding gas. Where is that experiment? It's all pseudoscience. Bullshit talk.
Bullshit talk indeed, Miguel.
Thank you.
That's all we've had this morning is endless bullshit talk.
Thank you.
It's been insane. Someone could clip this whole last hour and a half because it's just so insane. But a guy saying that rain doesn't exist or something, that rain is gas. He said that rocks are gas.
Well,
it's pretty much exactly the same thing. Guy seeing curve from the beach. You think Elon Musk has gone to space? Wow.
Yeah, I saw a SpaceX and there was a rat on that rocket, so it is a joke.
Elon Musk in space.
A rat in space. Let me see if I have the.
By the way, speaking of SpaceX, there's a launch that's about to happen in 1 hour.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Let's do the live stream party then. Come on, we've got to have those clueless NASA people being like, oh, and this is like the part of the rocket where all the thrust comes out of, and it goes really high up into space, obviously. And these are supposed to be like their technical engineer presenters.
So I'm gonna post it. So there I was, watching a live stream of SpaceX 19 supply to the ISS on NASA YouTube channel, and then I saw this. What the hell is that animal doing there in that space? I mean, it's Space Studio. Infested with rats.
Yeah, so we need to update the channel status for a SpaceX live stream and get all the Globers in. Super excited. Any people in the chat who believe in the globe? You're excited about SpaceX?
Aren't they? I think they're grounded right now.
They're launching in 1 hour, dude.
Oh, okay. They must have lifted it.
What are they saying they're going to do?
Apparently it's the test flight. Apparently it's the test flight for their super launch or whatever. They're going to try and launch it and try and catch the rocket. Blah blah blah. in order to make sure they can do it.
Rocket. Or like land
So
it.
they're going to launch it. So yeah, land it, and then so that they can catch it properly. Yeah.
Right, okay. Just another fucking going up and coming back down there. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So like they're testing their launching sequences. Yeah.
Oh, we were playing golf on the moon 50 years ago. Now we're just trying to do a little jump.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Well, hopefully we get some enthusiastic blue believers in about it. And we can watch it with them as it inevitably fails or looks like a joke.
Remember, they're trying to teach these people that, because like the rocket launches are always like just launch it and it's over. Now they're trying to say they want to launch it and then be able to launch multiple, like in one day even. In other words, so they're trying to change how the launching is even done. You see, so.
Right, like they're trying to be like, oh, we're going to overcomplicate the whole launch process now, so we have an excuse to stretch it out for another 20 years before we actually claim to go anywhere.
Exactly, so they can say, look, the launching process is developing, it's evolving, we're improving, trust and all this stuff, you know?
No, you're right, yeah, exactly. Just to kick the can down the road of actually going and fucking doing something, but keeping enough people like, oh, wow, we're really advancing, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's incredibly smart. Like in terms of psychological manipulation, it's incredibly smart how they do it. Like it's very slow, very gradual. They pretend there's lots of people working on it. There's all these like evaluations and all these experts are working on it and everything. So it looks real from a distance.
Yeah,
you know?
but when you actually watch their broadcast, yeah, no, totally, you're right. But when you actually watch their broadcasts and they've got the presenter guys talking about it, I mean, if you've ever worked for a company that's developing technology or manufacturing and doing all this, I mean, these people talking just sound like they've got no clue about the technicalities of it, the engineering.
Exactly. In other words, it's all like what is it called? Like consumerist. It's almost like they're selling bunny rabbits or something. You know what I mean? It's like
it's like QVC, like television shopping.
Yeah, like for example, they'll talk about that. Like for example, they're like the way they catch the rocket. They've got these like metal beams. So instead of giving them technical names and talking about it in a technical way, they say, "Oh, it's the chopstick." Sticks to grab the rocket. It's literally like for children. You know?
Yeah, exactly. It's so fucking crazy.
Yeah, like in no other industry would you see this. Like a good comparison would be like Formula One racing, for example, right? So when you see like Formula One videos, they're telling you, yeah, we've got the sprocket, and we've got the engine, and we've got this, and we've got that, and we've got this, and they show you everything that they're talking about. So it's like, yeah, it's really technical, but it's all real because they're talking about car engines, and it's highly technical, and highly, a lot of money getting spent on research and all this, right? But then when you look at the space thing, it should be like similar to that, but instead it's like, oh, the chopsticks are going to grab the rocket. Yay!
Yeah, it's like childish. Like when you're listening to an engineer, you know it. And you're just listening to actors, like some blonde wifey, like, oh, well, it took many years to develop this piece. It was actually a very difficult piece to develop, but they'll never go into any technicality on it. They'll just speak about it very high level. Yeah, just like you said.
Yeah. Exactly. I know. Whenever they like they zoom in on something, right? It's always like stuck together with a bit of masking tape or a bit of duct tape. Like it's never really, it never really inspires you with confidence. Like anything they actually zoom in on, because it's just like really crappy builds made of crappy materials just to make it look real. But really, it's not actual like stuff that's going to go into space or stuff that's going to go in the air anywhere. It's just make believe. You know, so like just like same with the Apollo missions. Like they literally made stuff like in their garage for it in the Apollo stuff. Now it's a bit higher end, but still the same principle. It's what it is, please.
they're being sued by like the local community for like pollution, debris and garbage that's fallen off the rockets and polluted nearby. Cards versus Humanity brought property next to SpaceX and is suing Musk. Like the trending Musk owes me $100.
Right, but isn't that a bit of a distraction as well? Because I mean, what could possibly be falling down? What, some corrugated iron or some duct tape? I mean, that must be a like a red herring of a thing as well, right? Just making it look official.
Like harming bird migrations and stuff like that too.
That necessarily must be nonsense, because there's other things they're doing that harms bird migrations, like I don't know, nuclear power stations or some shit, but they don't ever mention it then. So it must be just, these are just made up reasons. So, in other words, they're giving it the appearance of there's like a busy body of activity. Oh yeah, environmental this and that and this and that, making it look really busy. That's all, you know.
This is like, you're the news. Okay. So I post the news with a GIF. A couple days ago, mass hysteria on one of the servers. Like one dude just said, why not post a link? And what the fuck's with the GIF? So talking to him, about an hour goes by. He's not getting it. I said, all kinds of things. Hey, I invite you to look up a news source you like. I don't want to post a link to a news source because then you might just argue that the news source is bad. Just going back and forth with him. He says you should post a link and not the GIF. Just post a link and just leave it at that. I'm like, okay, well, you do that. I'll do something different. You do what you want to do. I'll do what I want to do. He's like, no, you should be removed from the server. And I'm like, for what? Yeah, for spam. I go, what do you think I'm spamming right now? He goes like, your post, it's spam. I go, well, spam is unsolicited commercial message sent to a large number of people. I post one message per day in the news channel on this server. He's like, well, you post on other servers. Okay, that has dick to do with this one.
Right, well, that was the same guy who said the word pussy is not possible to be used, yeah?
No, this is a different server.
A different guy.
Yeah. So then eventually, I say the more through the conversation, more and more people started joining in. So eventually, it was like 6 people just, and I said, "Hey, this is called group hysterics, group mass hysteria." It's like basically a psychosis where a social phenomenon where a sudden group experiences a set of sort of organic illness. Like, oh, this is a mass carrying event. If you guys don't care, like, everything you see on the server that you don't like, do you just start telling the person not to post it, or you just skip over it? If you don't like what I post, just ignore it. And then it turned out the dude who raised the topic from the beginning had me blocked already. So he triggered over a blocked message that he clicked show message and then started talking to me about it. I go, that's you, dude. This is a full you event. If you block and you can't even follow that, then he said he didn't block. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's funny because he's giving away that he's getting triggered by you on multiple servers, reading your news message by saying, "Oh, you're posting it on multiple servers." Like, so he's on multiple servers reading your news updates and getting triggered. So that's all that says to me.
Yeah, then apparently he had a sock account that he talked to me about this before. I'm like, no, I've never talked to you about this before. He's like, yeah, I did. I go, well, on a different account? He's like, yeah. And okay, did it go about the same way? Did I tell you exactly the same thing? And he was like, no. I'm like, well, what did I tell you? And then he basically repeats everything I just said. I'm like, so I did tell you the same thing.
Yeah, you're speaking to crazy people, Chris.
It's like, if you don't like what I post, get over it. There's other people that I don't like what they post. I just don't engage with it. It's like somehow it's my fault for his subjective take on something I post that had nothing to do with him whatsoever. He had to insert himself. It's like this mass hysteria, this mass carrying event. And then finally, after the hours go by, they finally say, hey, someone just needs to take a moderator. I'm like, okay, do it. Let's get there. Let's get to, like, since you're not going to listen to me, it's been 4 hours of me telling you exactly the same thing. Let's just go talk to a moderator. Let them tell you to just block me or ignore it. And then move on with your life. And then somehow be able to cope with, like, hey, there's somebody out there who posted something you didn't like, and stretching the rules or trying to find a rule that they broke. See, these dudes love their echo chambers. They want it to be only content they 100% agree with, flooded top to bottom. Like anything that remotely challenges their worldview, even if it doesn't, even if they subjectively take it that way, has to be deleted, destroyed.
Yep. It's funny that they've got that unlimited energy to argue for 4 hours over something like that, but you ask them for some globe evidence and they've got about 2 minutes of sighing, huffing. I said he was going to report me to a moderator for calling him a
I mean, it's good when I think mods are constantly having to deal with extreme racism, like German World War II German iconography. Some really heavy topics. Like the P word. Like keep people grooming. So when they get like a mod,
is someone putting that on Steve Jobs? Is someone saying that about Steve Jobs?
So when someone gets a mod mail where it's like, "Hey, somebody called me a pussy," you gotta think they crack up. They're like, "Oh, okay." Like
they're a Windows guy. Typical red.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, you're calling me a pussy. I'm going to go and do something that exactly confirms your point."
Mm.
What's up, Forrest?
So, I don't like it when people call people pedos, though. Fucking pisses me off.
We're not talking about that. So, what do you think about the topic of the channel? Have you looked into the flat Earth before? You've spoken about it. You know anything about it?
I know that someone died trying to find out for themselves.
Okay. So you've done little research, would you say?
Steve Jobs, name drop.
The odds, you've just heard the odds. Story about
you know what you guys could pin. Can you pin pictures to the chat?
So,
right.
So you think the Earth is a globe? Is that right?
I'm not at that point where I can confirm whether it is or it is not, but there is a good diagram that shows the measurements of the Earth as has been calculated by us lovely scientists.
Okay, so have they been measured or have they been just calculated?
Well, obviously, from your perspective, you could say they have not measured it, but that's what we've got to go on.
So how do we know if it's real or not if it hasn't been measured?
Well, they claim that it has been measured in a way that they can see.
Who do they claim measured it?
The consensus of scientists claim that they have managed to grab the dimensions of this thing that we're on.
With what measurement? Which one of them measured it?
Well, specifically, I think to get specific results, they would claim that they would have used GPS and other aerial phenomenons, maybe in collaboration with people on the ground.
What do you mean specifically? Like, what are they measuring?
The Earth's radius.
All right, so that's the center. Is that the center of the ball to the surface?
I think they did both. They did the radius and they did the depth. They've done the plane. They've pretty much found every sort of aspect throughout. They've claimed that they know every aspect in terms of depth, radius.
Okay, so how did they measure? So what do they say? What do they say the radius is?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I do understand that.
They say it's about 3,900 miles, 6,300 kilometers.
Yeah, and do you remember how? And do you remember how they said they
that
measured
it's not a perfect. It's an egg shape, but within the egg shape, there's different variables.
Okay, so they give us a number for the radius. So who measured that to get that number, 6,371 kilometers?
Yeah, and what's the methodology as well?
I don't know. Probably NASA helped out.
Oh, NASA. So you don't know then. Fair enough. You don't know.
So they didn't know the globe. They didn't know the Earth was a globe until NASA came along. When was that? Like the 1940s?
No, they didn't. They didn't get specific measurements until technology came along, is what they're arguing.
But which technology did they use to measure the radius?
Again, probably GPS, but they definitely didn't use a ruler.
So how does that measure a radius, the GPS? You're saying the GPS goes from the surface to the center of this ball?
Not the center. of the ball, but the actual size of the Earth, and then they can probably find out where the center is after accumulating that data.
So how are they measuring the size of the Earth or the shape of the Earth specifically?
Begs to wonder. I mean, I don't think they could have done it on the ground.
Bro, he's already said he doesn't know. So now he's
and
just
they would have to probably claim that they used technology that would be using satellites again with GPS technology that they can track.
But for them to get satellites up, they had to already know the size of this ball to go into an orbit around the ball. So they can't have had satellites first. They had to have the size of the ball first.
Yeah.
So you've got to straighten out your theory here.
Maybe they could get a rough idea of the size through observations on the planet, and then they had enough data to stand off.
But they tell us our observations of the Earth, we only see a flat Earth because you can't see curves. So how would that have told them that you could observe a ball Earth?
Because of the elevation differences over distance.
Right, but you can have elevation distances on a flat surface. Right. Well,
right.
You could. You could have mountains and valleys, but not be a ball. Yeah.
Yep.
So how would they have measured this radius value or this ball? Like they didn't go to the center of the Earth and measure it, right?
Well, I would think that they probably would have used the ocean.
It sounds like you're just making it up as you go along there. That's what it sounds like.
And what about the oceans? What do they do?
Well, ocean takes away the problem of obstacles like mountains and ditches and stuff, and you're dealing with just a flat surface, so you don't have to worry about contingencies.
So we've got a flat ocean.
Yeah.
Right, so if we've got a flat ocean, that would mean that the Earth's mostly flat.
Because most of the world is water,
depending on the outcomes of their data collection, like they might claim that there is a distance of elevation over a certain amount, and they can claim this. I think it was like 8 miles. You start to see curvature
per mile squared. Right. So you're saying that the ocean isn't actually flat; it's actually curving.
It's obviously curving.
Well, obviously, part of the argument is whether the Earth is flat or it's an Earth. I didn't say it is or anything.
It's actually the easiest argument. So, when you're on a beach with a camera with the best zoom in the world, can you zoom in on every boat in the ocean?
What are you talking about?
It's a pretty easy fucking question, man. Answer the question.
Don't expand into the conversation. We're in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah. So no, I'm going to jump into the conversation.
No.
But the contingencies are too much to comply with because then you have refractions and reflections and deceptive outcomes from your results if you're just using a camera zooming in. Because you could easily say that those boats emit an illusion because of such and such, which has been proven to be quite problematic on the ocean surface because you've got a lot of reflection going on.
So we're trying to figure out what the ocean surface is doing. Is it curving down and away from us, or is it not? Is it just level?
I think. Well, let's work with the pictures of the gas, the offshore oil rigs that we've seen plenty of times. We do see that there is a curvature, but it's not lining up with the curvature that we've been given from the consensus.
Well, where are we seeing curvature? Where we
there's obvious curvature or distance taken away from the object.
No, you just see the horizon.
You see the horizon behind it, which is why it's quite
the horizon's a flat line.
Evidence. But that horizon
is the horizon what you're saying is a curve? Are you saying the horizon is a curve?
No, the idea is that you shouldn't be seeing that horizon in the foreground behind the gas rigs.
Yeah, I know, but you said you can see curve in the image, but I don't see any curve. I just see a flat horizon.
I do see. It appears to be that the gas rig is not showing its full length.
What?
And that could be due to waves or elevation of the tide.
Total nonsense.
But there is some sort of, there's some height is not in view of that picture. So
can you stop talking nonsense, please?
I mean, we could bring that picture up again if you want. We can have a look.
Yeah, someone post the image in the chat. Jedi is trying to get in. Let Jedi jump in.
I want this guy to make that make sense because I couldn't follow along. He said that you could see curvature in a black swan. I'll post the image. You highlight the curvature.
Okay.
All right.
You could see the distance in elevation according to the references, which is the oil rig. You can't actually see the curvature, but one would come to the conclusion that there is some sort of.
So if you don't see curvature, what are you seeing?
Sorry.
That's the question that I must ask the flat earthers. If it's not curvature, then what am I seeing? Yeah, good question.
What, the horizon? The horizon is the limitation of your view of a surface you're looking horizontally across.
Mm-hmm.
All it is.
And then, so if you see a boat that's half out of the ocean, or you see like an object in the ocean, and it's not showing completely, where it would have shown a little bit more if it was truly flat.
No, that would be perspective if it's gone beyond the horizon. If it's gone beyond the horizon, it's entered an angle that your eye can't resolve because the bottom of that boat is on the surface that you can't resolve beyond the horizon. It's just perspective, dude. You can demonstrate this on a flat floor, put your camera low down to it and notice you can only resolve the certain portion of the floor that's closer to you. The floor will extend beyond the horizon, but because you've got a low and narrow angle of view, the optic in your eye can't resolve that angle because it's too small. Very simple. Right. So this picture...
So if I was in an auditorium and I got a camera and I laid it on the floor and I put a little model boat, 20 miles away from the camera? Or what distance does it have to be till I start seeing this phenomenon?
So hold on, you said the black swan image shows curvature, so can you just confirm that it doesn't, yeah? Confirm that.
Well, hold on, it's a fair question for if you're wanting to demonstrate this for yourself. I mean, you don't have to go 20 miles, if you've got your camera down to the floor, you can observe this in a long hotel corridor or over a long enough table, even if you put a camera down on the table. But yeah, as Jedi's saying, it's an effective perspective. It's not a physical curvature of the surface, necessarily. You'd have to evidence that it is, but all the measurements and observations show us that there is no curvature.
That is one good argument that you guys... Oh, that's one extra good argument that flat earthers have, is that our eyes tend to be distorted, and we naturally have sort of like a fish lens to things that are bigger than what we can kind of comprehend or in relation to us. So if I was going to cause any sort of conspiracy or keep things under wraps, then I would say the best thing to do is just say the Earth is a globe and it's not flat, because our eyes tend to look at that thing like that anyway. So it's a good cause for keeping it secret. But I'd like to know more about the camera thing, because I'm pretty sure I'll be able to see that model boat, on the floor fully. So if I can sort of do this in a controlled environment and see what you're talking about, that would be kind of eye-opening, pun intended.
We encourage you to do it as well. Try not to breathe so loudly into the microphone, dude. So I've got over 20 observations of the thing that you're talking about. Loads of them.
Okay.
I'll post one now, just for shits and giggles. So you can create what's called an optical horizon on a flat surface when your camera's low to that surface. Very simple to do. The gentleman that I'm going to post in a second did it vertically up the side of a skyscraper. Skyscraper was indeed, obviously, vertical. And as he puts the camera closer and closer to the side and the walls of the skyscraper, you notice he can only resolve about 5 foot in front of him up the skyscraper. That's because of the limited angle. That's all it is. So that's what your horizon is when you look out to sea. the limitation of your view of that surface.
Pretty cool, huh? No boats over the horizon. You know, another interesting thing, since you spoke about it, Forrest, when you check the math for this function of perspective, or the limitation of our view, it actually lines up with the math that they've given us for where we should observe the curvature of the Earth. So, for example, it works out on average that for a 6-foot observer, the limitation of your view is going to be around 3.5 miles optically. And it just so happens that's the exact distance they've told us that curvature should begin to become apparent and start stopping your view of the surface. Very crafty.
Yeah, they hijacked perspective.
That's right, on deck. They most definitely did.
What do you think, Forrest? Thoughts? Has your perspective been hijacked? Are you aware?
I think Forrest has fallen off the edge.
Is the guy global skeptic or just a Ruby?
I think just a Globey, but hopefully become a little bit more skeptical as time goes on.
All right.
I don't know. Still waiting to get a response from him. So Earth calling Forrest. Come in, Forrest. Mork calling Orson. Come in, Orson.
Hello. No, my microphone was out the whole goddamn time. I was questioning with the illusion with the tower. If there was a model boat at the top of the tower and we got a camera and we zoomed all the way in, would we see half the boat or all the boat?
It depends on the distance, the height of the optic, and the optic. It's going to change with different cameras, dude. So we can make things disappear from the bottom up before they even reach the horizon. We can do that as well. I'll see if I can find you the videos of that. But yeah, when you made the claim about the black swan and seeing curvature, that's not what we see, dude. And you could even say that that's what we could infer. If it was curvature, it's got to be and can only be at 1.225 times the square root of that observer's height in feet. So with regards to the black swan, the observer's height is 1 foot above sea level. Square root of 1 is 1, times that by 1.2, and then your geometric horizon should be at 1.2 miles, which is much in front of the oil rigs, right? Much closer. Yeah. But the horizon's beyond the oil rigs, showing
it's way off. It's almost like I have to see that. You know, like I can't. Like, yeah, that's a great picture, and I've seen that picture plenty of times. But I've never seen that like that. But the argument, well, not the argument, but you know how the gas rigs, the oil rigs, are not completely showing, like they are. There is like curvature, and that could be the illusion that you've just explained, or it could be like the waves. Like, but
sorry to interrupt. I did post a picture of the Black Swan. You can see farther away, and the horizon is still horizontal. Let me get it again.
I think that's what we're looking at.
So I'm gonna post it again. This is from the video. Before you zoom in, you can see this. Oops, let's see. So the guy is zooming in to those two oil rigs are at that bottom of that red heart I did put there.
Now I have to ask: is that fucking real? Sorry for my French. That's
this is from the video of the Black Swan.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much
this is
evidence right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, if it checks out, like in terms of the video not being bogusly, if it checks out and it is real, everything about that video is real. Without it having the skepticalism of AI and all that, deep fakes, that's probably hand down the best evidence you've got. Because that's like, that basically answers all the shit that I was thinking. Like, there's definitely flat land. 138, 47 kilometers away.
Yeah, it's almost 30 miles, and you can see, in that one I did post it, you can see land, an island at right and at left too.
And even if he's on an elevation, like, what do you reckon? Like, maybe let's be conservative here and say 15 feet high.
This is 1 foot. Jedi, go on.
That's
you
more than 1 foot.
No,
that's more than 1 foot.
The height of the camera was 1 foot, but we have other ones. We have 8 foot, so 8 feet.
Yeah. That looks higher than 1 foot, because if you look at the ledge next to him and then you look at the water underneath that ledge, that's already like 5 feet, or 2 foot at least.
Which one are you talking about? You're talking about the Black Swan?
We're talking about that video, the one that he zooms in and then he zooms out. It's the Morton Island to Brisbane City.
Oh, okay. Yeah, not that one then. I don't know.
He's claiming it's 1 foot off the ground, but it's obviously not.
No, I'm talking about the Black Swan. The Black Swan.
Oh, okay. I'm just talking about the video here. The video here. I was just like, even with being conservative in terms of how high is, according to your the standard model, that doesn't add up as well. So.
Okay. Yeah. So.
But again, if we can go like put a deep fake AI generator something, come out the other side with saying, "Hey, look, this is fucking real," or I would spend a ticket to even go to the exact spot and do the exact same thing with this camera.
Well, I invite you if you have time. One day on July, is the driest month. There's a lake at South America, Lake Titicaca. And that lake in that specific month, it's the driest month, so less humidity in there. And in that lake, you can see farther away, like 70 miles away, almost.
Yeah.
There's people that have been done that 2012, I think, or 2011. They did put a telescope horizontally, a Newton's Celestron, I think, and they did put horizontally, and so yeah, they could see at that time they did see almost 70 miles away. They could see the bottom of that mountain farther away. It's the border to Bolivia. From Peru to Bolivia.
Interesting.
And just because I felt like it, I posted another black swan image. This one's got the bottom of 6 wind turbines in it. I've also posted the video that the still shot comes from as well. I think the observation height's about 3 foot. The distance to the horizon should be about 2.8 miles. The horizon is clearly beyond the wind turbines. The wind turbines are at known distances from the observer. The furthest one on the right-hand side is 11.2 miles away. So we can safely say the horizon is at least 11.3 miles away. But that is still much, much further than the curvature of the Earth at 1.225 times the square root of that observer's eye height in feet.
Yeah.
So there's loads of them. Every time we view the horizon, depending on the atmospheric conditions, it's going to move around. It's not geometric.
It's like you say there's like lots of them and shit, but why is it that I always see the same ones? Like I've seen the turbine ones, and I've seen the oil rig one. They're like the two famous ones, right?
Yeah.
The Morton Island one is
Big
actually
microwave.
pretty cool.
Any new theories?
But yeah. You know, I always come here and say this, but I really need to go out and observe myself at the beach, and find out where the structures are actually, how far they're out. I'm just thinking of what one's nearest to me. I'm in Gold Coast, so what's a good place? I reckon if that's Brisbane to Morton Island, then that's just down the road from me. Unless that's New York. It's Morton Island. Is Morton Island in New York?
I have no idea, dude.
Alright, well, I think I'm in luck. I just need to get a good camera.
Yeah, you do just need to get a good camera. And please go and make the observations yourself. Don't listen to anybody on the internet. Don't take that word and claim.
Even the diagram that you, I don't know, not you specifically, but this channel passes over with the dimensions of the Earth as it's been believed to be, as a global.
Yeah.
Do you have that? Because I've lost it, first of all. Or anyone here able to post that?
What one do you mean?
It shows you like the curvature and the angle, so you can find out how far, basically, by looking at it, how, you know, when it starts to curve. I think it's like 1.3 miles or something like that. But like it's got like measurements of an Earth, right, of the circle of the Earth, and what the consensus is of the measurements, so that you can point out and go, well, if this is the case, this should be.
Yeah.
I think he's talking about the Earth curve calculator, which is shows surface level and eye level parallel to each other.
Yeah, it could be classified as a calculator, but it's just the picture with a ruler next to it, basically.
I know the one you're talking about, but I don't think I've got it. I'll see if I can go and find it for you and drop it.
Yeah, I keep fucking. I think I've asked a few times.
Yeah. Sorry.
Just need to go and fact check that as well, just to make sure it's actually the consensus belief of the curvature, because I seem to be only getting that one.
Yeah. Well, if you Google like Earth curve calculator, like Wondex says, that's based on that premise. Based on 8 inches per mile squared or 7.98 inches per mile squared. And then the extra calculation on top of that would be where the horizon appears for an observer at altitude, which is 1.25 times the square root of that observer's height in feet. That base calculation is found in every Earth curve calculator. So just Google Earth curve calculator, dude. It will give you a distance to the horizon, you have the hidden height based on the height of your eye.
But the measurements are derived from the measurements are derived from a surface level parallel to eye level. Nothing to do with curvature.
Do you remember earlier when you said that they might have made the Earth a ball because that's how we view the world? That's what one deck's pointing out. So they've hijacked perspective, but ultimately it's all taken with reference to a horizontal plane because that's what we're looking across. So the 1.225 works on a horizontal plane, but that will be the limitation of your view with your own eyes. It doesn't bring into account, say, if you use a telescope or binoculars or anything, but this hijacking of perspective takes place within that Earth curve calculator. It's measured from a horizontal plane, the parallels between your eye line horizontal and the horizontal you're standing on, then the calculation to readjust the two horizontals.
And
I just posted a graphic with the calculations to tell you what one deck's talking about.
Yeah, it's a good one on that Jedi. It's not showing any curvature, is it, that demonstration?
Funnily enough, no, it's not. I noticed that Polynimbus has been muted. Should we try again or leave him where he is?
Oh, he was interrupting your convo with the other guy, so he was just muted at that time. We can unmute him.
Okay, Polynimbus, we'll go and unmute you, mate. Try not to interrupt conversations, though, please. There you go.
Oh, I didn't. You guys just like to talk over me and pretend that I'm talking over you. You know, the whole victim shit. Cancel culture.
Yeah.
Mike, wait again. I'm sorry.
Shut the fuck up, crybaby. You did interrupt the conversation, okay? You are a crybaby. You are just a crybaby. You are a crybaby. Crybaby.
Not American fool. I'll beat you up.
Mute him.
You don't even have American martial arts.
You are just a crybaby. You are just a crybaby.
Sorry, but we're American.
He might have got. He might have some glow proof to offer, possibly.
Oh.
Let's have a listen to that.
Okay, well, glow proof. Let's go for that. Not interested in your American martial arts. Whatever the fuck that is. So, Polynimbus, you've been requested to provide one deck with glow proof. Can you do so? If you don't want to speak, buddy, that's fine.
Bro, he's typing in chat instead of talking.
No. So, Polly, if indeed that is your name, you've been requested by one deck to provide glow proof. You okay?
No, that's actually the truth. I don't want to talk because I have a lot of brain damage now. I moved to Colorado and they fucked me up. But, you know,
all right. Do you want to leave?
This attack.
Okay.
It's only been 2 years.
Okay. Do you want to leave of your own volition if you don't want to be here? Or do you want me to remove you? And then you can claim victim status. I know you want to claim it.
What the fuck? I'm not interacting with you, dude. Fuck you.
All right, then fuck off then. Bye. What we've got a name for you in the UK. We call people like you pussies. You're a pussy, dude.
I think twat is more suitable.
I think what is the private school word for underling? Something to do with a bundle of sticks.
You're not making a lot of sense there, Polly.
Because British.
Again, still incoherent.
Microwave him again.
That's probably what you're yelling. You're probably typing it in a second computer.
Microwave him again. He's not making me look good, Mom.
Are you like 5 or something?
No, but I had $1 million company that was attacked brutally.
No one believes you.
Your parents are suspicious.
No one believes you.
My kid's not doing as good as that kid. The fucking Mexican's getting better grades. What the hell's wrong with the exchange program?
So you've got one chance to engage.
Dude, I don't want to talk to you. I'm just chilling in here.
No, you're not. You're going to fuck off.
Bro, just keep that fool muted, man. Why is he even talking?
Because we like to give people the opportunity to make themselves look fools. And then I got a reason to remove them from the channel when they act like a fucking idiot. Sorry, One Deck. He didn't have glow proof for you, dude.
What a surprise.
Well, he started off with something with microwave, then started downhill spiraling from there when he entered.
Yeah, it was just like the other guy earlier. He started off with a gravity, and then he started to threaten people, or hoping for people to die. Yeah, like that. They all go down in flames, man. By the way, guys, it's T minus 38 minutes for the SpaceX launch.
And what are we expecting to see?
I'll send you a link if you want. Like they're going to stream it. They're going to stream it live. I'll post the link. So we're expecting to see this big rocket take off and then land again, and then get caught by some chopsticks.
So what's the mission? Like, what, they're gonna just send the rocket up and then it goes back down, or what?
Yeah, as far as what their version of the story is, they're improving the booster. So the booster has to be able to take off, launch the rocket, and then land back down to the ground again. This is what they're supposedly working on.
Okay.
So like the payload will go into space, but like the booster comes back down to Earth, supposedly. I'll post a link of what I'm watching now. And if you really want to mess up, like no NASA person will ever answer this question, but if you're ever in a situation where there's all these NASA people sitting in front of you and you can ask them a question, you should ask them the question, guys, why are you spending all these billions and trillions of dollars on fuel and rockets and all these moving parts? Why don't you just launch balloons? Why don't you just launch balloons into the atmosphere? And then when you get high enough, then you can pop out into the space, like pop through the Van Allen belts. When you're right at the top of the atmosphere, you can just pop through. But using a balloon would be more energy efficient, wouldn't it? Right? If you say that, they won't want to answer that because that's what they are already doing. So then it kind of like fucks them up. So then they're going to say, oh no, it's not enough power. Oh no, it's not enough propulsion. Oh no. Stuff like that, which would be nonsense.
Maybe they don't want to admit balloons in space.
No, but I mean, there is no space. The point is they use balloons all the time to take them right to the top of the world and then to do stuff there, like photographs, whatever. But the point is they're using that right now. They've got a balloon program to do that. You don't need a rocket to get something really high. Right? A rocket is far more dangerous and more costly than a balloon. So why would you want to use rockets? Why wouldn't you just use balloons? And the thing is, they are using those balloons. They're just not going to admit it to you in the question as to why wouldn't it replace the rocket propulsion, you see? Because they want the whole Star Trek thing, right? Oh, we're going to go to other planets. And you can't really show a balloon doing that. That's not very exciting. You've got to show a big thrusty rocket going to other planets. That's more exciting. See?
I mean, I found it funny. It's been almost 20 years for SpaceX, and they haven't done much, to be honest. They haven't went anywhere beyond Earth's atmosphere. So 20 years almost.
According to their like press releases and their fans, they've done a lot of stuff. They've improved like rocket propulsion. They've improved like size
20
of
years, come on, man.
efficiency, and all this stuff, right? But in reality, they're not going anywhere, so they can't have done anything.
Yeah, they haven't gone anywhere. 20 years almost.
But theoretically, they could have improved. For example, they could have improved the propulsion ratio of like amount of force generated from the amount of fuel burned. Potentially, they improved on that a little bit. No problem. But it doesn't mean shit though, because it's not going anywhere.
Exactly.
You guys hear about this Discord being blocked in Russia?
Why is it?
Yeah, Russia and Turkey. So apparently,
Why?
yeah, it says Russia Telecom's regular banned Discord, citing failure of the app to prevent the use of messaging of terrorism and other extremists, recruiting citizens to commit crimes, sale of drugs, and posting of illegal information. So I was wondering where the fuck Russian Mike has been at. You know, like he's always in the channel, and suddenly he just disappeared. Like he must be pissed.
What about VPN, bro? What about VPN?
Yeah, I mean, in Mother Russia, you don't fuck around. I mean, the state tells you not to connect to Discord. You don't.
But you could though with a VPN, right?
Yeah, if he could figure. Do you think he could figure out how to use a VPN to start with? And besides, he has to follow the logic. In his logic, the government is so smart and so powerful that it explores space for the betterment of him. So when the government also says, hey, don't use Discord, homie, it's bad news, he has to accept that. Otherwise,
for example,
he'd have to say that they lied to him.
But for example, Russia Today was banned all across Europe, like in a bunch of different European countries, but people still access it just via a VPN.
Yeah, those are the people that we're looking for. We want the people, and right now, the people of Russia who are circumventing their government controls over information. You're who we're looking for. You're the person who would be able to understand the systems of authority and power have lied to you repeatedly, so often to the detriment of so many that they're not telling you the truth about outer space. They're not exploring space for the betterment of humanity. These are weapons. This is weaponized programs.
Weaponized propaganda.
They've got an inside track. Like you see all the same 7 countries that both space programs are exactly the same 7 countries who talk about nuclear weapons.
Of course, yeah.
1-for-1 correlation. There isn't a single nation that isn't a nuclear power that's also a spacefaring nation. It's a direct 1-for-1 correlation.
Yeah, and in their narrative, it's because these countries are so advanced that they can afford to spend money here in their narrative. But in the real narrative, it's just that these are the 7 pillars on which they've built all this crap propaganda.
Yeah, and the real narrative, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't say, hey, I'm a spacefaring race. I'm going to threaten to destroy all life in the known universe if they don't get their way. At least one of them. You think one of them would defect? You know, one of them would be like, hey, the way to peace is through prosperity or in space.
I have an announcement.
Uh-oh.
The world is flat.
It's got to be, right?
No, I'm joking. It's round. Rest my case.
Round like a coin or pizza?
Like a sphere.
Does that make sense? Think about that. Like, walk through that again.
It's round like a sphere.
So why would you use the term round? Why would you be ambiguous about it?
Because it's round.
Because it's fair.
What do you want me to say? It's round. Like a ball.
Do you have any
Is that better?
Do you have any measurements of the Earth being a globe, sir?
Yeah.
Go ahead, post some.
Right now, people actually.
Looking for a measurement, sir. Not a picture, not a calculation, but a measurement.
Where is he gonna get that from?
Round like a ball.
Well, if getting a measurement is so difficult, then why do you think it's a globe? Yeah, silence. Yeah, makes sense.
Because I said so.
Sounds like a ball in here.
Sphere. Oh, another thing.
Oh, more announcements or what?
Yeah. It's shaped like a ball.
Well, if
Why
that
do
was
you
the case,
believe
the
that?
dog would have chewed it up by now.
What makes you believe that?
A lot of reasons.
Such as?
You said lotteries?
He said a lot. He said a lot of reasons. Very specific.
Get a lot of reason. I was like, what the fuck does lotteries
There's
have to do
actually
with it?
only 2 reasons, bro. There's actually only 2 reasons he believes that. Only 2.
Let's see if he can identify them.
Yeah, let's see.
It's round like a ball.
Yeah, you were asked what makes you believe that.
My brain.
What about your brain?
I say.
No, I'm joking. Photographic evidence, horizons,
Photographic evidence.
All
right.
Time zones.
All right. Well, choose the best one. Choose your best one.
Fucking view of the
Right,
stars.
Well, pick one. Well, pick one, and we can discuss it. What's the best one?
I mean, what I'm asking you, I'm naming off a couple that I actually
Well,
think
none
are
of those
actually
things.
evidence.
None of those
So
things
it's
are
really
evidence that the
whatever.
Earth is spinning ball. But which one do you think is the best evidence?
I'm asking you.
Well, none of those to me are evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Well, I
But you
think they're
think
all
they are.
evidence.
Okay.
And they're
Well,
all
which one is
equally
the
as
strongest?
good.
Well,
They're
pick
all
one.
as-
Which one
they're
do you
all
like
equal.
the best? Which one do you know
They're
the
all
most
equal.
about? Okay. Which one do you know the most about?
Why does that matter? Pick one.
So this guy's an idiot, dude.
Photographic
Stars.
evidence.
How do
You got
stars tell you?
horizons,
Okay. Okay. Horizons. How does a horizon
time
tell you the Earth is
zones.
a
Like
ball?
when you're out on the ocean on a boat,
Okay, let's
you
go with
see
the
it disappear
horizon.
into the horizon.
Okay, so the horizon, right? So
Is
what
that what you
tells
want to talk about?
Well, is that what you? Well, you said horizon, so we're just picking
Yeah,
one. So how does the horizon tell you that
zones
the
and
Earth is a ball?
Well, when ships sail out to sea, they don't simply become smaller as they move away.
Do they not?
They
No,
don't?
but I mean,
What?
do they not appear to sink, like go down
On what? The
from
horizon.
the bottom up? Yeah, it happens because of the curvature of the Earth.
What curvature though? Because the horizon's just a flat line.
Yeah, to the human eye, because you're on the ground. You're on
Yeah.
it's
So
on
where's
water.
Yeah. So
You're
where's
not.
the curvature?
You're not up in the air. You're
Yeah.
on the
So
boat.
how do you know there's curvature there? If it's a flat line, that's flat, not curved.
Well, because it doesn't just get smaller. You think if you were to pull out, like binoculars or something like that, or like a very,
Yeah, you can see
zoomed in
both.
some type of, you know
Yeah,
what I
can
mean?
see
You
both
think you could
from
just zoom in?
You can see boats from miles away. Yeah.
Right. So why can you not see it through, binoculars or like a telescope after a certain amount of time after going in a straight line? Or somewhat
Well,
in a
you could-
straight line. You're
there's a
not always
limit.
going to go in a perfect straight line, but
Well, there's a limit to every optic, right? But they can't see forever through the air.
true, but it doesn't mean that, there's like a certain render distance where it just poof
Well, it means
disappears.
there's a certain amount. Well, there is a certain distance that your eye can resolve, and when you can no longer resolve it, then
Right,
don't
that's why I
see.
bring up a telescope or a binocular to help you see farther than what you can see.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
after
so you can
that,
see further. You can see
Right.
further than the eye with those optics, but even those optics have a limit, and eventually something will go beyond it.
that's what I'm saying. So let's
Yeah.
just stop at the binoculars or telescope, and just because that already helps you see 2, 3,
So
4
how far
times,
can we
whatever
see?
amount of time farther. Well, I'm
So-
not really sure if you want me to search that up, I really can. But it's a binocular, telescope, whatever. You already
Well,
know
this
that
is the
helps you see
point.
farther. So that's my whole point of bringing that up. So
Yeah. So that's
when
our
you're looking
point
through
as well.
binoculars or like a telescope
Yeah,
or something
that's
like
our-
that,
that's
it
our-
still
that's
does
our
the same
point.
thing. It sinks into the horizon.
But
It
that's
doesn't
our
just
point.
get smaller.
But that's our point, though, because when you look through the binoculars or the telescope across the surface, we can see things way further than we're supposed to be able to if the Earth is a ball of the size that they tell us it is. Like where they say there's a curve and things should be hidden by the curve, we see them. They're not hidden. So
Right,
that's
because
our
you're seeing because of the magnification of the telescope and or binocular or whatever you're using to
we're seeing the
look
object.
farther.
Yeah, and there's no curvature obstructing our view.
You can't see the what?
Yeah, the curvature that they claim exists on this ball at a specific rate based on the size of ball that they claim it is doesn't exist. It doesn't impede our view. It doesn't block things like it's supposed to.
Bro, this guy still doesn't get what you're saying.
Bro, you know what
I
a
know,
telescope is, right?
Pretty straightforward.
Saying.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ.
You know what a telescope is used for, right?
Yeah.
What's it used
That's what
for?
we're saying. That's what we're saying. You can see further through a telescope.
How much further?
And then when you go and check,
Let's specify on a telescope, since you want to talk about that.
Well, it depends
Since
on
you
the
focused
conditions
on that.
of the day. It depends on the conditions of the day, depending on how far you can see. Right? Because
Yes
all
and
these
no.
variables
That
come into play.
doesn't
No,
affect
it does. It changes how far you can see.
how far you can see, not how far the telescope
Yes,
zooms in.
no, it affects the telescope as well because you're looking through moisture, air.
Right, but the day
Smoke,
doesn't
pollen,
it doesn't
and
change how
gases
far
and
the
various other
horizon
shit
is
that's
from
floating about.
Yeah, dust, all kinds of things are affecting how far you can see. Your perspective.
Right, but you're in the middle of the ocean, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is, mostly sunny with no clouds and just water and nothing around you
I don't
but
think that's
water.
how the ocean works.
Well, I don't know
Well,
what ocean you're in,
I mean,
but,
Well, I mean, either way, it's like
fishing
it's the
60,
distance
80
that you
miles
can
out.
see across the surface. It's the distance that you can see across that surface of water, right? Because according to the globe model, there'll be a certain point, a certain distance away from you where you can no longer see beyond that curve of the ball, and that's your horizon, right? And that's a physical distance that they claim the curvature is at. But what we're saying is that when you go out and test this, it's not there. The horizon can be way further than the geometric limit of the claimed ball. So we can observe that the surface is not curved, so it's not a ball.
It's not curved because you have to understand that it's your human eye, one. Two, the size of your human body and where it's positioned on the Earth compared to the size of the Earth.
You're not getting it. You're not getting it.
See, if you were half the size of the Earth, then you would be able to see. It is your size.
It's a distance, though. I mean, for a 6-foot observer.
Right. If you change, buddy, if you were a giant like Jack and the Beanstalk, and you were half the size of the fucking Earth, yes, there would be you would be able to see the horizon.
Do you understand that for a 6-foot observer, the globe geometric horizon is said to be around 3.5 miles away?
Visually, by
any
like the
optic.
human eye.
By any optic.
He doesn't actually know what you just said, bro.
Curve of the surface.
No.
Bro, he doesn't understand what you just told him. He literally does.
I don't
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna ignore you. Keep going. Keep going.
Honestly, he's barely even a. He sounds like he's 17. He's barely even a man yet.
What does that have to do with anything about my knowledge?
Ironic coming from a Brit.
That sounds extremely ignorant. Anyway, to the other person that was, actually having a conversation with me, please continue.
I was saying we're talking about a geometric horizon on a globe, yeah? So the horizon has to be a specific distance away from us, depending on our observer height, and it's based on the size of the ball that's claimed to exist. So this is what's being tested. So you can go on Google, and you can just Google something like distance to horizon calculator, Earth curvature calculator, and you can see how far you should be able to see based on the geometric limit of the sphere. And now our point is that when, like we're saying, when you apply an optic, like a binocular or a telescope, we can see far in excess of this limit. We can see far in excess of the limit. There's the curvature that's supposed to be there isn't there.
The point is that it's still there.
The curvature. No, it's not, because where it's supposed to be at 3.5 miles, the horizon for curvature, we can see the horizon beyond 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, depending on the conditions of the day.
You do realize that it's. I mean, I'm not sure if there is, but to my knowledge, I don't think there's any way to really measure the size of the Earth. So
the horizon
10, 20, 30, even 100 miles. 100 miles is nothing, and that's not enough to see the curvature.
Yes, it is. The horizon is supposed to be at 3.5 miles. You understand?
Okay, can you post something that says that? And
I just said, just Google Earth curve calculator.
Well, I'm not going to Google it. I'm not going to Google your research. I'm not going to do your research.
It's your belief, apparently. This is your belief. If you don't want to confirm it, that's fine.
Well, it's not. It's not my belief. It's coming out of your mouth. I completely disagreed with that, and I told you.
Okay, so you don't believe in the globe. Fine.
No, I mean,
cool. Well, I don't believe in the globe either. I don't believe in the globe either, so that's fine.
That's not what I said. You can't just put a definition. You can't just put a definition to something and say that it's true. I mean, that certainly didn't come out of my mouth.
This is based
so you're saying that it came out of my mouth, and you're saying that that's what I'm saying.
You're saying you believe in the globe is a ball with a 3959 mile radius, according to NASA, etc.
Can you link something in the side chat instead of muting?
No, you can just Google. You can just Google the size of the Earth.
I'm not going to Google your research.
I'm driving. It's not my research. It's your belief.
It's not my belief.
3959 mile radius. Okay, so a ball with a radius of 3959 miles is not your belief, just to confirm.
I didn't say that. I'm saying you can go ahead and send the proof.
Well, you said you don't believe in the globe. You do believe in the globe.
Bro, this guy doesn't even know what radius means, dude, just so you know.
I'm sorry? Right. I don't understand why you're even saying that.
He's highlighting your general ignorance.
I don't know what...
Well observed.
Radius?
Yeah, you don't know what radius is.
I don't... Huh? The distance from the center of the circle? Radius?
He literally looked that up. He literally just looked that up just now. He literally looked that up just now, and now he's pretending he did know it. Look.
Yeah, he does look it up.
Okay. So I'm looking stuff up now. Okay.
Yeah, you're looking stuff up. Although not the things...
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but you did just assume that I was 17 years of age, and, a 17-year-old would typically be in high school, correct?
You're a definite spastic. Correct?
Somewhere out of there, out of high school. I'm pretty sure I would know what the definition of radius is. That's pretty fucking ignorant.
Too, but apparently not.
I mean, you just coming at me with insults.
Anyway, that's all right. That's all right, bro. It's okay, bro. It's okay.
Okay, and then I'm just getting server muted for half a second, and then unserver muted. That makes a whole lot of sense.
All right, bro. Let's keep it on track. The Earth globe model is clearly defined. If you don't agree with it, then you don't agree with the globe. If you do agree with the globe, fine. It's been debunked.
It's okay. So I'm just gonna do this.
Here, let me help you out here. So the idea here is not bring your own globe day, like you'll bring your own beverage. If you're going to come in here and say, "Hey, the Earth is round," it's assumed that you're defending the standard.
I'm just gonna put something inside chat real quick, because the last couple times that I've been here, not a single person that's claimed that the Earth is flat.
And it can't keep a straight line if he saved his life. Look, can't do it, man.
If you're going to post the same question and you've not got any answers, now the time has come. Why would you post again? They say that Einstein said the definition of insanity is repeating the same thing over and over again.
This is the exact same.
By the way, that's actually a very poor definition, by the way. Just quick little tangent. That's actually a very poor definition of insanity.
Yeah, but those guys really love Einstein, so I think it's kind of interesting.
I could care less about Einstein. Just wanted to make.
Yeah, I wouldn't define insanity that way, but I digress. Go ahead. Keep going.
Hold on, D&D. D&D, the phrase is you couldn't care less.
No, I could care less.
You couldn't care less, not could care less.
But no,
Well,
he
that's
could
what people
care
say,
less.
but if I want to say I could care less.
So many people.
Yeah, he's letting some honesty out. He actually does care, but there is amount he thinks he could care less.
Yeah.
So no need to be so arrogant, D&D.
So many people misuse that phrase. You're right. You're spot on. Olaf.
It's not misusing the phrase when I want to use it that way. I care, but I could care less. That makes complete sense if you ask me. Stop being
Okay, so you are saying you care. So you're saying you care. Okay,
Yeah, he's saying he
we can
cares.
hear you. We can hear
Yeah,
you
Right.
there.
Right.
Okay,
And with the words that I've just used, I could care less, meaning
So you
I have
care.
some
Got
care
it.
for it, but I
So you
could
don't
care less.
understand the
I don't
phrase that
understand
you're
why that's so
using, genius.
hard for
Yeah,
a
so we
grown
care a little
man
bit.
to
not hard.
understand what that means.
guys,
It's really
we're
not
moving
that
on,
hard.
Moving on. Let's get
I
back to
said
the
what I
globe.
said.
We'll get back to the globe. Yeah, we're trying to figure out how we can verify that there's curvature which can't be observed or measured anywhere, and why we see further than it should allow.
There you go. I just put
Exactly.
it
Anything
inside.
for that?
Exactly, D&D. And we know you care a little bit now. You've admitted you do care a little bit. So come on, tell us.
Right. Yeah, that's what I said, and that's is what came out of my mouth. Yes.
That's great. Are you going to answer the man's question or what?
I didn't hear. Sounds like he's
He
talking.
just asked you a question
Motorola.
literally 4 seconds ago.
And as I said, I could not hear him because it sounds muffled, and I don't know who was talking over him. So whoever asked the question, yes, if you could please go ahead and restate that.
Well, I was just saying we're going to get back to what we were discussing, which is the Earth's claimed curvature to be a ball and why we can see further than the claimed limits. All that stuff, right? We're looking for evidence that the Earth is actually a spinning ball. Where does the curvature on? Who's measured it? How? When? This kind of stuff.
I've said earlier that I'm
you
pretty
provide
sure.
any of that?
Okay, I'm just gonna
Are
pitch
you
it
able to?
because I'm.
Can you
I
provide
can't
any of that?
stand getting cut off. So, like I said earlier, me personally, I'm not sure, and I haven't really gone that far deep into it. But correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there is a way to
D&D, you can't mute people, bro.
measure the size of.
D&D, you can't mute people. You gotta unmute.
Did I say I muted him, or did I say I put him down?
No, you just don't do that, dude.
No, I'm allowed to put people down.
If
well, no,
you,
because it ends up getting like chaotic because people start talking and you can't hear them, and then folk are talking through each other. It just doesn't work. So try not to do that.
Well, I put him down because I just don't like getting cut off in the middle of this, and when I get cut off,
didn't cut him off.
Yeah.
You see, and it's literally exactly what I was about to say. As soon as I cut somebody off,
Yeah, D&D, you can't turn people down. You can turn them down like low to like 1% or 5%.
Right, I have him at 25. You don't know what I have him at.
Okay, no problem.
So you just wanted to make a grand announcement.
I was about to
turned
say.
him down.
Okay. So let me get back to it. Because you did try
As
to
soon as I
answer
cut
my
somebody off.
question.
Sorry,
Hold on. 'Cause you were trying to answer my question, but then APOC started talking. So you were saying
Well, I also got
you
server
don't think
muted.
anyone's measured it. You don't think someone's measured it, or you do think someone's measured it.
I said I don't think there is a way to, or haven't, people have measured the Earth. I just don't think there's a possible
to do
way. If I'm being honest, I really.
Right, you're telling me there's no way of measuring
the
the
Earth is
curvature of
fucking
Earth.
huge.
Okay,
You
so
can't disagree with
could we? So then, do you think it's reasonable to say if we can't measure it, then we don't have to believe it?
Yes and no.
Well, why no? If you can't measure it, why should we believe it?
Hold on, like if you can't, can you re-ask that question? Sorry.
So I'm saying you said
No, I
asked,
just
is
didn't-
it reasonable to say then if you can't measure it, then why should we believe it? And you said it is unreasonable and it's not unreasonable. And I said, how is it unreasonable to not believe something that you can't observe or measure?
Well, I'm going to give you 110% honest answer. It's just, to me, personally, in my opinion, it just makes sense. And I feel like a lot of people feel the same way.
But does it make
That's
sense?
just an honest opinion. I'm not really going into in detail with that. It's really just.
Well,
my
guys,
honest
remember.
opinion. It's.
Well, guys,
just
remember
makes
earlier
sense.
on I said. Remember earlier on I
One
asked
makes
him, what
sense
are the
and one
reasons
doesn't.
you believe in a globe? And I said that he has two. He's just revealed one of the two reasons that a lot of people also agree with it. Consensus. He's just revealed that. Look.
Yeah, it's like a consensus thing. Everyone else believes in it, so why shouldn't I, right?
That's one of the two reasons. Yep.
But that's not good basis for understanding if it's true.
Of course, it's a fallacy. Yeah, he doesn't care though. He doesn't care that he's fallacious. He doesn't mind believing in a fallacious way. He doesn't mind that.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to ask to see what his thoughts on it are. You understand that just because a lot of people believe it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. Or
Well, I'm not saying that I believe that the Earth is round, solely because other people do. But I'm saying it's part of the reason why I also think it's round. I'm not going straight off of the belief that other people. Oh, just because I know other people say it's round.
Okay.
If it's round too. It's just like
even though you just said that.
the proof that was given to me, and the proof as a bunch of people were taught growing up, the Earth is round. Blah blah blah. It's just it makes sense to me more than the people that say, "Hey, the Earth is flat because of this and that."
Right, but what if it only makes sense to you because that's pretty much the only thing you've ever been told?
No, I've been told that the Earth is flat many times. It's probably just as much as the Earth is round. It's that's just the way I want to live.
You were raised as a child. You were raised as a child with globe imagery and an education system that told you it was a globe. They weren't like, oh, it could also be flat. So no, you've not had like an equal education in it.
Well, at the same time,
So of course it'll make sense, quote unquote, because it's the only thing you're familiar with.
Well, it's not just what I'm told, and just in my opinion, in my way of thinking, I try to see. I'm not really sure what's the term of it, but when you have a fact or something that's been told to you, and you want to figure out whether it's true or not, you think in a way of, well, let me see what I can say to disprove this fact. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If I was told that the Earth is round, well, then let me think in my own way. How can the Earth be flat? And try and think. You see, I'm just trying to think in your way. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then me thinking in your way didn't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I think that the Earth is round.
Hold on. Well, that's what we're saying. You need to challenge the idea of a sphere. So you need to understand.
I did. That's the reason. I'm saying I've thought about the Earth being flat, and it didn't make sense to me.
You didn't. Well, you already observed the Earth to be flat. So to say that doesn't make sense, that's what doesn't make sense. You can't say observable reality doesn't make sense. It already looks flat. They're telling you that it only looks flat because it's such a big ball.
Hold on. Didn't he also say that he saw the curvature from a beach? Wasn't this the guy that also said that?
I don't know.
I think it was him earlier on. He said, I've seen the curvature with my own eyes from a beach, he said. Was it this guy or the previous guy?
Wrong guy. No.
Yeah, I think that was...
I wouldn't go that.
Not a bed or something like that.
I wouldn't say that.
Weren't you the one talking about the oil rigs and, you can see them and they curve?
No.
Wasn't you? Oh, brother.
No, this guy has obviously not looked into it that far.
No, I just don't know how.
If it's my mistake, I apologize. My bad.
No, I'm not saying any. I'm not mad at you.
So D&D, what doesn't make sense?
Well, what he said, I have no idea how fucking an oil rig would.
No, bro. What you were saying earlier, when you were doing your whole mumbled language, you said you started out with, if someone told me something was true, I would try to figure out if it was true. So I started to think, is it flat? So what doesn't make sense to you about it being flat, or what makes sense to you about it being a ball? Because right now you're just like tap dancing.
Well, like I said, when I try to think of ways of how the Earth can be flat, I go back to the evidence that was given or that I search up myself. I do my own research on both ends.
Yeah, you're just spinning your wheels.
I think I'd appreciate it if you just stop talking over me. I do my own research on whether it's round or flat, and I think it's round because when I do my research on that, and I try to disprove that the Earth is round myself, even though I think it's round.
Well, did you
It's
prove
just
it
like I go back. Well, I go back to like scientific evidence and stuff like that. Well, if I think that the Earth is flat, and then I find this piece of evidence, boom. Okay, so that's debunked. You know what I mean?
Bro, wait a minute, bro. Instead of disproving that it's a globe, how about proving it's a globe first? Do that.
Sorry, what?
Instead of disproving it's a globe, how about proving it's a globe first? Let's do that first.
Well, at the same time, it's just like I said. It just takes me back to. It takes me back to the fact that I don't think that the Earth can be measured round or flat.
Well,
in my opinion, and if it has, well, I'm saying, can it be measured?
No,
can it be measured if it was flat?
Wait. Hold on, and D&D. So, can you prove that it's a globe?
Well, can you? I mean, no, not really. Like
You
I said,
can't
I mean, it's
disprove
just
it's
go
a
back
globe.
to.
Hold on.
Well, that's a good
like
place
I
to
said, I
start.
just go back to.
Hold on a minute. Wait a
the
minute.
fact that
So you can't disprove it's a globe, and you can't prove it's a globe. Correct?
I can't prove that it's a globe, and I can't prove that it's a globe.
No. You can't because you said, "Oh, I tried to disprove that it's a globe," right? But you couldn't, right? You failed to disprove that it's a globe, right? But you also can't prove that it's a globe either, right?
Well, not in the way that you're asking me to prove that it's a globe.
Well, there's only one way, I think.
Because you're saying that you have to measure the radius of the globe and measure it. I had some other guy say put a large measuring tape over fucking over the Earth.
Sir, don't you understand? If you're measuring the radius of something, you're already assuming it's a globe, sir. You need to measure the curvature first to prove that it's a globe. So can you do that?
But in order for it to have curvature, it has to be round.
Can you prove that it's a globe? Yes or no?
Well, I mean, it's like me asking you if you can prove that it's flat.
Bro, come on, man. Tell me, can you prove that it's a globe or not?
Can I prove that it's a globe? Me personally, no.
Who can?
I'm not sure. They haven't they haven't came out yet.
So you can't prove that it's a globe, and you don't know who can.
I mean, I've linked a video as to why I think the way I think in the side chat. And I think everybody's in this place.
D&D, let me just summarize. D&D, let me just summarize. Let me just summarize.
Go ahead.
You think the Earth is a globe. You've thought about, what if it's not a globe? What if it's flat? You tried to disprove that it's a globe and you failed. You can't prove that it's a globe, and you don't know who can know who it's a globe either, right?
I mean, haven't seen anybody factually prove that it was flat.
But have you seen them do that for it being a globe?
I haven't seen them do it for it being flat either.
A reversal of burden of proof.
Yes,
bro.
I haven't seen anybody prove that it's round, but I haven't seen anything about flat either.
Wait a minute, but if you haven't seen anyone prove it's a globe, hold on. If you haven't seen anyone prove that it's a globe, why do you believe it's a globe?
You cut out that first.
If you've never seen anyone prove that it's a globe, why do you believe it's a globe?
Because it's my own belief, and based on the research that I've done and all the information that I've gathered, it's made me want to think that it's a globe. And then again, when I go back to saying, let me try and think of it. When I go back to say and think of it, well, let me try and believe that the Earth is flat. It just takes me back to all the evidence that I've seen of the Earth being round and saying, well, that can't be right because this and this.
But sir, we have a problem here.
The Earth being round, and so, you know what I'm saying? That's the way I'm thinking.
But D&D, there's a problem here, buddy. There's a problem here. You believe in something. Here's the problem. You're telling me you believe in something which you never seen anyone else prove. You can't prove yourself, but yet you believe in because of the research and findings you've done. Doesn't that sound a bit?
I think it's completely fine. No.
Really?
And you understand, though, D&D, you understand. But on top of that, D&D, you understand that part of the globe story is that they tell you directly experience a flat, motionless Earth, right?
I have not heard that. Again, I don't go with that. It's just what I've.
Hold on. They say it's too big to see the curve, so you just see the flat. and they say you can't detect its motion, its spin, its orbit around the sun. They tell you those things, right, in the globe model.
See, well, you're telling me this. This is the first time that I'm hearing this, but it does make sense that you wouldn't be able to feel it moving because, correct me if I'm wrong, it moves at like 2 miles an hour or something like that?
No, try 1,000 miles an hour at the equator in a rotation. 60-odd thousand miles an hour around the sun, so they claim. You're talking hundreds.
I'm not sure what I'm thinking too.
Wait, brother, and also don't forget Cyclone. Don't forget, those are only 2 vectors. The third vector is the wobble.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
that's what I'm saying. That you've got like.
So you're saying that the Earth spins at 1,000 miles per hour? Or are you saying that it orbits the sun at 1,000? What specifically?
No.
1,000
Yeah. The 1,000 is the axial rotation at the equator, roughly 1,000 miles an hour, and that's the slowest of its claimed motion.
So
right?
it spins.
You've got a tilt, you've got a wobble, you've got the going around the sun at 60-odd thousand miles an hour, chasing that sun at like 500,000 miles an hour. You've got millions of miles per hour of motions and things claimed to be going on, and you don't detect any of it. So anyway, we can get into that, but their story is not, hey, if you go to a specific place, you can see the curve or detect the motion. No, the globe story is we as people on Earth will never be able to see or observe the curve. We'll never be able to detect any motion, but the government institutions from a handful of governments, say they can go to a place where they can detect these things. So we just have to believe them. So when you're saying, well, I don't actually have the proof that it's a globe, but I don't have proof that it's flat either, like, it's not the same thing because we already directly experience it to not be a spinning ball and to be flat and motionless. So if we can't prove that it's anything other than what we experience, it doesn't make any logical sense to default to the thing we don't experience instead of the thing we do experience.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. In other words, D&D, you have to have a default position, right? And what we experience,
understandable.
non-moving Earth.
I'm shocked. I haven't heard about this 1,000 miles per hour thing. If I'm being honest, so I searched.
Well, you've never heard? Wait, D&D, you've never heard that the Earth moves in 3 different vectors? You never heard of that?
Well, listen. The really only thing that I learned in school, it's just, like the Earth spinning around the orbit. They never really said anything. I'm being honest here. I've never really heard anything about 1,000 miles per hour. I've never heard about these 3 vectors.
Yeah,
no, I could. If I'm being honest, I could care less about the Earth being flat or round.
Your honesty. Yeah, I appreciate your honesty, and this is the kind of thing we're talking about. They don't really go into detail on this stuff in school in a way that you remember, which is why you need to do the research, right?
Well, no, because
educate yourself on it.
No, I understand, which, I have, but at the same time, I'm not the type. I don't know if you are. I'm not saying that you are, but I'm not the type to sit here and go spend hours and hours about. No, I mean, not even that. I mean, if I just want.
Yeah, the elevator doesn't go all the way to the top for you,
I guess I'm gonna do that. But I'm not gonna sit here for like hours and then go super deep into it and learn about it because I'm really not interested in it at all.
That's fair.
I could care less.
If you want to know the truth about something, that's what you have to do, and we do care about the truth about.
Well, I understand that. Yeah. Well, yeah, I understand that, but I stopped at a certain point because I could. And I'm going to say it quote unquote correctly this time. I couldn't care less. I'm going to use it correctly this time.
We're making it easy for you because we're getting you to the highlight points. We're explaining to you the easy things to understand about it. So we're giving you a shortcut to understanding this. Whether or not you want to go and research in your own time, that's up to you. But
completely understandable.
No, but Cyclone, he's listening to what he's telling you. He's telling you he doesn't care. He just literally doesn't care where he lives.
Yeah, he can say that, but he does care. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. I mean, they all.
Well, I couldn't and could care. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, this is a defense mechanism.
I don't know if you could tell, but I initially came here just to troll. I literally just said that the Earth
we hear that all the time. Exactly.
So. Yeah.
Most people do. A lot of people do. That's fine because a lot.
And I also like arguing, so I could. Yeah. Again, I could.
A lot of people come in just thinking this is ridiculous. I've never heard something so stupid. But when you actually think about it and listen, you understand that we're not crazy people. We've got valid points. They're making you think.
Right. But I'm not. See, I'm not gonna say valid because when you say valid.
Well, yeah.
To me, it sounds like you're saying that it's like a true thing.
Well,
and I don't think it's true no matter what. You know what I'm saying?
True. No, I'm saying whether or not you agree it's true. If the Earth's surface has no curvature, it is not a ball. It's not a ball. That's valid, right? So that's our argument.
That's completely fine.
Yeah.
In other words, if you can't measure the curvature of the surface you're standing on, then you shouldn't assume it's curving.
Let me see. Okay. You want me to really be honest? Let me see.
In other words, D&D, you shouldn't believe
I get in trouble
calculations
for that.
necessarily. You should wait for the measurement because that gives you a direct perspective of what's going on, as opposed to what could be going on.
I just try and keep it on the basic level. I'm not gonna go into all this fucking 3 vector. I still don't know what the fuck that is, and I don't care. But
it basically means that a vector is just a let's say a mode of movement. So like the Earth, hold on, didn't they tell you in school that the Earth orbits the Sun in 365 days? Didn't they tell you that?
No. Yes, that's an obvious. Yeah.
Right. Well, that movement, that traveling time, that's 60,000 miles or kilometers, whichever it is, an hour. That because it needs to go all the way around the sun, and it's moving at that speed. So in 365 days, it returns back to where it was. That's what they're telling you. That's what you believe right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's one vector of movement. The Earth is also spinning on its axis, like a ball on its axis. That's a second vector. You see, it's another way of movement, another mode of movement.
I guess I was thinking about a different type of fucking vector then, because that's not what I was thinking. But if you're
that's what I mean when I say three vectors.
Right. Well, when you put it that way and you explain it, I know where you're getting at with the 3.
Well, that's what I taught you in school, and that's what you believed, and that's what you came in this room believing, thinking all these flat earthers are really crazy and dumb. That's what you thought.
At the same time, let me just plant it, and I'm gonna use the word right since I was bashed on for using it wrong. I'm gonna do it this time. I couldn't care less. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go back to that old chestnut.
Just because I mean,
D&D. Just because your friends will tell you you're on a ball at the end of the day. Yay, peer pressure.
2, I'm not gonna go to school and really believe or care what the fuck they're telling me about the fucking Earth.
Hey,
we are on a ball.
Plus I didn't really
we are on a ball.
Transformer alert.
I didn't pay attention to that.
Did I hear
Straight alert?
Interest me.
D&D, did I hear you say photographic evidence was something that made you sway towards the ball?
Yeah, but the way I brought up that topic, I heard you get in trouble for that, but that's just my way of doing research.
Well, D&D, and you also said that you came across your own research. Come on, you said you use your own brain, right? And you research stuff, even though you know that people.
My research is going to Google and asking why is the Earth round?
No, wait a minute.
Why is the Earth flat? That's literally why.
All right. So can you give us? So what made you? Let me ask you a question. What one piece of evidence that you found convinced you that it's a ball? What was it?
Actually, you know what? I'm not picking up my phone. I'm just opening a new tab.
Did they cancel the launch?
No. It's 13 minutes.
Okay.
T minus 13 minutes.
They're talking about it, kicking it till tomorrow.
Okay. You
no. Here it is. No. I'll post you the link. Boys.
What was your question?
Look inside chat. Apparently, 13 minutes till launch, boys. This is going to be riveting footage.
Dude, back in the day, I used to pray that they would scrub them because we would get paid extra for having to go back. Good times.
They used to refund tickets if you bought tickets to watch, but they started scrubbing so often, and they got so behind that they're like, yeah, well, no refunds.
Yeah, dude, I used to get paid $350 a day, right? So like, if it got scrubbed 4 times, like that was like, yeah, dude, I made good money way back then. And just because the win was too high, we loved it. We'd have to go back though the next day.
Or is the D&D guy still here? Yeah, D&D. So post, bro. Can you post something that convinced you that we live in a globe? Like what really? What was the straw that broke the camel's back for you on that one?
I think he said he started with that epistemology. That was his default position.
I started with what?
No. He said he did a bunch of research. He said because he knows that.
No, again, like I said,
proven that it's a bull. He hasn't proven that it's a bull, but he has done some research. He said
my research is literally searching up why is the Earth flat and why is the Earth round, and then I just continue clicking and clicking and clicking the little people ask why tabs with a question and then the answer to it, and then I just keep on going and going and going until okay, that's a point for round, really? That's a point for flat.
And when did you do that?
Fucking, I don't know. I just remember doing it.
Like when? How long ago was that?
Year or two during COVID, probably when I was a bored fuck. Let me see.
Okay.
And if I'm being honest right now, I'm on ChatGPT asking, is the Earth round? Is the Earth flat? What measurements prove that the Earth is round?
Steady on, Dindy. Wait. So 1 or 2 years ago, during COVID, you found out, you did this research. But
3
what
years
about
ago, I guess.
COVID? What about 2020 and earlier, before that in your life? You never thought about it?
No, I could give a fuck less if the Earth was round or flat, to be honest.
You know what? But you didn't know. So 5 years ago, if someone asked you, or D&D, is the Earth round or is it something else? What would you have said 5 years ago?
I would have said that it was round, even if I didn't have any fucking research. I would just say that the Earth is round, really.
Right. So 5 years ago, you thought it was a ball. Then in COVID, you redid the research and still thought that and you still think it's a ball. Yeah.
Well, no, I questioned myself. Well, sometimes
is that not a summary of what you just said? No.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying I redid the research because it was my first time really getting into doing the research.
I never said redid. I said you did the research before that. You never did
it sounded like you said redid. Well, then yeah, I did research my first time.
Right, but
getting
before
into
you did the research,
curious.
You still thought it was a bull. Hold on.
Right.
But before you did the research, you still thought it was a bull, right?
Yes, solely due to pictures. And I didn't care because it's not like people or kids my age could really disprove me wrong because I haven't really met any flat earthers back then.
And how old are you, D&D? How old are you?
I want to keep that private.
Are you less than 18 years of age?
No.
Yeah, don't dox him. Just move on.
No, it's not really doxing. I just don't want to.
No, you don't have to reveal
give a
any
reason.
personal information at all.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem giving out my age.
I know, but
we can match your attention span up and ballpark it. So
I mean that's yeah. That's fine.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I won't ask him again. But isn't it important that whether he's less than 18 or not?
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't consider that doxing either. I don't really care if you ask me. I don't understand how.
No, I won't ask you again. I'm being honest. That's fine. But I'm just saying.
We just have a hold on, Grizzly. We just have a rule here: no personal information at all.
That's fine.
That way, we don't ever go into it. I don't know why. Okay. No, my bad. Okay, I didn't know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't know. But I thought it.
Well, can I answer that?
Because guess what, D&D, we couldn't care less.
That's fine, fair enough.
Well, people say that, and then that's the reason why I don't really want to give out my age because I don't want to say, well, I don't want to go.
We understand that you're naive. We understand that you've made that clear.
I don't want to hear, oh, well, you're this age, so you wouldn't know this, and I don't even want to go there.
No, it's your attitude.
Well, that's just me. It's just how
if you're a 90-year-old man, I would be shocked.
1 second, bro. The only reason I asked you that in the first place is because it relates to the storyline you're giving me about, 1 or 2 years ago I did the research. Well, if 1 or 2 years ago you were 12, then fair enough. But if 1 or 2 years ago you were 25, it's going to be a bit different, isn't it?
Right.
So that's why I asked.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. Okay? If you don't want to answer, you don't want to answer. That's fine. Well, you did the research. Can you post some of this research you did in order to make you think it's a bull?
Well, I don't remember the research. All I know was that I did the research. I'm not sure what specific questions and stuff and what specific answers that I got, but I know that whatever it gave me, lead it up to me believing what I believe now. You know what I mean? And I just kind of stuck with it, and I don't really argue with people. I haven't argued with anybody, or I'm not going to say argue, but debated or whatever with anybody.
You've never, bro. Just say the truth. You've never even questioned it before. Come on, man.
No, I've questioned it. I definitely questioned. I was like, well, what if the Earth is flat? I definitely thought that way. I try and look at it from both sides because it's.
Was that also 1 or 2 years ago when you started thinking it was flat or about because earlier on you seemed to think it's a ball all the way through.
Oh.
It's by the way, it's fine. Just pick a storyline here because 1 minute you're saying to me, 1 or 2 years ago you did the research. So is the roughly the time period that you've been questioning whether it's flat as well, or happened to match the same chronology on this?
I wouldn't say questioning, but it's quite literally. It just randomly came to mind. I was like, you know what? Let me just do random. I could have been watching a YouTube video. Like I don't fucking know, and it just made me want to do the research. It's not questioning, but it just made me want to go into it for myself.
But the bottom line is,
the video that I was looking at really didn't make any sense or something like that. So I just wanted to, I don't know.
But the strange thing is, you went. That's fine. You thought it was a globe. Everyone in here at one point thought it was a globe. Everyone, because we all thought it was a globe at one point. But then eventually, you're telling me you did the research. Your words. You said to me, "I did the research. I looked. I forgot where I looked. I ain't got the links anymore. I forgot it." But you told me you did the research, and it's funny how you did the research, but you're still telling us it's a globe, and you can't even give us basic answers to basic questions because you don't even know your own model very well about the vectors, for example. You don't really know your own model very well at all.
Mm-mm.
Well, the thing, Grizzly, is that no one's addressing what
it's not something that I was interested in, or
so no one's addressing. Hey, bro, do you have me muted? Did you turn me down, or are you just talking over me? Is that what happened? This is why we said don't turn people down.
What's with the attitude?
You get it now? Because I was talking, you just barreled through me. Did you hear me talking?
You don't have to.
Okay, well, announcing that you're turning people down is a grand display of attitude as well.
It's not really attitude. It's just me saying that I'm turning you down.
Yeah. So don't turn people down because then exactly what.
Down, but go ahead and continue. Go ahead.
Attitude.
What were you gonna say?
So you just barreled through people. Got it. Okay. So the point I wanted to make before he just interrupted, the main thing here is that no one's addressing what he called his research, and then this is why he said it didn't make sense to me. He didn't understand it. But this is why he has his position as a Glober, because if you remember or recalled or were paying attention, he posted the hit piece on Jaren. This is what he is using. That's what he posted like 5 times in the side chat. And then he said, this doesn't make sense. Yeah, he did. It kept getting deleted. It was getting deleted.
What doesn't make sense?
Yeah, can we I wanted to point out, he's a victim. D&D is a victim of the puppet master's control of the information. He's trying to go out and find some stuff out, but he's going surface level. He's getting all establishment sources, and they're feeding him the indoctrination. He may not be exposed to some people who have access to the truth, who could tell somebody where to go to find the real deal stuff, the alternative explanations, for instance, for Ares' failure or the Michelson-Morley experiment, because when you look those up, they're going to give you this establishment narrative. Oh, they prove either. Oh, they disprove either. So he's just going surface level. It's almost like he's the victim.
I quite literally said that I wasn't going to go any farther than surface level because it's not something that I'm interested in.
This is why I wanted to address. This is why I want to address it, at least not only for you but also for the audience, because when you posted that, video, and you're like, "This is the evidence. This is what's not making sense. This is why you thought it was a ball." Like, if you at least understood like what happened in that video, in that mockumentary at this point, because if you knew the full story, the facts, like how the producers like set that up to where it became like a hit piece. If you knew that, though, like if you knew the emails that went back and forth, lawyers were involved, like if you knew all the details, maybe you would say, oh, so you're telling me that they did get the light at one point, but then another point they didn't, and that's when he's like, oh, interesting. Because he was like, wait, why aren't we getting it now? Because he had already, that was also recorded, by the way, but that's not what they put in the documentary, quote unquote. They didn't show you that part because they purposely were trying to say, "Oh, a flat earther proves it's a globe," and they ran with it. And then look at it, how's you coming in here using that very said evidence as evidence, and it's ridiculous because you don't know the full story. I just wanted to point that out.
So why didn't you say anything about me posting the video earlier? If that's so.
Well, you were talking to Grizzly and others about other things, and then I just wanted to bring it back.
You still could.
Wait, can I just say? Can I say D&D? We've talked to you about like various different models and all this stuff for like about an hour or more or something, right? And you've not shown very good knowledge about your own model, supposedly, which you've researched, quote unquote, 1 or 2 years ago. So
around that point.
So it's kind of strange. You did the research 1 to 2 years ago, and yet you don't know, your own model very much. None of the figures, none of the like so-called concepts which relate to this subject at all. That's kind of a
Well, again, like I said, so me and you might have two different meanings of surface level, but I stay surface level. Again,
so when you said you did the research, When you said you did the research, that was surface level. So that basically means you just skim read diagonally across a few pages.
Well, no, I stay surface level. How can I say it? Knowledge wise. So my knowledge to all this is surface level. When I did the research, it could have been deeper than that. You know what I mean? But I don't care to intake that. You know what I mean?
Hold on. So was it or was it not deeper than surface level? Your research.
I don't remember.
You don't remember if it was more. You don't remember if it was deeper than
it was
level.
Probably it was no. It could.
Wow.
No, it was definitely a little deeper than.
Wait. So not only do you not remember what you researched. Wait. You don't even remember what you researched, but it's worse. You don't even remember how deep the research was. Was it surface level or deeper? You don't even remember that. That distinction.
No, let's say I did search and it was deeper than surface level. Let's just say that.
Jeez Louise. So, what I gotta tell you.
Wrong wording, I guess. I'm just I don't know.
Is that even possible?
Again, I already said, my research
I'm just wondering. Wait, guys. Let me just ask you a question. Is it possible to forget how deep your research was into something 1 or 2 years ago? Is that even possible to forget something like that? Oh shit! Did I do the deep research or did I do the surface level?
I might be fucking retarded.
Wait a minute. Wait, how deep did I go?
Retarded.
Oh, how many hours did I spend? Oh, I can't remember.
No, yes, quite. I guess I'm just a very forgetful person. I don't know.
Dude, no joke. That is one of the most retarded things I've ever heard anyone ever say on this.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to say anything different. That's just
D&D, bro. Yeah, you're not retarded. I get it. It's hard to, but you're sort of. Sounds like some sort of defense mechanism towards.
No, not at all. I just don't.
Okay, well, yeah.
And on top of that, again, it's like you forget things easily when you don't care about it. Again,
so you don't care about it, but you decided to show up 2 years later to troll?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, now you just shattered my wine glass. You ruined my breakfast.
Well, I mean, I came in here. I did say about 5 minutes ago.
Listen, it's not, you sort of admitted that. You sort of admitted that your research was you getting wrapped up and tangled up in little damage control videos to keep people.
No, not even the video. Honestly, I just brought up that video.
No, my lord, dude, so what are you, a contrarian? The book, whatever it was, you were skimming.
Again, it all started with one tab
Did you ever think that maybe this whole ball ideology is preying on people's short attention spans and naivety?
No.
Did you ever think that that's how it works? But how would you know? Because all you've done is skim the subject. Okay, so maybe they're preying on people's inability to deeply delve into this.
They're preying. I guess that's how it is. If I'm being honest.
Yeah. So wouldn't that raise a red flag? Huh? They have all this sheep pinned in with nothing.
But bro, remember what he's telling us.
It would raise a red flag.
Remember, bro. Remember, he doesn't even remember how deep his research was.
I'm telling you, I'm not trolling now. I'm not trolling right now.
You admitted that seems as if that's how the system works. They have a bunch of people who refuse to look into it, so they can feed them whatever they want.
If that's how it is, I don't have anything to
Well,
argue.
that would be the red flag.
Well, to me, I don't care. If they somehow come out with the news and say,
"Time out, bro," you just admitted that seems to be the way that they have you all wrapped up in it.
I guess I don't.
Okay,
just because I don't have a way
red
to.
Flag. Now you're waving by you saying "I guess." That's a red flag that you're waving. So look up at it.
I mean, again, it all started with, is the Earth round on one tab and is the Earth flat on the other tab? And I kept on going down.
Yeah, well, why not go out into reality? Because they say Earth is ball. That's what they show on TV. Go see if that translate to reality. They show you blue marble, but the nature of water suggests that blue ball is impossible. Water lays flat at its surface. That's an impossibility if we're on a ball. So yeah, get out of your tabs.
That's where I go
get
deeper.
Out of your tabs and check it out in reality.
No, I understand that, but that's where we go deeper. Is like, the Earth is.
That's the beginning. That's not even deep at all.
That's our human
bodies. Just on the right path. Because they have you in the wash right now.
Well, check out the side chat. It's a quick little frame from the live transmission they're doing of this fucking launch. Live from.
Why don't you look at that? The Earth is round. I'm trolling. I'm really not, but I'm trolling.
Yeah, like the concept to troll something, you have to know what it is. You're not even over the target yet, dude.
Sorry, can you dumb that down?
Yeah, how are you gonna troll something if you can't? You don't even know what you're talking about yet. If you want,
I'm sorry, but you're all wrong.
Well, I'm not trolling something. I'm trolling you, really. That's a rectangle. What the fuck are you talking about?
How are you trolling? You don't even know what you're talking about.
Exactly. You've just admitted it, sir. You've done superficial stuff. D&D, you just admitted all you've got is surface level information. You're just going along with the crowd.
I've been admitting that. Yes, I've said that about 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
Great. So how can someone with ignorance come in and like, what nerve do you have?
You might be more knowledgeable than me about the Earth being fucking round. I came in here to troll originally, and then I really got into it. After like 2-3 minutes of being in here. So.
Yeah, homie, you're not even over the target yet. Your trolls aren't landing. You're off in the back 10.
I say landed successfully.
But wouldn't it make sense? Hold on, but for example, right? Imagine you want to troll. Okay, cool. So you want to troll some flat earthers. Wouldn't it make sense to go away and get some good material to get them with, right? Get some really good, because it's obviously the world's a ball, right? I mean, these guys are crazy, right?
Well, here's the thing.
And then all you have to do, is like find some material, like a really nice stick, to flog them with some, so-called evidence, so-called something to make them look real dumb. And then you can just bring it in here and just bowl them all down. You can bowl them all over with this bowling ball you're going to find.
No, I did. And the thing, and if I'm being honest, I forgot what his name was. It happened about a month or two ago. It was maybe 10, 15 people in here. 10, maybe.
No, but what's that bowling ball? Go on.
No, and you know what I did? Again, I could care less if the Earth is flat, round, whatever. So what I did was I went on ChatGPT and I asked it. Anything he was asking me, I would search up, why would that be true and why would it be false? And then I would just go down and challenge him with the questions and answers that ChatGPT was giving me. And I don't know where we got off to, but we got to a point where we were talking about putting a measuring tape over a basketball or something like that, and I'm not sure what I said or what he said, but it got to the point where I actually did somehow corner him. Maybe he wasn't as good as you as defending, his point, but I cornered him, and he actually, he proved my point. About
I don't think you could corner anybody with your level of knowledge, D&D. You couldn't corner.
No, it's not my level of knowledge. I was using ChatGPT. I was just searching up the questions and answers, and then I would just come back with the answer that ChatGPT gave me, and then give him that.
D&D,
it's not my knowledge. The
bottom line is, if you're gonna, the bottom line here is that if you want to troll somebody, at least get get onto a superior level before you troll them. In other words, have something in your hand. Don't just be holding it. Don't just stand there holding your dick. At least have some evidence
ways of trolling
or whatever.
No, what you're doing is coping.
I say I was successful just because I pissed you off, or pissed some people off in here. So I mean, that's just my way of trolling.
Hold on, but why would you want to troll some flat earthers in the first place? What? Because they're like crazy, right?
I don't know. It's 5:30 in the morning.
No, but why would it be funny? Hold on, but why is it funny? Because they're crazy, right?
No, it's just,
for example, you're not going to go and troll some. For example, you're not going to go and troll some, I don't know, some Texans or some, I don't know, Californians or whatever, any other group of people you could think of. You're not going to. Why aren't you trolling them?
Well, what does that mean? What do you mean? Texans
Why are you deciding to choose? Why are you choosing to troll flat earthers? Because why? Why is that the group you choose to troll? Why?
Yeah, especially when the topic doesn't matter to you.
Because it's a stupid, in my opinion, it's a stupid thing to argue about. Even if I believe whether the Earth is round or flat, it's a stupid thing to argue about.
So therefore, if it's so stupid, then that bowling ball you're going to use to bowl them all over with will be easy to get and find.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that because there's the amount of research.
Think about how bad you trolled yourself. You think you started off the conversation, it's stupid, therefore join the channel to discuss something stupid using ChatGPT.
Well, no, the thing is
your own brain.
No,
you have
the thing is
type it in and you'll increase your carbon footprint and all kinds. You have no idea how much environmental waste.
I guess again, me
AI,
and you or anybody in here, I guess we have two different definitions of trolling because my goal was to come in here and just act stupid, which I did. The first 2-3 minutes was I not saying things like, "Well, the Earth is round" because I said so, because it's a sphere, because it's a ball. That's me trolling.
That's
your goal.
That's my definition of
The funny thing is, though, if your goal was to act stupid, how is it that 15 minutes into your call you said, "Well, maybe I'm retarded"?
Because it got to the point where I don't know. Somebody asked me. I couldn't.
It's like you transitioned. You're like a method actor. You became the retardation.
I mean,
you acknowledged.
I said that I was retarded. I guess I'm retarded.
And then we pulled you back from the ledge. We said, no, dude, you're not retarded. You're not retarded. And then you're like, so no, I came here and I was acting retarded. And then I had a realization that maybe I am retarded. That's weird. Yeah, you did.
Not in general. I just said I guess I'm retarded because I couldn't remember what I researched 2-3 years ago. That's why I said.
You couldn't even remember the depths of your research.
You took the piss all yourself, dude.
No, not really.
Yeah, like really.
Yeah, really.
No.
For real.
These people's favorite thing to do is actively deny reality. Like WTF? What the?
What?
Yes, he's employing some sort of defense mechanism. Once he found out,
I came in here just to piss people off. That's why I'm saying
I
came in here saying the Earth is round because I said so. And you guys sounded like you guys were getting on the edge.
Pity the fool.
I mean, it did. It sounded like it did, and it satisfied me. And you guys were raising your voice a little bit. I got server muted a couple times.
You turned people down. That's what happened.
I really didn't. It's just
you did.
I didn't.
You trolled yourself. Like so.
Now you're lying.
Is there a way to check that through the audit logs?
So you expected people would raise their voice, and to hard counter that, you turned them down. So you trolled yourself.
I said I turned you down, but I didn't turn you. Who did I turn down?
Definitely turned me down.
Somebody, I think it was Inversion. I think it was Inversion talking over me. I just said I turned him down to see if he would shut up.
It's a constant self-trolling that you're in right now.
I mean, again, me and you have two different definitions of trolling then, because I feel satisfied. I satisfied myself with the way that, the reaction that I got out of you guys. For saying
You're satisfied, bro. You sound real satisfied.
We just thought
that's why I'm so surface level.
He wants to be honest now. He started off trolling. Now he wants to be honest. Let's start over.
Well, I mean, I know I might as well be honest before I leave, right? Or should I just leave leave you guys thinking,
We're not going to keep thinking about you. Do you want
The bottom line is
Yeah, you want the first
I don't know, because I'm pretty sure during that little argument, you guys were thinking about some guy.
Yeah, I'm
You
pretty
guys thought it was me,
gonna
something about an
actively
oil
ignore
field.
everything.
That wasn't me.
relax, bro.
I mean, so you guys do remember people, so.
Yeah, it's you guys come in here.
So you
all
want to start over?
It's like a
Yes, I am you guys. The people that you refer to as you guys, I am you guys. I don't come in here. I'm mainly in the politics.
All right, that's enough. This is just a child with child thoughts, so that's enough of this. He knows nothing.
telling you, man,
He's
this
just
guy's a
here
youngin', man. This is a youngin'.
He doesn't
Right,
want to start over.
I said
Doesn't wanna
surface
be-
level.
Doesn't want to be honest. He's just a troll.
I am being honest. I've been being honest for the past 5-10 minutes. I know nothing.
Okay, so you guys,
I still believe that the Earth is round.
Let's just start over then. Let's just start over. Are you
There is no
coming to
starting.
learn?
It didn't matter.
No, that I didn't come to learn. I already told you I came to troll.
Trolling youngin'.
Well, I just got here. I just recognize dishonesty when I see it. Are you here to ask?
I haven't been
questions, or are you
dishonest
still
the whole
trolling?
entire time.
Still trolling? So we're still trolling then.
No, I said I've been being honest for a couple minutes now.
Okay, so would you like to start over? Maybe you have some questions. Maybe you have some evidence to present.
No, because I've said again. You just got here, so I'm gonna say it again.
No, I've been here for a while. I just got to Discord, so I've been listening for a while. So yes.
Okay. Well, the thing that I was saying is I couldn't care less about the Earth being flat or round, but I'm still gonna believe it's round because I want to believe it's
So
round.
you decided to
So I'm not
troll the
really gonna care
subject
about
that you
asking
don't care
questions. I
about.
just
You're
came
here
here
for
to troll.
nothing then. So you're just here for nothing then.
Quite literally, yes. My whole goal in here is
Okay,
to come and troll.
Just listen then. So just listen then.
That's me trolling.
All right, so just listen then.
Just sounds like you guys are taking it serious. So I mean,
No, I just got here. I just identified dishonesty. So are you going to listen? Or are you going to talk? Keep talking. Learn
what's
something.
dishonest about what I said? I don't care about learning. So.
Yeah, exactly. You could care less. So why are you here?
I just said I came in here to just piss people off.
Yeah, that was
mess around. I said the Earth is- Okay, so then why are you asking me again? What are you talking
What's
about?
the new goal?
I was here. I heard. I'm talking
There's
about
no
right
new
now.
goal. I'm just talking to you guys. You're asking me questions. I'm answering.
Cool, lovely.
I answered. I mean, you asked me the same question twice. I answered.
Yeah, I said cool,
I
lovely.
came in here.
You just finally answered. Okay, cool, lovely.
Okay. So how was you guys there?
It just started. So you successfully highlighted how they have all you simpletons corralled. Well done.
I don't know what that means, but yeah.
Well, they do sell dictionaries. You are highlighting how it is they have everyone wrapped up in this outer space ball fantasy.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe take a look at that. You're not the only one who's proud to be a 21st century simpleton just to hold on to this myth.
Again, I don't care if the Earth is. Listen. If they came out 5-10 years from now,
who's
the government or whatever, government, big people, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It comes up on the news. Oh, the Earth is flat, and it's
Well,
this
how
and that.
about we are
I
the
still
they?
wouldn't care because
How
it
about
wouldn't
we
really
are
change
the
the way I
they?
live. So
YOLO.
I mean, you obviously care. You're here to troll. Not troll, just
yes,
you're just
exactly.
here. You're just here.
So I don't care.
You care. Because you're here. So you obviously care.
Guys, the reason he says he's like this is because this is a young'un, a really young, immature doofus, basically. That's why he sounds this stupid.
Yeah, I guess you could say
That's
that.
what's going on here. This is talking to a high schooler, for fuck's sake, probably.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Would you expect him to say, nothing? He's too young, mate. Where's the skateboard?
Nah, I don't think that's a thing.
Yeah, he interrupted you because he knew what you were going to say already.
I didn't interrupt him. He said I'm too young, even if I was 15, 16, 17, 18, whatever. I don't think being too young is.
The point is, he didn't
has to do
complete
with anything about knowledge.
It's your naive little attitude.
I feel like that just goes for anything.
That's all I have to say. This is the reason why he sounds so mature and so naive and so ignorant, because of his age. At that age, then you're talking about
again,
stuff. You just want to ride your skateboard, neat like
that's your assumption. That's what you think. Again, I could just be in here acting ignorant and stupid.
Oh, here we go. Hey, Cyclone, you want?
I'm also being ignorant.
He seems to be simmering down. If you want to try to get back in here, Cyclone. He's admitted that he was here to troll, and now he's simmered down a little bit.
Yeah, he already said he was here to troll. I got that. I don't know.
I think the guys in the politics channel, they gave me the idea.
Well, it was a very original thought.
So peer pressure. You're just led around.
It just entertains me, really.
Well, it's entertaining on this end as well.
Like there's a launch going on, and that's not entertaining. You have to.
No, it's not entertaining. I could care less about it. I couldn't care less about it. Sorry.
Yeah, we heard it.
It shows you who wins, the flat Earth or the globe Earth, in terms of entertainment value. Flat Earth has it in spades.
Here, let me go back to my beginning of where let me open the side chat. Where is it? We're gonna go click here.
I know a lot of childish 40-year-olds also, just for the record. Age doesn't matter.
Remember what you told us earlier? You said that you did the research into flat Earth and globe Earth 1 to 2 years ago, but you don't remember what you saw, and you don't remember how deep your research went. Remember, that's what you told us.
Yes, I said that. And the reason why I said that was because I'm not interested in it, and 2 to 3 years is enough time to forget about
something. You didn't research it, you watched the video, basically. So,
well, yeah, that's a really big video.
There's a difference between researching, looking into it. You know,
what are you saying?
What I just said brain or watching someone else talking about it, that's a big difference.
What were you saying, Grizzly?
I'm saying that those were your comments, that your direct quotes, what you told us earlier. That's one of the most, like, literally the most nonsensical things I've ever heard. And you said those things that you don't remember what you researched, and you don't remember how deep your research was, even whether it was surface level.
Specifically, I don't remember the questions.
You were saying.
Now he's interrupting.
Specifically, I don't remember the questions that I researched. If I researched any questions, I just know that I did research.
You don't even remember how deep your research went. You don't even remember how many hours you spent on it. I know you've told us all this.
No, I don't. Yeah, and I completely agree. That's exactly what I said. And again, the reason why I said that was because 2 to 3 years is more than enough time to forget about something you don't really care about or have interest in.
Right? So you didn't care about it, started caring about it, did the research, and then stopped caring about it and forgot all about it. Right? That's convenient.
I never cared about it. Again, it was during COVID. Yeah. Everyone was inside. Yeah. I had nothing to do, and I just wanted to just randomly do that.
You should have taken up knitting.
Exactly.
That would have been more productive.
Even the story you're giving us, not only is it changing all the time, but it's also
it didn't change. No, I'm just going a little more in depth.
So you've got a story that's changing all the time and is nonsensical.
Well, what about my story changed? What are you talking about?
Everything you're telling us is just ridiculous. You expect us to believe that you forgot what you researched, how long you researched it for, and how deep the research was. You expect people to believe that shit when you say that out loud?
Absolutely,
I would believe it.
Yes, he watched the video. He didn't research look into it. Actually, no, he watched the video. He didn't apply his critical thinking. He didn't use his brain at all. I'm positive he didn't.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna put that in that you don't know me, I don't know you.
No, it's just obvious.
Can't assume things. Okay, well, obvious to you, but again, I'm gonna say it one more time. 2 to 3 years is more than enough time to forget about something you don't care about or have interest in.
It's not.
I don't have interest in it. I researched it up anyway. What's not a good of? I don't have to give you an excuse anyway. That's fine, and that's completely fine if you think it. And that's completely
very stupid. Yes,
and that's okay. Right, and that's completely fine. You could think it's an excuse. You could think that it's this and that. So that's just being ignorant. I'm being honest. I'm not sure how long you were in here
for people here who understand that you don't understand anything.
And because it's a young'un, man.
It's completely fine that you think that, but that's exactly what it is. And if you don't believe it, well, I guess I'm just an idiot and I forget things easily.
I'm glad you pointed it out for a second time that you have no understanding. That's the second time you pointed it out yourself.
No understanding.
All you've got is some hearsay. All you got is some hearsay you heard in a bit in science class and what you heard on TV. That's it.
He researched what someone else said. That's what happened. He researched what someone else said without thinking for himself. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I remember. He also told us he's surface level, man. So that means when he did the research, it's basically a couple of videos, couple of little like, did you know? He even said, I clicked this. Did you know?
Yeah, literally. Yes, on the did you know? Yeah.
Pain being manifested. He won't shut up while you're talking.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna lie. I've spoken 2 to 3 times, and I've tried to get a sentence out about me explaining on how I forgot over the span of 2 or 3 years, and you've cut me off multiple times.
Yeah, that was in the past.
I'm not purposely trying to cut Grizzly off, and I'm not trying to be rude.
I'm purposely cutting you off.
Yeah, exactly. So you can fuck off.
You don't know anything. Are you
I don't know anything, and I've said that.
Are you
But if
mad?
you're gonna come at me with
Are
the
you
attitude
angry
while
right
I'm
now?
being honest about
Are you
how I
angry?
forgot, well, then
You're obviously dishonest. That's why I started talking.
I'm not dishonest.
You're obviously dishonest.
I have no reason to be dishonest. I don't care about the topic.
Yeah.
Bro, you are maintaining copium
I've
right
admitted
now.
to everything that I've admitted. Everything that I've admitted. I have no
I
reason
only
to
started
be
talking because
dishonest.
I spotted the dishonesty in your character. That's the only reason why I spoke up. The
Wait,
only
DND, take that copium syringe out of your hand and do not mainline it into your main vein. Do not do that. Do not.
He doesn't know he's doing it. That's the problem. He doesn't know what he's doing right now. He's not
I
even
know exactly
thinking.
what I'm doing.
Autopilot.
DND, wake up, man. Wake up, man. You're injecting copium. Look what you're doing.
What are you saying?
He doesn't see it.
I've completely admitted everything. I mean, what?
Take off the shoes. He put on someone else's shoes and see that he's acting like an asshole right now. No.
So as soon as
D&D,
I say
I
that I'm
implore
trolling, everything
you.
goes downhill.
He couldn't care less that we're watching him choke.
I thought we were all here in agreement to what I said, and then all of a sudden,
D&D, hold on. Let me try to attempt to at least get us back on track. D&D.
Yes.
Remember when Grizzly was? Remember when you told us how fast the Earth was moving or whatever, and then D&D. Well, you were this. That's how the conversation began. Yeah, you didn't know. It turned out you didn't have a clue. No. And Grizzly was telling you, oh, hold on. It sounds like you really don't care. Grizzly was telling you, well, the Earth spins, then it goes around the sun, and then the sun's
the 3 vectors
hurtling through outer space. Well, there was a moment where I heard it. You go, huh? Like something clicked there. That here we are, seemingly motionless, and we're hurtling through outer space. ChatGPT, why is it that I feel no motion yet I know that we're hurtling through outer space? So why not if you want to, why not go back to there?
See, well, that's something that I may want to search up now. But when I said that's where I searched up.
The whom thing, the whom was the delivery of the information.
Yes,
so that's all. That's all I'm trying to say. If it's not interesting to you that we live our lives on the stationary Earth, yet they have us. Everything indicates that we're not moving. Yet they have this grand fabrication of layered story cake that we are moving. And here's all the reasons. ChatGPT. Why don't I feel the Earth moving? They have all these reasons for you. Well, that should be a moment where people, or whoever the fuck ChatGPT is representing, this is where they're attempting to keep you corralled and not to look further into it. It's a pretty simple subject.
We don't
but they
feel
complicate
speed,
it.
Only when you apply logic and critical thinking. Only
see that came out of that guy's mouth, not me.
Only when you don't feel speed. Only.
Okay, that's fine, Brenda. Did you hear what D&D said? If you didn't, then don't worry about it. No need to reinterpret it. D&D had a moment of clarity, and then it passed. I was just asking if you wanted to go back to there. That's all.
Well, there's some people in here that I really don't. It's I would.
Okay, now you're making excuses.
No, I'm saying I would, but it's really not in the mood for it anymore.
Yeah, we pointed out your bullshit, and now you don't like that. Well, hell, you pointed it out for us.
What bullshit, though?
We've been over it. That's enough. You weren't listening. You were actively.
Well, I want to hear to what he says because it just sounds like, again, you admitted that you were cutting me off on purpose.
Ignoring it. You were actively ignoring it. That's what happened.
Okay. So when I'm asked the question, I'm just, it's either I answered or I'm just clueless.
I mean, you could care less either way. So yeah.
I couldn't care less. Correction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now look at you, D&D.
Yeah.
So
you learn
D&D.
something.
Yeah, there you go. That's a tricky one. They've got everyone saying the wrong thing for some reason. I don't know.
You can get ChatGPT to say the Earth is flat, like super easy.
Well, that's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to do.
Ask it: is the Earth flat at the poles?
Yes. Not specifically the poles, but I searched up: is the Earth flat? Let me just scroll all the way up. I asked it a bunch of other questions.
You can get it to say the Earth is flat like over and over again. It's
I don't try and break the system for others. Yeah, I understand.
It's hilarious. Like I've got to say, like, hey, give me 10 reasons why someone would say the Earth is flat. And it's like, oh, the Earth is flat at the poles. Ancient cosmologies.
What did you want me to search up?
One thing it told me, it said, hey, why is there a flat Earth movement? What would you think? And it said, well, number one, it's like people going back to ancient cosmologies. And number two was the proliferation of misinformation on social media. And I'm like, can you try to square that? If flat Earth is going back to ancient cosmologies and also responsible because of modern day sharing of information, how do you square those two? And it's like, oh, wow, Crit, you got me in a contradiction. That would be illogical that ancient cosmologies could only be expressed through modern day social media. That would be a contradiction. That would be a temporal contradiction.
Makes sense. Well, what is it that you wanted me to search up?
Give me as many reasons as you can think of as why someone would say the Earth is flat. The horizon appears flat. From a distance, Earth's curvature is not visible. This would lead someone to believe that the Earth is flat. The lack of visible curvature. Due to Earth's immense size, the Earth actually appears as if it is flat. Photos and videos from airplanes argue that airplanes do not show the curvature, and this is due to the camera's angle, length, station, or other atmospheric conditions. Water. The physics of water always appear flat. The majority of the surface of the Earth is water. Misrepresentation of scientific data. People could cherry pick specific scientific data, such as satellite imagery or GPS readings, to support their flat Earth. Conspiracy theories. Ultimately, some individuals could believe in theories surrounding the shape of the Earth, often fueled by misinformation given by government authorities. So yeah, it's easy. You can get ChatGPT to straw man flat Earth because it's an honest interlocutor. It's not dishonest. Where you got somebody coming in here who's like, there's no proof for the flat Earth. Then you give them proof and they tell you your proof is X. They add an adjective in front of the proof and suddenly the proof is not proof. See, they broke their worldview. Now they're contradictory because your proof is stupid proof. Is stupid proof still proof? They would say no. Well, that's contradictory because you identified the proof as proof and then adjudicated the proof as a certain type of proof. You picked the proof up, had it in your hand, and then dropped it in this bucket that you put other types of proof. So it's like it highlights the very deep-seated lack of critical thinking skills that someone can't even say, hey, why would someone say the Earth is flat?
Also honesty, Chris.
No honesty, that's right.
What is this person saying?
Just like you, D&D. Very little honesty.
See, I got another one too. I asked it, hey, can I use flat as a pronoun? And it's like, certainly, Crit, if you wanted to identify as flat or as a flat, that would make sense. The Earth itself could identify as a flat. All jokes aside, let's say you're at a job site. I was talking about workers. And one of the workers had asked you if the ground is leveled, meaning flat. You would say, yes, this pool will be built to specifications.
Interesting.
The flatness of the here it went on. It's indexed there. So the flatness of the ground or grade of the ground for which a pool is constructed. In this response to the specific question regarding the soil of the earth, in that answer, I would say definitely the earth is flat. Let's find another good one.
Just typing in my own stuff as well.
Gears.
You don't feel speed? And why is that?
Well, do you have evidence of motion in the first place?
No, it's not.
I'm just asking. If you want to get down to it, do you have evidence that Earth is in motion in the first place?
Not me.
Okay. Well,
I'm just reading. I'm just reading what's going on in the side chat. They're saying. Let me scroll back up to it. We don't.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of excuses. Yeah, there's going to be all types of excuses. These are all. Whoever's typing in the side chat, I'm guessing it's Brenda. She's already put the cart before the horse and has the Earth already in motion. That's how this lie carries on.
Somebody's looking for help.
Just believe consensus and
Here's what I
authority.
got too. The guy's old boy told me that believing flat Earth is a mental health issue. So I said, hey ChatGPT,
what?
Is there any conclusive evidence to suggest that a flat Earth belief is a distinct mental health issue? It says no. The scientific community has well-established beliefs. It went on to talk about like certain types of communal beliefs are unrelated to mental health issues.
As a psychologist, I would say it's the opposite because you have to actively ignore infinity. Yeah, D&D. I know it's painful to listen to facts.
Why are you mentioning?
I know it's painful to listen to facts because you had to exhale through my sentence, interrupting me. Like a good guy,
Your prayers to Jesus are noted.
Here, this is a good one. I asked it, hey, what would be some of the problems or mental health issues that someone might display not understanding the word flat as an adjective? And it said, interesting question, Crit. Some of the mental health or other issues that someone would fail to understand the word flat as an adjective: lack of education, misinformation, cultural bias or religious bias, lack of skepticism or critical thinking, personal experience. So if they don't know that the word flat is an adjective, not a noun, so they say flat earth, adjective, noun, they hear noun. Some of the problems there would be lack of education. Grammar school. They failed grammar school.
Maybe some etiquette, putting myself on mute while other people are talking, maybe.
Well, actually, I already posted the studies yesterday which show that flat earthers are not educated at all, so I'll take the W there quite easily.
Do you know is flat? What is flat? Is that an adjective or a noun?
Sorry?
Although some dude talked about some study he posted.
That was Speedmaster guy, the guy who probably doesn't have a degree.
Yeah, that's the guy whose best evidence
figure it out, don't you?
is that he believes they took a
by the way, flat earthers proved the Earth was rotating by using a gyroscope,
interrupting you while
which is kind of funny. So, if you want the answer, you can ask your colleagues. You
don't know
proved the
what's
Earth
up with this guy
rotates.
who has
You're very welcome. You failed.
to education.
Are you splurging again? I'll just culture you down.
Post your degree, Speedmaster guy.
You can't turn people down, dude. You cannot do that. That's not an option.
Like he's a dumb shit. Like he came here to talk about stuff he knows nothing about. Typical, very typical.
Number one, flat earthers are uneducated, and flat earthers prove the globe. And he can't prove the globe, and he doesn't know what the word flat even means.
He actively ignored my first address of his fallacy. Flat earthers uneducated. What's your degree, sir?
Yeah, you don't have to compare degrees. It just highlights that inside
100%.
their worldview, they're telling you that the government has a superposition to do these great, amazing things for humanity. Number one is provide education, the Department of Education. And they've completely failed a subset of the populace. But it's okay because they don't know what the word flat means.
And what flat earthers saying about the surface of the earth?
Another guy coming in here just screaming at nonsense during
What flat earthers saying about the surface of the earth?
It's flat. They're saying it's flat.
And what globe earth are saying about the surface of the earth?
That be curved.
And where is curved?
Hey, car room, you gotta turn your camera off. It limits the room.
Yo, guys, it's
Hey,
curved or is it flat? Something of that two
hold on,
choice.
Sasha. Hold on, car room, you gotta
Sorry.
turn your camera off or I gotta disconnect you.
Oh yeah, I did that.
Yeah, turn your camera off. It limits.
Why?
You lock the room to 25 people, and it also legs some people out who are on mobile devices and whatnot.
So turn your camera off.
Bro, like what? All right, I did it, but why? Like, are you a moderator?
Yeah, if you turn your camera on, it limits the room to 25. We want more than 25 people in here.
You've got to be a
I
good
don't
boy.
care.
You see, you've got to be a good boy, though.
Yeah, but I don't care.
Okay, that's
You've got to
enough.
stop caring.
Like the mindset of these people, the audacity. You just point that out and just observe the downward spiral.
Yes, the I don't care club.
Wait a minute, they're rebellious. Man. They're like rebels without a cause.
That's two in the I don't care club, but they're here. Yeah.
Listen this example. You go to the swimming pool and there is written it's forbidden to jump in the swimming pool, and you start to jumping in the swimming pool, and there come to guy and saying you please don't jump because if you're jumping it's forbidden. But he said I don't care, and the guy go away and he's still jumping there and nobody cares.
Yeah, there was just a case of this. If you look up in Florida, some guy was jumping in the lap pool, like kind of doing bobs and stuff. The manager told him, hey, get out of here. Like this is a pool for swimming laps, okay? You can't be like jumping and sloshing around. The guy basically said, hey, I'm going to do what I want. So they call the police, and the police show up with guns. And they're like, get out of the pool. Get out. They had a taser and everything. And
Such a Florida thing to do.
They dragged the guy kicking and screaming. And I'm like, okay, get wrecked, noob.
Wait, a taser? They had tasers pointed at him while he was in the water?
Oh yeah, they were all in, man. They busted.
Isn't that a
guy had
bad
a
thing?
baton out. One police officer had a gun.
It'll be
and they're all-
fine. Don't worry, sir. They know what they're doing. Don't worry, sir.
That's the government for you. That's what I mean. The government is psychopathic levels of violence without any sort of logic or reason behind it. He was told he was on private property. To use this property, you have to abide by these terms and conditions. The guy said, I don't care. So the police had to show up and remove him. That's the same thing you get here. Like if you come in here and say, hey, we got rules that we follow, and you say, I don't care, you're just going to get bounced out of here. The same thing too, if someone's belligerent at a nightclub, you got too much to drink, and you're just like completely incoherent. The bartender or the bouncer grabs you, takes you out.
Hurry the fuck out.
Well, first you try to order your 15th drink. They said you're cut off. You say I don't care, and then you get exited.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to start caring about calling a taxi like now. Okay.
And then the next morning, when you're hungover, clinging to the toilet, you just mumble, "I don't care."
Why have I not heard about that? How long ago was this little pool incident?
The cure to the hangover. Just wake up the next morning and say, "Hey, hangover, I don't care."
He's ignoring the point. They're actively ignoring their stupidity.
Yeah, and one of them is not even old enough to drink anyway. So I mean, let's not encourage him.
Precisely. I mean, simple honesty and etiquette will prove otherwise.
Well, it's like going to Chuck E. Cheese and bringing the skeet balls into the ball pit with the plastic balls, and they say, "Hey, those are for that," and you go, "I don't care." Well, you don't get to see the dancing mouse.
Yeah, I'm looking for the one I was talking about. Here's another one. Here's where police removed teenagers from a pool party. This happened like 2015. This is one too where the police officer tripped and he thought he got pushed. So then he grabbed his gun and was gonna start shooting some kids. And people are like, dude, you tripped. No one pushed you. Then he did like a combat role.
You have a million of these examples.
Oh yeah, it's literally endless.
No, but for example, the best example I can think of is imagine if you're going to build a house. Imagine the D&D guy or the other guy. Imagine they want to build a house. You're not going to build it on an unlevel surface, on a bumpy, non-level surface. With crappy like soil. You're not going to do that. You're not going to like build it. The house will like collapse like a few days later, and you'll be like, "I don't care." No, you're going to say that then, are you? You're going to make sure it's properly done.
Who was that, Grizzly? Who was that? Grizzly, who used that example that day? Was that last week?
It's a very common example of house building because that's got to be done correctly with foundations. So it applies to a lot of different things.
1000%. I just remember the guy saying, no.
Yeah. Or when you put your shelves up.
Very obvious.
Yeah? When you're putting up your shelves and you're putting let's say the nails, like let's say you're doing a really shitty shelf, 2 nails, one to the left, one to the right. You're going to make sure they're at the same height to make sure the shelf is going to be flat on the nails. Right, you're gonna make sure it's not even a millimeter off, because otherwise things will roll off the bloody shelf. You're gonna care then.
That was the day we brought up the 100-mile long bridge, and they still couldn't put it together. They started panicking.
Yeah, well, they're awful. They're just so lazy thinkers.
No critical thought. No, it's just absent. It's absent.
Anyway, that man, D&D, he revealed to us one of his 2 reasons why he believes in a globe. It was consensus. He let it slip. It was because other people believed it, and it suits him to believe it as well. That was one of his reasons. He let that slip or something.
I was definitely listening, and I heard.
And of course, the other reason, the big daddy is authority, because all the authoritative professionals, experts.
It constantly appealed to it constantly.
That's the other.
It even went off people and went to Chat GPT. Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, it's okay though. That's why I tell them, if you're smart about it, you can get Chat GPT to pretty much say anything you want it to.
That's what I'm doing.
Not only that, you have to be honest with yourself first. Your reasons. If you're weighing both sides, that needs to be apparent. If you're trolling or just being an asshole, Agent Smith, it's obvious. So we point it out.
By the way, guys, on YouTube, there's a guy who made ChatGPT admit God exists. You can find that video on YouTube. So there's a video where he makes it say God exists.
It's the same logic. If you get it to say, "Hey, what is it? Is it possible for all the people to be in on it? Like, is all the religions, they're all wrong, or are they in on it? Is it a conspiracy theory?" And once you get it to say like, "Oh yeah, it's not possible for," you can get it to admit that Jesus exists, Santa Claus exists, the Easter Bunny. You can just have it's hilarious. Like these large language models, they're not like it's not artificial intelligence. They call it that, but it's not actually thinking.
Not only that, in the first instance, Crit, we point out that it's a logical fallacy to even appeal to anything outside your own critical thought.
Yeah, it's just kind of a novelty item that is really kind of bad tech because it burns through so much power and uses so much electricity in water that people are like, hey, what good has it done?
Yeah, it's like
a lot of people is what it's done.
It's like some sort of advanced Dewey Decimal System gone wild as they burn the library books. You know, the library shrinks, but the way to search it is more, they have a lot of people thinking, like you said, that it is some sort of AI. It's bizarre.
Yeah, going Blade Runner real fast, hey boys.
I find the meme too late. The guy who comes in here and said, "Oh, flat earthers failed high school." This is what I was looking for. I forgot why I saved it. Look at this tweet here. It's so perfect. Like website idea. You input the year you graduated, and the website generates a list of outdated facts and concepts that were taught to you that had since been disproven. I mean, one of the big ones for me was this thing called Manifest Destiny. I mean, they beat that drum. That was like a whole month-long thing about, God endowed the white man to control America coast to coast. I mean, just think of how bad government has been at education. If the case is the education system's a failure, because some people say it's not a failure. They're purposely keeping people dumb. That was the goal of the education program, was to keep people dumb so they can't object or revolt, but just smart enough where they can be good consumers and good factory workers. That was the goal, the perfect bar, the perfect line that keeps critical mass below revolt level. This is why, like in history, they saw the French Revolution. They saw a rapid increase in education, and then bang, complete new world order, violent and destructive, that took down all the nobles and replaced it with a democracy. They don't want to see that happen again. It has taken them about 200 years or so to put the monarchy back in place.
They're saying that people that disagree with the government in today's day and age, they're labeling it as hate speech. What?
Yeah, they're talking about passing blue laws or blue light laws, where if you're critical of the government, that's hate speech.
This is Swade Denham's secret police that the dead Kennedys spoke of. Is it coincidence that in the French Revolution they had let them eat cake, and in 1984 they said, "Hey, have you heard they're increasing the chocolate rations?" Maybe I'm stretching for food references, but yeah.
Yeah, that was from Marie Antoinette, because she was stunned. They're like, the people are hungry, they need bread. Why would they want bread when they can eat cake? Because she was so disjointed from what the average person's daily life was. She's like, who on earth, if you got your choice between bread or cake, why would anyone pick bread? Just eat more cake. Cake is good. Yeah, and then off with her head. Their lifestyle was so outside the norm that they literally had no idea what was about to happen.
Yeah, the generation of peace and love has really turned totalitarian as they reach the end. It's fascinating.
Yeah, they're losing control, and they see it.
Well, I guess it's Sunday. I had a friend tell me this back 15 years ago. 20 years ago. We were just having some conversation, after a few brews, and we were talking about the future and things like that. And he said, "Yeah, I think it'll all go mad once humans achieve immortality or are able to turn into cyborgs and have their essence transferred into some sort of immortal being." He says that's when society will go nuts. Well, I think what's happened is these people who believed so fully in science, they thought that bridge would have been built by now. And they don't like seeing the end of their own existences, but everyone gets aged out eventually. But I think they thought that there was going to be a vehicle for them to jump into. They're not aging gracefully. It's frightening how bad they are at it.
A TV show called Lex.
I've not seen it. Lex? No.
Yeah, it was one of the parts of the song that they're talking about, that how their society fell was that they couldn't remember anything anymore. Their brains were just too full. Like they would basically like forget. Like or all the stories would blend together. It became like this episodic memory where they would just talk to people. They'd be like, "I can't remember. Are you my uncle, my father, my son?" There's too many memories. There's too many things. They can't keep it all straight. So they kind of became lethargic. And there's another show called A Boy and His Dog, where that happened too. Or no, it was a Zardoz. I think it was Zardoz, where they go into these like underground facilities where people basically live forever because they were able to just constantly regenerate their physical body. And the people just became so lethargic. They've done everything twice. They've done everything 10 times. At some point, there just isn't anything left to do. There's everything is boring.
That gives new meaning to that Mellencamp song. Oh yeah, life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. Yeah. But yeah, it's sort of in the same vein of Fahrenheit 451, if I remember correctly. Towards the end of that, all you had were people reciting these great novels to each other because the books were gone. So maybe they understood at that point what they had lost, and they were trying to. I know it's all.
I love the references, old Hoss. But you got to get up with the times, man. You're showing your age. You got to break them out with some. I like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns.
Oh
yeah, some of that new stuff, man.
Yeah, that song Firefly, right?
Yep.
What the Nathan Fillion? That Firefly?
No, it's a song.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, it's like I like to believe that. God, it's right on the tip of my tongue.
I like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. Yes.
Yeah, it turns slowly. Yeah, it's all about like it's like a grown man. Like the video is really cool too. He's like a grown man, like in a kid's room, looking at all the toys. It's kind of like that Puff the Magic Dragon sort of vibe, where like even like he's playing a song on the piano. It's like a kid-sized piano, and like a kid-sized stool he's sitting on, and there's like pictures of the globe and spaceships and robots and everything,
and dinosaurs and such.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, time to get your head out of the clouds, dude. You are not going to space. You are not going to be an astronaut. Like you're not going to be digging for dinosaur bones and finding, a new species of something or another.
Yeah, it's like that back. I'm going for another old reference, but when everyone was singing like Mike, if I could be like Mike. Well, people gave up. A lot of people realize they're not going to reach 6'6" and play for the Bulls. But yeah, they're still hanging on to the ball like they are the Air Jordan dream.
1000%.
It was interesting. I saw this interview with him where he says, "Hey, what's one of the biggest things like your career in public life, baseball, basketball, acting, everything? What's one of the things you most enjoyed and least enjoyed?" And he straight up said that, hey, he wished he would have never took part in the war on drugs. Like all these commercials, like get help, don't do drugs, all that stuff. He said it advanced the police state. It advanced the abuse of minorities in the inner city. Like the damage, like they used his likeness to perpetuate bigotry and racial violence. And I'm paraphrasing. He didn't say it exactly. I mean, he said much more elegant.
That's interesting. Yeah, say what you want about Mike, but there's something honest about the guy.
He says anytime he sees these those clips on YouTube, he just can't. He's he's horrified. He's like, I mean, it's like I just can't imagine if I knew now what I knew. If I knew then what I know now, I never would have partaked in this sort of propaganda.
That's funny because he kind of also, without him probably even realizing it, well, I doubt he's a member of the Discord, but the whole Space Jam thing, that sort of perpetuates the whole outer space solar system. Wow. Yeah. If you become, it's interesting because nowadays these, I don't know. I'm not going to go down that road. But nowadays the puppetry, these public figures, athletes that they get their hooks in, it's quite obvious that they're puppets. But I guess the message that those puppets are giving isn't for me. It's for, the younger generations. Yeah, they do sort of do the whole trickle down. They get someone who the masses of the youth can identify with, and then it's just as clear as day. Once you get out on the other side of the propaganda stream, it's clear, but wow.
I just want to point out, because you brought up Space Jam, and that movie's got pretty much everything to do with space, because it's called Space Jam. But notice that when that whole movie started, he never went up. Remember? He went into a hole, into the fucking ground. That go hole.
Now that you mention it, I do remember that visual. I only saw it once upon a time. So yeah, maybe I should go back and then they did the reboot of it.
Space, Joe. He didn't even fucking go to space. He went in the ground.
That's funny. Yeah, it was like some black hole vortex or something. Maybe the Tasmanian devil did it. I don't know.
I don't know, but I agree with whoever said it before. You can say what you want about Mike, but he's probably definitely one of the more honest people out there. You don't see him anymore, right? He's not out there showing off, being in the public. He's probably out trying to live his best him after all the fucking bullshit he's probably had to go through over the years.
He's certainly not on Instagram.
Yeah, and I figure I might as well get it out of the way. But fuck you, Crit.
I was waiting for it.
Just so you know, I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but after the 6-year-long journey, I'm no longer with Bev and crew.
Yeah, I heard what people had just were talking about some of the stuff that happened, and I'm like, yeah. I see it. You know, I see it slowly kind of unraveling. You know, it's like
I kept trying to fucking get them to take the server in a different fucking direction, other than the last 2 years. You guys have literally talked about nothing but fucking straight lines. Bev, you wonder why no one's fucking coming in? Because this shit's fucking boring. Switch this shit up. And then they start attacking me at the end, and I'm like, fuck you guys. You're all a bunch of fucking goofs. Hate all of you.
We love
Trying
you
to
too.
fucking build this fucking place. Literally built that fucking place. Then they shun me like that. They can all go fuck off. All I was trying to do was help them. It's like, how long can you talk about how straight a fucking straight line is? Bro, you are so past beating a dead horse, it's pathetic. I had to get out of there. So now I'm over here.
yeah, it's so weird too. Like they'll tell you, "Oh, you're not banned," and they give you some weird role where you can't post, you can't join any VCs. There's just one channel that you can see that just has a pinned comment: "The Earth is not flat." Like, dude, you're banned at that point. Okay, you can't do anything on the server. What are you talking about?
They didn't ban me. I left on my own accord because.
Yeah, you saw it going that way, huh?
Even of all the fucking people, of all the people that I didn't think that was gonna come at me, and Emma came at me, and I was fucking done right there. Can't believe that Emma fucking come at me. Of all the fucking people. So I said, fuck them. I think it's been a long time coming anyway. Me and Bev have been hitting heads quite a lot. He doesn't like, oh man, he definitely doesn't like being called, not that I think that they are, but he definitely doesn't like being called a cult leader. It's like, Bev, I hate to fucking say it to you, man, but you're a fucking cult leader. There's no fucking way around it, okay? You say that there's certain people that can and can't say certain things. There's topics that you, for Christ's sake, if you type the word flat in that fucking server, you're gonna get fucking pinged. Like, it's just a word, guys.
Yeah, even like in a different context, you could be like, "Hey, I had a bottle of soda in the fridge, and now it's flat." And then,
yep.
Yeah,
and you get fucking dinged for that. Yeah, I don't know. And then he went on a fucking tirade about fucking Nathan Oakley. And then Nathan Oakley's doing fucking Omegle and fucking talking to Loki. It's like, guys, you're fucking entering a realm that's probably not fucking good for you. You guys should walk away. And they just didn't. And now they look like a bunch of idiots. I did a lot for that server.
Yeah, At some point, it comes to where you gotta say, "Hey, walking away is sometimes the best option."
Yeah.
Instead of like keep on trying to get like a sunken cost. Like if it's just not going the right way, just hey, bye.
Yeah. I mean, my life is kind of different now than it was. The big change is I have a car. So I'm driving now. That's
good news.
pretty huge.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's huge.
And I've been working now for 5 months, which has been kind of fucking hard dealing with that since I'm in a meat department. Imagine how many fucking jokes they went at me with that shit. They're just, I think to sum it all up, Crit, after being with them for so fucking long, I think I started realizing just how fucking immature they all are.
They're
just immature.
My take is that he got trolled pretty spectacularly. Like Bev got just owned on social media. Instead of trying to reform his message, he went on this kind of like warfare
attack.
Yeah.
Yes. And it didn't matter who it was. Like fucking Buddy was fighting his own guys. You can't do that, man. Especially if you're trying to fucking stand for something. I don't know. All I know is I've cut a lot of shit out of my life. I started taking the fucking notion of if it doesn't do anything for you, get rid of it. Seems to be working all right. I got rid of so much shit. Fuck. The only other thing that I can't seem to get rid of are these Glober fuckers. Surrounded by them at work. It's so painful. Hey, did anybody see those fucking Northern Lights the other night?
Oh yeah, I the first round, I guess it was too much overcast or something. But the second day, it was really cool. I saw it really well.
Okay, so I was in Earth Awakenings last night listening to Geo talk, and he put some shit in the live chat. Now, when I was out west, I got a chance to go up to Fort McMurray, which is pretty well the farthest north that you can go without leaving Alberta into the Northwest Territories. And I remember seeing the Northern Lights up there. They were ridiculously prominent. Like, fucking, you could definitely tell that those things weren't anything but the Northern Lights. That's how clear they were. Here, where I'm living, when you see them, it's not like you can't see them, but they're kind of faded normally. But the other night, they were the most prominent that I've ever fucking seen in my entire life, and it was dominated. Normally it's just the green, but that night, there was a couple other things too. But that night, the sky was dominated by red. I don't know what was going on. And then I noticed all the stars were extremely fucking bright, and that moon, it was only at half, but that fucker was shining like it was full. It was bright as fuck.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I don't know if all of that has any correlation, but I'll tell you, there's something definitely going on with those lights, because I'm 35, and I've never seen them that fucking prominent this far south. And then Geo said, the Northern Lights, when you look at them, and it does kind of make sense, when you look at them, it kind of looks like the northern lights are coming out of a certain point. Not that you can, differentiate the point, but they're coming from a certain direction. The ones in the south, they look like straight up parallel lines coming out of the ground, almost like they're pressed up against something, like a wall. I'm not saying that there is. I'm just saying that's what it fucking looks like. I just find it really convenient that if that's the way that it is, that's a fucking Taurus field.
Oh yeah, it's a good day to talk about it for speculation. But we do speculation Sunday.
Oh, right on. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been here, so I don't even know what your days are. Yeah, I don't know. But it was fucking cool. I had my buddy with him, and he's only seen them twice in his life. So he was freaking the fuck out. Like, bro, they're just the Northern Lights. He's like, yeah, but man, this is so cool. I'm like, they're just lights. But some people, and I also said this too in the chat. I don't know if it's too far fetched, but I mean, like, can we even really fucking go there in this place? Is there anything too far fetched? On the lines of the Northern Lights, I noticed that I know quite a lot of people that have said that they've never, ever in their life seen the Northern Lights. And I kind of suggested maybe is that because only certain people can see them? I have no idea. That was just a notion I put forward. Like true spiritual beings can only see them? I don't fucking know. Purely speculation.
So, flat Earth?
Well,
I don't know if the world's flat, but I met grown-ass people in their 50s, grown-ass black guys in their 50s who say the world is flat. I don't know who to believe anymore. Do I believe in the technocracy that is NASA, or do I believe something else?
Well, you'd have to grown-ass men in their 50s. It's also NASA. I mean, NASA is sort of heteronormative white Christian male.
No, I'm sure about that, but I don't know how I'm supposed to argue with someone who's 25 years older than me, who unironically believes the world is flat. Like, what am I supposed to say?
It's the same. You got the same condition on the globe side, who unironically are 25 years older than you, who believe the Earth is a globe. So how are you going to adjudicate which old person to listen to when you've got the same demographic on both sides? Maybe take identity politics out of it and just listen, and compare the facts instead of the speaker.
And think about the fact that there's not just flat and globe. There's hollow, there's convex, there's aliens. How come none of those get called out? It's just
Minecraft world, the overworld theory, where it's a cube.
Right, and the list goes on.
He interrupted you while you were speaking. He didn't hear you.
You didn't hear me? Sorry?
No, you didn't hear him. You interrupted him while he was speaking.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. It's all good. I just think that it's funny, that there's the flat, there's the globe, and like, unless you go and look for it, and like, who the fuck has time to do that shit? You're not gonna know that there's. What do you mean? There's other world views. There's not just these two. How come these aren't getting talked about? They don't even get a chance. That seems a little fucking biased, don't you think? At least give them a chance. At least let us decide if they're fucking stupid or not. Or just present that they're stupid. That right there is not teaching. That is just pouring knowledge. And that shit needs to cut out. The point of doing something is to experience all aspects of it, and most importantly is the fuck up. The fuck up is where you learn. Like, I hate it when people are like, I made a mistake. I just hate making mistakes. Like, well, get used to it. You have to make mistakes in order to progress. That's the way it works. Nobody ever just succeeds. And if they do, then they're not human. Right? Take a look at the moon landing, for example. We as a human race have done so much shit over the years. And it took us fucking time. They did that in one shot. No problems. I call bullshit.
Yeah, it's just like when you debate somebody who denies all the Apollo shit, and like, what do you say to them? Your empirical worldview.
The globe side, the last director of Russian space agency, Dmitry Rosen or whatever, he said that there's no proof that America landed on the moon. They asked him when he was retiring from Roscosmos, what is one thing you want to tell the younger generation about your experiences as a head of the Russian space program? He's like, number one thing I want you guys to know, America lied about it. They did not go to the moon. And the proof they presented is wholly inaccurate. Easily debunked. Just mere propaganda brought to you by Nixon. Like, he was not apologetic about it at all. And if you ask other people, like 25% of Europeans believe that America faked it. Even during at the time it was happening, the American Atheist Foundation repeatedly took NASA to court saying, prove it. You got, George Carlin and whatnot. These are all people who think the Earth is a globe. They know it's a globe, and they know the Apollo program was a complete fabrication by the United States government in the 1960s. So you don't
the biggest contradiction of life.
The Apollo program. It'd be better off not to talk to us, because I would say it's not even possible to go to space. But you could talk to people who think it is possible to go to space, but they also would disagree with you that you think somehow Nixon landed on the moon for the betterment of all humanity, as he systematically carpet bombed Cambodia because he was at war with Vietnam. See, George Carlin and Carl Sagan called it ironic, the most ironic token of all of human history. You take all 12,000 years of human history. He could not find one better example of pure irony than the Apollo program.
So was it all just done for American prestige and saying, haha, we're the superpower? Or was there some scientific indicament to it where there was something?
Well, what scientific indicament did you think comes from it?
Well, first, the possibility that humanity can have low orbiting spacecraft and moon samples. I don't know what they discovered with those moon samples, or if they discovered a pyramid on the moon. I don't know about that. But
okay, what do you get? What do you think you get out of going to the moon? What scientific endeavor?
The Apollo program, it shows that you can use rocketry. It allows you to further amplify these experiences to launch a Mars program, which humanity has not done yet. So, I don't know.
So nothing.
I wouldn't say nothing. I'm not a scientist. My background's in business.
Like, if you were to go to the moon, what scientific endeavor would you get from that? I can give you the answer if you.
Okay, give me the answer, because I really don't know. Like a bunch of moon rocks.
It's called the overview effect. Is what you get from that. This idea that all humans are connected on Spaceship Earth, and it caused something, like the EPA, Earth Day, things like that. They think this was what caused it. But what's interesting about it is Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, spoke for decades afterwards. He said, hey, it's important that people embrace the Apollo program because it shows the interconnected storytelling of all people. All of humanity is interconnected with each other. He leveled up the concept in the Bible about treating your neighbor like you want to be treated. He said it actually is treat your neighbor how you would treat yourself, because that's exactly what you're doing. How you treat someone else, you're connected. You're so deeply connected that when you do something to somebody else, you're actually doing it to yourself. And then he said, hey, no one in politics listened. They kept a perpetual endless warfare, ramping up the domestic war on drugs, domestic surveillance. So he said, I want to grab politicians by the scruff of their neck and drag them out into space and say, look at the earth, you son of a bitch. And even then, they refused to listen to him. So finally, this is Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, is also the guy who wrote the code that saved Apollo 13. He said the only logical conclusion is that these people have been replaced by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space.
Mm-hmm.
That's where that theory of reptiles in the government comes from.
Wait, so did you say that was from the government, or did you say it was from the scientists who got the reptiles?
Yeah, the government, people in government.
The government, right?
Yeah, so that quote unquote conspiracy theory, where reptiles in government, that comes from the Apollo program. Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14.
And I just want to point this out, because I don't know if anybody notices this, but if you spell the word alien, just spell it backwards. Leave the A by itself.
N-I-E... I'm dumb.
If you say...
I can't say it.
No, it's like Neil Armstrong backwards is Gort's Mr. Alien.
Subliminal messaging. The deep state is
the word alien is Neil A backwards, which is Neil Armstrong.
This is like listening to Minions, a Minion song. The song is like "Kill Your Parents."
You couldn't possibly, not even a mentally ill patient in his room for fucking his whole life could come up with this fucking shit. Like, you couldn't even make this shit up. That's how fucking scary it is.
If you point out someone lied to you one time, do you keep believing them?
Fuck yes.
If they're not being manipulative or facetious or whatever, why not? If they're not doing it in bad faith, like they're trying to fuck you over, I guess it's fine.
Stipulations.
Like they're proven to have done in all aspects of government, authority, education, pharmacy, in all aspects of your everyday life, they've proven to lie to you, and you still believe them.
Literally have said to you, we have your best interest at heart.
And he sucked it up and believed it. Wow.
The 9 most terrifying words in the English language. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help.
Whenever you're in danger, go to a policeman, a fireman, or a politician. They'll protect you.
When you watch The Matrix, are you rooting for Neo or the lady in the red dress?
Agent Smith.
100%, I'm sure.
Draper Smith.
Very honest answer.
Oh, fuck. Fuck it, I want to be Morpheus.
If redacted information exists, and why would they lie?
Precisely.
Why is Area 51 closed up? We should try and touch the government in its special area.
We should
try to go. Honestly, I have a theory on that. I honestly 100% think Area 51 is so fucking such a big deal, and why it's like almost a military fucking strategy to keep people out of there. I think that's where they filmed the fucking moon landing.
Really? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Because like, doesn't NASA have its own sets like they used to like for practice for the astronauts and training?
There's an overworld recreation of a part of the moon where they just dropped a bunch of bombs and blew the shit out of it in order to recreate the surface of it. Happens to be the exact area that they landed.
Dude, my great grandma died like 5 years ago, right? And I remember talking to her, and she told me that the moon landings were fake and they were filmed in the Landers Desert in California.
See? I bet you. I fucking bet you. Bet you that's where they filmed it. That's why they can't let anybody in there, because if one motherfucker sees any of that shit in there, they're fucking cooked.
So, and at the NTC, the National Training Center, in the Army where we have to go in California, there's a whole off-limits, top-secret section that you can't go to in California at the NTC, National Training Center. Yes. It's possible.
Hey, I can't prove it, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's possible. There's an off-limits,
pretty convenient
top-secret area, and it's huge, and you can't go there. At the National Training Center in California, yes, I've been there.
People have overlapped real-world locations with the moon landing, and they've done the same thing for the Mars rover bullshit.
Wait,
yeah, that shit's up in fucking Devon Island.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you can fucking zoom in and see them on there. Like, they have fucking NASA on the side of the van, dude. Come on.
And here's another thing. I don't know if this is too far-fetched. Again, is there anything too far-fetched? But what if all of that shit from Antarctica, quotation marks, Antarctica, is actually from the fucking North Pole? Yeah, I know, right? That would suck.
I don't know about that one, but I do know that all the official stories that they released to everybody, those are cut and cropped and published. Most of it's done on a set. Voiceover, we got the narrator's voiceover, your cartoon ball, like bumper pieces. It's all bullshit, and it always has been. In fact, I suggest if you can find any videos on Admiral Byrd, watch them, and then you'll see what the hell they actually said about all that stuff instead of some third-party thing where, yeah, he said that. Watch what he said. Listen to the dude.
Well, you have them landing on the moon in '69. and that was supposed to be the first time ever for humans to be able to go far enough away to actually know what the shape of this place, if that's what they were doing, is. So that's in 69. And they said, okay, it's a round ball. Yet that same image just happens to be the same image used by Universal, which was introduced in 1939?
Exactly.
So how the fuck did they get that picture? 69 was the first time they went high enough.
Let's point out the timeline. They have Admiral Byrd saying that you can't get to the moon and that there's more lands beyond Antarctica. And you have, what's the other guy's name who said you can't land on the moon because it's plasma? What's his name?
Oh, yeah, that old guy. Yeah.
Now you have the moon landing happening, and you never hear about those guys, and you appeal to the people who come, like, it's obvious, like, what's happening.
One thing I'd like to point out, though, is he says that Antarctica is 1.5 the size of the North American continent, and most of the things where people like autoglobers talk about it, they'll just overlap Antarctica over the continental U.S. They don't show anything else. They don't consider Canada, or it's just that. They make Antarctica look so damn small when that's not even what Byrd said.
Yeah, and he also did make a pretty big difference from the north and the south. He said that the north was 10,000 feet deep and the south was 10,000 feet high. Isn't that a slope?
Bro, the only reason I'm saying this is there's a lot of people talking about, Admiral Byrd said this, and they've never watched the videos, so they're regurgitating nonsense, and all I'm saying is actually watch it, listen to what he said, because some people are taking it out of context or even lying about what he said, and it makes more sense to actually get the accurate info. And I'm talking about both flat earthers and globers, taking them out of context. It's not good, so people should actually listen to what he said first. I'm not trying to derail or anything. It's just something that I've noticed.
I missed that. What'd you say, Ethergrass?
A lot of people start speculating about Admiral Byrd, and they'll say things about him, but they're quoting somebody else who took it out of context. And I'm just suggesting that if anybody wants to say anything about him, they should probably watch his videos, like the different missions he went on, because a lot of the stuff that's said is not at all what he actually said. It's best for everybody to actually listen to the man instead of saying, oh yeah, so-and-so said he said this. I'm just trying to help.
Which part
better understand. What was that?
Which part specifically?
What's there, the shape of it, the size, all that stuff, all that data is taken out of context usually by everyone. I was just pointing out something autoglobers do. They don't even know the size of it. They're not accurately putting it on their cartoon ball.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And then some of the speculation, it ends up being taking something out of context that somebody said instead of what Byrd actually said. I'm just saying that it's best to actually take the man for his word, literally directly from the horse's mouth, rather than go to somebody else.
The part about having more lands beyond the pole?
Well, he definitely says that it's larger than what the official narrative that people think it is because he's saying it's 1.5 the size of the North American continent. So he's not claiming it be the size of just the U.S. Most of the pictures you see have the tiny Antarctica, and that's never been.
I thought you were talking about what I said.
Yeah, no, I'm just pointing out that most of the stuff that they say, like, they'll take it out of context about things. Another one would be a tropical thing, like act like there's tropical land down there, but he actually is speculating that at one point there was, and then he goes back to ice mode, like talking about ice.
Yeah, I saw the whole
He's explaining the origin of the coal there and shit.
So, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
But I've heard people say, what if there's tropical land down there? And then they'll cite Admiral Byrd, and I'm like, that's not what he said.
I don't know, bro. I heard there's dinosaurs down there. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, it's when the speculation gets outside of the realm of possibility and people start adding to what somebody said, that's when I got a problem with it, because it's like, that's not actually what the dude said. And that's not real speculation. It gets into fantasy.
Well, one thing is interesting is the mission, one of the missions, I can't remember which one, I think it was the 39. He took all that equipment and all them fucking men and the jets and all that shit, and they were supposed to be down there for a certain lot of time, and they were back in definitely not that time, and they were completely defeated apparently. I mean, guys, something fucking happened down there.
I mean, he has facts in his book. He's written books. There are facts in the book. What he's saying is there are facts in the books, and there's speculation that people keep coming up with. So I agree with what he's saying because I've read the book. So he's right.
That's also from a time where I wasn't even alive, so I gotta fucking do that bullshit, take people's word for it. And that's just not good for anybody.
I agree.
That's true too.
So now you're left in this limbo.
To me, it looks like a lot of that Disney Adventureland stuff where people can't go somewhere to look at it, so they give them a cut and cropped final product so they can watch it and say, see, this is Antarctica. They have no idea what the hell they're looking at. It's just a product.
Yeah.
It's all a show, and it always has been.
You give somebody a story and a fucking image, they'll be sold.
Yeah. Whether it's politics or history, it's all showbiz.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest one we got is fucking Santa Claus. You got a picture of a fucking old guy in a suit, and he apparently lives at the North Pole with his elves.
If anyone does not believe in gnomes, look up the gnome playlist for Gnomias only on YouTube. There is video evidence of real-life gnomes that live in trees.
Jesus.
Awesome.
If enough people believe in a bullshit idea, it becomes true in a way. Like just what Joe Rogan said. Like with the whole Bigfoot thing. Enough people believe Bigfoot is, so in a sense he is sort of alive. You know? Sure, he goes on YouTube comments and stuff like that, but if enough people believe in Bigfoot, he's basically a real thing. Same thing.
Is that why space is a thing?
Space is a thing? Yeah. Yeah. It's just the idea of like an idea being permeated within a culture, whether it's like influential or some other shit.
You're basically saying if enough people lie, then the lie becomes
true. Basically it does come true. Yeah, like there's enough idiots who believe the Loch Ness Monster is still out there in Scotland. I've not seen it whenever I've went to Scotland. But you know, it might be around.
Wrong.
It might be in Edinburgh. It might
if enough people are wrong, they're still all wrong. Being like a large quantity of wrong doesn't make it right.
That is true. I mean, idiocracy will unfortunately predict the future. It will predict the future. Terry Crews will be president, and everything in America will go swell.
What?
That's what happens in that movies. I think it's Terry Crews.
That's what's happening now. It's Terry Crews.
Oh, you're talking about a movie.
Idiocracy, yeah.
Okay,
it's so stupid. Like it's like some psychopath level shit where a man's getting beaten to death in front of you, and you pull out your.
So like, I don't even listen to the news that much, but Terry Crews is gonna be president? What the fuck?
No, this was in a movie. This was in a movie. He was called President Camacho. It's like some really weird name. He dresses in like a
right now.
He's not trans.
Oh wow! Yeah. I'll be back. We got plenty of mods here. I'll be back in a minute. He'll stay blessed.
I need a moderator. Someone just said penis.
Hey, Hollow. The president is a celebrity, and people are absent of critical thought in that movie. That's
I mean, just give enough generation of iPad kids will create the game. I think it's just we humans have gotten complacent. We have everything given to us in a silver spoon Why is a kid going to learn how to trap, how to hunt, or do anything useful when everything is in front of an iPhone? It might be the downfall of civilization, just all these technological comforts that have made people soft and babied to the point where they can't even think for themselves. We could have like AI nannies taking over us and have a custodianship over Earth. It's a possible scientific theory.
Yeah, that's the parallel. That's all happening right now.
Called your smartphone and YouTube. What the kids watch all day long.
I know, right? I don't even have kids of my own. Skibbity Gatto Hire Rizla, I know all of it.
AIR.
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 E5 folk fun.
Autonomous internal the air.
Anyone else want to debate anything other than flat Earth? Maybe.
What? Yeah, I'm here. That was weird. What is happening? Discord dropped the gavel.
Or the ball.
Did your Discord crash?
Yep. Must
So, like,
take over.
the entirety of this whole server crashed. Instances. Very interesting. Somebody must have broke through. Let's see where this goes.
Be gone, say demon.
We're in. Okay. Everything's functioning normally for you guys?
Roger.
Like your Discord in this server is working as is?
Can
it
you
was
hear me?
before?
So far, so good.
Nice.
Hello.
Good to know.
Well, that was weird.
How you doing?
Doing all right. How about you?
Deciding on whether to go to sleep or. I think we just exercised the demon. We just exorcised the demon. Not really. No idea. All right, AJ. Yeah. Tickety boo. How are you? Oh, Mr. Apple came and left. Yeah, there's something happened to the server there now. The server says no. All right, y'all. I'm gonna try to start the day. Be good, guys. Good luck. Good luck.
All right. Have a good one.
I wonder how he's gonna start to this. Is he gonna be like? You're gonna use like jump leads, or what? What are you gonna do to start the day? Actually,
No idea. I normally just jump out of bed and throw something on and get in the car and go.
go anywhere. Doesn't matter. Just I can go.
Go get a coffee.
Yeah, that sounds like a good start. What time of day is it there now? What are you at? Near midnight or something?
It'd be 1 or 2 in the morning.
Oh.
1:20.
So your day started early, eh?
Still the same day. It's not a new day until you go to sleep.
Yeah.
What is it over there? Sunday morning in the US, is it?
Well, Ireland, 3:15 in the afternoon. They sound fucking American to you, AJ.
No, not you. I was just wondering what it is in the US.
Oh yeah, well, definitely not 3:20 in the US anyway. So they're 6 hours behind. So it's like 9 o'clock on the East Coast, 9:20 on the East Coast, or something like that. Are you?
Yeah, something like 9 or 10 a.m. Sunday. Yeah. That's why no one's in here. They're all out with their families on Sunday.
Yeah, you know what they like to say in America at the start of a new day? You won't believe it. Another day, another dollar.
Yep.
Another day, another $100 to fill my gas tank. More cider required. Back in a bit.
Yeah, no worries.
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Don't know, man.
What's
They
up
look
with the
something about getting masonry for free. I don't know.
So you guys have like pretty fringe ideas, and you guys talking about a lot of conspiracy.
I wouldn't say so, because when you got PDFs from NASA themselves that treat the Earth as it's a flat and stationary, non-rotating plane for flight dynamics, I'm like, okay, that's interesting.
Other people. I'm talking about fringe to like the majority of people. You would agree with that, right? If you go to the average person, you say the world is flat, they're going to look at you weird, right?
Right, but the average person doesn't know much at all about the globe model. They don't even know the basic claims of it in general. They've never tested it, and they've never really heard any alternative options, and they have a misconception of flat Earth.
Yeah, so back to my other point about fringe theories and stuff like that. About,
real quick,
conspiracy.
I want to point out that this has nothing to do with a belief. It's more like the globe is the claim, and we don't believe the official story. So we want proof. We want something measurable, testable, repeatable.
Yeah,
can anyone back their globe? Anyone at all?
Somebody pointed out the Freemasonry, and that's a conspiracy because there's multiple people involved trying to lie and yada yada. So then my question is just, if you guys believe in that conspiracy, do you guys also believe in the Jewish conspiracies?
We just talk about the shape of the world in this one, mate.
Yeah, Freemasonry is not a conspiracy. I don't know where you got that from.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but don't you guys? But you believe they're colluding, right? As I said,
nobody made claims about that.
Somebody said Freemasonry. So
yeah. So just because I mentioned, 1 second, Bloods, just because I mentioned that most of the astronauts were 33 degree, like high-ranking Freemason, you didn't make any further claims. You just kind of like added that in.
Stuck it on there.
Yeah, but again, like the common idea of Freemasonry to the average person is that it's a conspiracy.
Well, what's the conspiracy? Do most people like think it doesn't exist, or what? Because there's a Freemason lodge in just about every town in most of the world.
Yeah, I just drove past one like 2 days ago. But the idea of Freemasonry being a conspiracy is that you have a tight-knit group of people that are closed off and they're coordinating world events. You would agree on that, right?
No, I know a Freemason. He's not. You can become a Freemason if you want to.
I'm talking about, like, again, the high-end Freemason people, like these 33 whatever degrees, and it's like multiple degrees of Freemasonry. And at the top, there's like these high-end people, and you would agree that they're like coordinating some way and orchestrating certain events. You would agree on that,
right? I wouldn't know what they're doing. I wouldn't have a clue what they're doing myself, personally.
Yeah, but you just you guess, you speculate.
Yeah, you can speculate and listen to other stories and that, and make up your own stories if you want.
Yeah. So you would agree on that it's like there's some conspiracy going on with the Freemasonry.
The term conspiracy theory is a slur word used to discredit people who question the JFK assassination.
I'm talking about the word conspiracy, not conspiracy theory.
I'm just saying that that's what the term has been weaponized for. People conspire. People do agree. They come into agreement and they set their minds to accomplishing goals. So people conspire. The idea that nobody ever conspires is silly.
Yeah, and I was just saying, don't you guys agree that the Freemasons they're a conspiracy?
I would not say everybody's in on it. It's more like friends help friends do things.
But the high-end people of Freemasonry, not like the average simple law.
Well, we can only speculate, yeah, which is what you're doing, and we don't really want to speculate in regards to Freemasonry, yeah. We want to.
So why would you make the point of that about like the majority of people who ever left the upper atmosphere are majority Freemasonry?
It's just a point. It's just a point made. It's something that really needs to be discussed further.
Oh, that's just a mute point then. Okay.
So, what's your thoughts on the overall shape of the world?
What's up?
What's your thoughts on the overall shape of the world? Does it have a shape?
It's based on, I think it's like a round world, to be honest. I just don't think that. I think it's round. I think the world is a ball. I think it's a globe.
Why do you think that?
Because there's a lot of instruments to measure that. It's a logical conclusion, just looking over a horizon.
What's logical about it? If you look at the horizon, what's telling you about the horizon? You're standing on a massive ball flying around the sun.
Well, if I just go like 20 miles above, like where I'm standing right now, and I get a laser pointer that can see through atmosphere, and I point
a laser pointer that can see through the atmosphere.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like hypothetically,
So when you describe the horizon, when you look at the horizon, describe it for us. What is it? What's the horizon?
Well, it's a flat plane with the curvature at the end.
So it's a straight line. It's what? Sorry.
Yeah, it's a plane. Straight line. Yeah,
it's a
because
plane.
that is certain miles. Yeah, because that like
a straight line.
Yeah.
So it's a straight line.
Yeah.
Where the sky and the earth seem to meet.
On the x-axis, it's a straight line, but on the y-axis,
straight line.
It's objective.
At what point do you measure curvature?
What's up?
At what point is curvature measured?
Because when I'm standing at point 1 on y, and I look at point 2 on y, I see that point 2 is objectively, like, metrically smaller. A tree at 1 meter versus a tree at 30 miles is way smaller.
So I can look across the yard and I can put my face up at a tree that I'm looking at now, and I won't see anything but that tree. But when I step back, I can look at the tree for what it is, and it's much smaller. But it has not disappeared over curvature. It's still there, level with me.
Yeah, and if there's a tree at the same two distance of x, at y and y, but they're apart from
things get smaller the further you get away from them. So that's not a very good argument, because things do get smaller the further you get away from them.
The horizon is a straight line, horizontal. So that doesn't tell you that you're standing on a ball, does it?
Yeah.
So is there anything in reality that you could show someone that tells them that they're standing on a ball?
A 3D plane. If they understand the basics of like 6th grade math, they can comprehend.
In reality, you're trying to show someone. You want to demonstrate to someone, right? But you're telling them they're standing on top of a big ball, right?
Yeah.
What are you going to do to demonstrate that?
I'm gonna take them on a flight. I'm gonna take them on a flight where there's not a lot of clutter on the ground that we can see an objective curvature, and then we're gonna notice at X1 and X2 is still gonna be the same distance.
You won't, because I'll tell you why. Felix Baumgartner at the Red Bull space jump, he went to a higher altitude than commercial flight will ever reach, and there was no curvature at that altitude, so you're not going to see curvature from a commercial flight ever.
There's a curvature on Y1, Y2.
And the reason, all right, let me ask you a question, Brill. Is the horizon optical or physical?
Say it again?
Is the horizon optical phenomenon, or is it a physical object that you can go out and measure?
It's a physical object that you can go out and measure, and it's an optical object.
So at what distance does it start to drop? Does that curvature that you're talking about begin?
Well, if you're standing at like ground level, it's at like, what is it, like 30 miles? I don't know, somewhere around that ballpark. If we're standing at like 30,000 miles, it's like 120 or 30, I don't know.
You're just off by 20. You're just off by 27 miles, right?
Yeah, not
so
too
it's
long.
3. It's 3 miles according to if you're a 6-foot observer from sea level.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just using Pythagorean theorem. Yada at a certain height. You can use that to calculate on the X platform.
Yeah. So it's
using Z.
3 miles, not 30
using Z
miles.
as depth.
And you do realize that spheres curve equally in all directions, just on the x-axis.
I disagree on that. I guess there's like a minor curvature on the x-axis, but it's just hard to perceive. It's harder to perceive and like convince somebody than on the x-axis. That's why, again, I pointed out the distance of seeing trees at 1 mile versus like 1 meter.
Things getting smaller in the distance.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So if you have a geometric horizon at 3 miles, you can see a flat horizon like 20, 30 miles left to right. Why is there no curvature? Why is it still a straight line?
Because that's how there is a curvature. It's just that you're not perceiving because you're trying to see a curvature on the x-axis when the curvature is on the y-axis.
Do you realize that a sphere curves equally in all directions?
That's not how it works.
Yes, it is exactly how it works. You don't live on a paper towel world.
You live on a plane, and planes have horizons. If I go to the moon, I'm going to see the exact
doesn't have curvature. It doesn't have curvature.
If you look at an eclipse, right? Y1, Y2, something is going to be the same size. But at X1, I got those confused. At X1 and X2, they're going to be the same size. At Y2 and Y1, they're going to be completely different sizes. Something at like the equator versus the pole of the moon, looking at a horizon, are going to be 2 different sizes. Why? Because like the radius of the moon bulges out versus the radius and the diameter of the moon doesn't on the x-axis. Simple as that.
Just a circle. The moon's just a circle in the sky. What are you on about?
Okay. The moon's a circle in the sky?
So is there anything of reality that you could point to someone, right? Point to it and show someone that they're standing on a massive ball?
Yeah, just get a telescope and look at Mars and the moon's rotation.
So look up at objects in the sky, looking at the lights in the sky.
Yeah.
So you've got nothing then. Cheers, buddy.
Yeah, because it's a crazy thing. If you can get a telescope and look at other objects in the solar system.
I've got a telescope, so I look at all sorts in the sky. That doesn't tell me what the ground is, buddy. Sorry.
Okay, so what makes Earth different than like Saturn?
Earth is the ground. It literally means ground. Yeah.
Okay,
all your wandering stars, planets,
but if I'm on Titan,
they're all in the sky. All the pretty things in the sky are all moving, and we're down here on the ground. Yeah.
Just like if I'm on Titan,
what in reality down here on the ground tells you that you're standing on top of a massive ball, and you've got pointing the telescopes that lights in the sky.
I can look at again.
So
if I'm on Titan,
you have nothing to back up your claims. So that's where the conversation kind of stops for me.
Again, if I'm on Titan, it's the ground. And if I'm on the spaceship and there's a ground and there's a gravity,
look, just think about it logically, right? So just say you have some spherical lights on your ceiling. Does that also mean that your floor is a sphere?
Say that again?
So if you have some spherical lights on your ceiling, does that therefore mean that your floor is also one of those? That you're also standing on one of those? Or is your floor completely different to the lights on the ceiling?
No, because those are 2 man-made objects designed in a certain shape.
How do you know what you're looking at in the sky? How did you validate that?
Because we didn't make Earth. Nobody.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter whether you made them or not. Just you see some spheres on the roof, right? Also assume that the ground is spheres. That's all you do.
Yeah, it's the logical conclusion that once you observe every single other celestial object that is largely size,
when he says every other
objects.
And you don't have that other. You just have the ground, and then you have the lights in the sky. It's where he says, every other.
Yeah, so Mars
but nothing in the sky is the same as the ground, is it?
Okay, does Mars not exist? Yeah, does Mars not exist? Does the sun not exist? Does the moon not exist? There's like 60
what they are. You don't know what they are.
You're kind of spiraling now. It's really strange.
We know
So
they're
what are they? I
objects
mean, if you don't
because
know
the
what they are-
Earth casts a shadow on the moon.
why don't you know what the
shadow on the moon?
Yeah, every time the sun is behind the Earth, and the moon is
Talking
on
about
the
an
other
eclipse? Are you talking
you see
about
that the Earth casts a shadow on the moon.
There's nothing off the ground that you could point to it and say to someone that you're on a massive ball because of that there, no? There's nothing
Yeah, it's
like
called-
that in reality.
Yeah, it's called basic math.
So nothing you could point to in reality.
Yeah,
literally nothing at all. You just go, oh, just basic maths, buddy. There you go. That's all you need.
Wait,
that's
did you ever
strange,
take a
isn't
math
it? If
class?
you're meant to be on this massive ball, right, you should be able to prove it. You should be able to prove it to yourself or demonstrate it. But no one can. It's really strange.
Yeah. Yeah, so what level of math did you finish in school?
You got the horizon, which is a horizontal.
Why are you
know
dodging
that
my
all the
question?
horizontals are
What
parallel
level of
to it.
math? What level of math have you completed at school?
So you already said the horizon's
There we
horizontal.
go. There we go. He's not answering it.
What math are you talking about specifically?
Calculus. Let's say calculus and geometry.
What does that
But
have
mostly
to do?
calculus.
What does that have to do with eclipse?
Because I was just explaining this whole time.
Or the ground being a ball. All right, demonstrate the ground being a ball with calculus. Go on.
There was a study done, and the average IQ is 82.
You guys are
for
talking
flat
over each
earthers.
other.
Go on, demonstrate the ground being a ball with calculus. Go on.
I just used it. X-axis.
When you're ready.
Y-axis. Just compare the two.
What does that have to do with anything? Axes.
Yeah.
Go on, where's your measurements and all that?
What?
Where's your
You
measurement of
prove-
curvature?
What's my major?
You're trying to prove Earth is a massive ball.
Yeah, where's
With
your
the calculus
measurement
approach.
of Earth curvature? Saying x-axis and y-axis isn't a measurement of Earth being a globe.
Get on a tower that's very tall and very high. Get two very similar objects. Get a laser pointer. Get one at the x-axis. Get one at the another. Let's say x1 and x2, right? And x1 and x2, they're going to be approximately, let's say, 20 miles apart from each other. And you're standing at about 1 mile in the sky on a random platform. So then let's say that these two objects are about, let's make it simple. Let's say about 100 feet, and you have a magical laser pointer. So both these objects are 100 feet at x1, x2, right? And then now you have y1, y2. Y1 is going to be about, let's say, 500 meters, and y2 is going to be about at the very edge. Let's say the edge of the horizon is going to be maybe 40 miles, right? So then we can see.
I can save you some. I can save you some time here.
I'm not
So
done yet.
Actually, it doesn't.
I'm not
matter.
done yet.
No,
I'm
it
not
doesn't
done.
matter.
Why
If
are
you,
you-
it
you
doesn't
asked me
matter
a
if you're
question, you asked
done
me to explain it.
because you're just
You
going
asked
through
me-
a hypothetical right now, right?
Yeah.
You're just going through. Nobody's ever done this to
Yeah,
validate
'cause
that
that's how
it is
math works.
That's
How
just
math
reality.
works. That's
Yeah,
how math
math
works.
needs
Wait, are you
magical
gonna let me?
lasers.
You're gonna let me explain it? Are you gonna let me explain it?
No, we're not.
There we
gonna
go. Okay,
explain
because you
it.
guys don't want to ask your math
because
you
it's
can't
just a
comprehend math.
hypothetical.
No,
It's
yeah,
just
that's
a
how
hy-
math works, retard.
Nobody. No, it's not how math works.
retard. Lovely. Here we go.
Yeah.
The add-ons are coming out now. So
How do
literally
you know
nothing
your
in
math?
reality you could point to.
Yeah, math is reality. It's the objective truth of the
Math
world.
is reality, is it?
Yes, yes. 1 + 1 = 2.
Not in synergy. It's a work of
So
three.
if I'm trying to explain something to you in the most universal language possible, which is math, that you cannot deny, and yet you don't want to hear it, it's just proof that you're just like,
And not
that you're insecure. Yeah.
Claim that certain math matches reality. You need to be able to validate it in reality.
Okay, if I
Right?
get one
Otherwise,
finger,
math-
if I get one finger, I get my other
Let
finger.
DJ finish saying what he's saying, man.
Again, if I have one finger, I have two fingers. I
No,
put them
Drew,
together.
can you let DJ finish saying what he's trying to say to you, dude? I got one for you. They have the mathematical equation for how hard Superman has to slap a chicken in order for it to be fully cooked. That doesn't mean there's a Superman.
Okay, how's that math?
You could
math
prove,
exists.
right?
How's it not math?
That's not a mathematical equation. A mathematical
You want me to link you to the whole meme thing? It was a whole deal on the internet for a while. Everybody was joking about it.
Yeah. You could prove an elephant hanging off a cliff with its tail tied to a daisy with math. No,
You're trying to tie an external event.
Listen, Vril. Listen
that's
for a
not how it
second.
works.
If I say I have 6 fingers on my listen for a second.
What's
if I
up?
say I have six fingers on my right hand and 6 fingers on my left hand, therefore have 6 plus 6, it equals 12 fingers, right? Is that correct?
I guess so.
Really? So I don't. You don't care because the math works. Math is reality, is it? Do I really have 6 fingers on each hand in reality?
I mean, who knows? Maybe you have a genetic anomaly. I don't know. I'm assuming so because you're saying it right now.
You would just believe the math because the 6 plus 6 equals 12. Therefore, I have 12 fingers.
I'm assuming you're not lying because I'm assuming you're not lying. Yeah, because I'm assuming you're not lying to me because you're giving me the information and it's just not out there.
You just trust the math blindly, do you?
I mean, when it comes to math that you're giving me, like, hey, I have XXX. Well, you're telling me that you have XXX. Maybe I should go there and physically count it myself. And then if I found out that they're lying to me, it's not that the math is wrong. It's that you are wrong. Simple as that.
What's the circumference of your Earth?
Because math can't be wrong. It can never be wrong.
Dude, what's the circumference of your Earth?
Like what? Tell me when math is wrong.
Do you know what the circumference of your Earth is?
Wait, tell me when math is wrong.
1 plus 1 equals 3. That's an incorrect math equation.
That's you. You are wrong. The external user is wrong. The human is wrong. Human error makes math wrong.
Math is wrong. Right? So
you are wrong.
1 plus 1 equals 2. I don't have 6 fingers on each hand. So
you are wrong. You lied to me. You lied to me. You do not have 6 fingers. Then, if I go up there and I found out.
Listen, the globe doesn't have a radius of 3,959 miles because it doesn't match reality when we go out and test it. I'm talking over everyone.
Do you test it?
Yes.
Did you test
Would you like to see?
Oh, really?
Would you like to see it?
Okay, well, I mean, I'm walking right now. I don't want to see it. I just want to hear what's your how's your experiment? Like, how'd that go? And what was the measurement of the radius?
All right, listen, I'm explaining it to you. So if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, it's very easy to do the math. Over large bodies of water, there should be a specific rate of curvature, and the geometric horizon should be at a specific location. So you can go to these large bodies of water, and you can use different methods to try to test for the curvature. It just so happens when we go out to these large bodies of water, there is no curvature detected.
Okay. And how did you detect it? Like, what instrument did you use?
Okay, so just for example, if you're if you're at a 10-mile lake, there should be 66 foot of drop over 10 miles. So you could set up a camera 1 foot above the surface of the water and set up a target 1 foot off the surface of the water on the other side of the lake. It should be hidden by 66 foot of earth, right? Between you and the target. So when we go out and we do these observations, we can zoom in and we can see the target across the lake. Or we can use a $30,000 laser or different types of high-powered laser pointers, which we've used, and we can shoot across 10, 20, 30-mile lakes, hit the target on the other shoreline. It's impossible on a globe.
What's the accuracy of the laser? And what's the atmospheric distance?
The accuracy on the laser is it's a $30,000 laser and a team of field engineers. You can have a look through that experiment if you want. They did 17 different tests in different locations and they hit the target every time.
Because here's the error. Here's the human error that can come from this experiment, right? At a short range, a laser is going to have a far bit more dispersion. That's why you need to have a longer range, so there's going to be less dispersion on the laser. Then on top of that, you're going to need to have better atmospheric conditions, and then on top of that, you would have to have
these are being done in different locations. There's frozen lakes, salt lakes, all sorts of different flat surfaces, right? And they're hitting the target every time.
Yeah, and it's the laser that's wrong at a certain range.
Right. So you think the laser's bending around the Earth 66 foot and hitting the target?
No, I don't think that. I think that the laser.
How is the laser hitting the target then? How is the laser hitting the target?
It's not at a short range. It's mostly not. And I want to know who did this.
It is hitting the target. You haven't even looked. You're just saying the laser is not hitting the target, but in the experiments, it shows the laser hitting the target.
So send me the experiment back. I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, I can send you a bunch of those. And also observations. You agreed before that the horizon is a geometric location, right? You can calculate the distance to the horizon. So just say you have a camera set up on that same 10-mile lake. That's just 1 foot off the surface. The geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles.
Yeah.
So everything beyond that 1.22 mile horizon would start to be hidden by a certain distance, depending on how far, right? But we can see the horizon 10, 15 miles away, where the horizon should be at 1.2 miles. But we can see the horizon over 10 miles away. Constantly. Impossible on a globe.
Yeah. So then you have to factor in another problem, though, right? It'd be like human error and setting up the tripod and setting up all these other intricate things.
Look, dude, you're setting up a camera at 1 foot above the surface of the water. Anyone could do that. Just set up the tripod. You measure 1 foot, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, if the tripod is like half a millimeter off, let's say the tripod's like half a millimeter off on the back left leg, right? And because of that, at a 1 mile, that's going to be like maybe a 10 feet offset. So then
So even if they look, we can see over 2,000% further when we do this observation.
Yeah.
Even if you set up the tripod at 10 feet instead of 1 feet, right? It still crushes the globe model.
Yeah. Do you know why?
Doesn't matter about a small amount.
Yeah, back to my analogy when I said we're going to measure the x1, x2, and then y2, y1. And the reason why I said hypothetical is because I know in reality you can never ever set up a laser rangefinder plus tripod to have enough stability to the point that it's going to accurately calculate the ranges. Because I know there's going to be a huge amount of dispersion because of it. And that would be due to human error. That would just be due to seismic region. So I set a magical platform in the sky.
I don't want to talk about magical platforms in the sky. This is a team of field engineers with a $30,000 laser, right? They're accounting for all the variables and they're shooting it across huge bodies of water where there should be hundreds and hundreds of feet curvature.
Again, how are they going to calculate for atmospheric dispersion?
And have a look at the experiment. They've calculated for all of that.
Even
you just agreed. You just agreed that there needs to be a geometric horizon at a specific distance.
Yeah.
Right, so that's never been detected by anyone at the correct distance. We can constantly detect the horizon 20 times further than it should be. It's impossible on a globe.
Yeah, that just makes no sense.
Makes no sense on a globe Earth.
I mean,
makes perfect sense on a flat Earth.
Not really. Think about it.
Really? Why would that?
Yeah, there's a bunch of dogs barking. Might get my ass eaten. But if you really, when I'm thinking about this, right, and I'm going back to the hypothetical of the multiple distance on the x and y axis, right, and I'm using all these. I'm accounting for all these conditions that could affect it. So I said a hypothetical, right? I'm trying to make it as accurate as humanly possible. And then when you come out and you tell me that these studies are, damn, there's a lot of dogs barking. All right, but I might get my ass again. Let me just walk out here real quick. God dang. You still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep shooting in my ear while I'm trying to avoid these dogs.
Okay. Right, so I just posted in the side chat a GIF, and this is out of a full length video, right? And I don't know if you can see it. Are you able to have a look at the side chat like while you're walking?
No, I can't. I can't walk right now. Okay.
I mean, you kind of have to have a look at it. It would only take you a
I'm
second.
gonna take your words for it. I'm gonna take your words for it. Okay. But another point of contention I have is I can understand how a GPS can work in a flat Earth scenario, but then what puzzles me is this, right? When you see all these satellites that are like physically viewable from the ground at night, so I just want to know, like, how do you guys justify that?
Well, if you're talking about being able to see a little light in the sky.
Yeah, I'm talking about you get a telescope, you look through it, and you can obviously see that's like the ISS, or you can see a bunch of constellations.
Talking about the ISS. If you have a look into the, well, why are they faking so much footage from the ISS? Like they get caught using green screens, harnesses, zero-G flights, all sorts of different ways they've been caught. There's huge compilations of them, like, faking footage.
Yeah. God damn, I fucking hate this place. I'm gonna get a gun, honestly. Next time I see a dog in the motherfucker barks at me, I'm shooting him.
We carry
pepper spray doesn't work. No, I'm getting a gun. Nah, fuck this place. I live in America. Yeah.
It's also ill-advised to fire off a gun within the city or town limits. Don't do that.
No, it's self-defense.
Walk tall and carry a big stick. It's easier and quieter.
Bro, that's a fucking pit bull that just barked at me.
Anyway, once you get somewhere safe, we can continue the conversation. That way you're not distracted. You can focus.
Yeah, I'm walking another way, so I'm fine now. Oh, that's good. I'm walking another way. We can continue again. I'm safer. But yeah, I'm definitely getting I'm just going to conceal carry in this place. Try and have a nice day. Motherfuck these dogs loose. Especially if it's shit. Well, I think we should kill all the pit bulls, but yeah, let's continue.
Well, DJ, you guys were saying something before the dogs interrupted.
Right. Yeah, so in this observation, the camera is placed 8 foot above the surface of the water. And he's zooming out into the ocean. So if you do the math on a globe Earth, the geometric horizon should be at 3.46 miles. Okay? So in the observation, you can see some oil rigs out in the ocean. And then when you check the distance of those oil rigs from the shoreline, one of them's 10 miles away.
Yeah.
Okay? So behind the oil rigs, you can see the horizon, like way beyond the oil rigs.
Yeah.
So the horizon is about 10 times further than it should be on a globe Earth.
Okay. So let's do this, right? I take your word for it and the world is flat, right? Then the next question would be this. Why would people lie about the world not being round?
Well, who are you talking about in particular that would be lying?
Like just every single institution pretty much out there in the world.
No,
that isn't
like,
flat Earth.
Well, the teachers aren't lying to people when they're teaching people about the globe Earth. I mean, they're just teaching people the mainstream textbooks. Like they become teachers because they're the best at regurgitating, the textbooks to the students.
I'm talking about like the people who are very high up, like people who are in these agencies, people who are in government, people who work in places that could observe the truth.
Like who, for example, like get somewhat specific.
Like, let's say, I don't know, like someone high in the U.S. government, like maybe someone who works for the DOD.
Why, like Joe Biden?
Yeah, like why would like the Pentagon?
How would Joe Biden? How would Joe Biden know?
I said someone in the Pentagon, like not Joe Biden. Let's be real, man's not real. So let's say like I don't know, like let's say a 3-star general who works in missile defense, or like a 2-star general who works in like space command. And let's say like all these other retired people who used to work in like all these programs that would have some form of interaction with upper atmospheric stuff. And I'll say the same thing across the globe.
There's literally, okay, so how about a retired Polish astronaut? Was the first Polish person in space, apparently. He said the Earth's flat. Yeah. I mean, there's another Soviet astronaut that said the Earth is flat. There's a bunch of like whistleblowers. No, they're not going to put that on the mainstream news, though, are they? It's the most censored topics that there is.
But why? Like, why would they lie about that, though?
Most people aren't lying, right? This was a lie that was created 500 plus years ago by a bunch of Jesuits.
Okay,
and it was incorporated. Just hold on. It was incorporated into the mainstream education system and taught for years and years and years. Right? It's these governments rely on the people, the general population, trusting them. So if they go ahead and come out and say, "Oh, we've been lying to you about everything this whole time," that's not going to work well in their favor. Don't you think it would be more favorable for modern governments to continue the lie? Push the lie.
Not really, because of like what the fuck was I saying? Warfare implications, if you think about it. Because now we live in the age of rockets and high-end missile defense, ABM systems, ballistic missiles, yada yada. So then, if we look at like what happened in Israel, right? You see these Iranian rockets that are some of them are getting blown up in the sky, and you see that they're getting blown up in the upper atmosphere. And you have to think about it for a second, right? Okay, if all this stuff is fake, how does their guidance system work? Why are they going so high up? What are the calculations? And then on top of it, why would like Iran and Israel both coordinate?
If you look into most of these industries, they treat the Earth as a flat stationary plane, right? Like pilots are trained to treat the Earth as flat and stationary. All they're doing, right, is just calculating how much force they're going to, put behind the missile and where it's going to hit. I mean, it doesn't need to be a globe. It would work perfectly on a flat surface as well.
I mean, it's like the navigation systems. Like, what type of systems are they using? Are they using inert systems? Are they using inertial navigation? Are they using GPS? So, how's that work?
I don't think either of us, know exactly how those systems work. To be honest.
I mean, GPS, inert systems are pretty easy to understand. And then there's sextant-based navigation where you use the sky.
Yeah, so with the sextant-based navigation, that works using a flat Earth angle, right?
Okay, so let's say that there's like a missile, right, that uses from the U.S. that uses sextant-based navigation, and it's a ICBM, right? So it's going to be traveling across multiple continents. It's going to travel across the entire world, and let's say in rotation. So let's say this missile has the range to hit Australia, right? But it's going to hit it's going to launch from like Wyoming, but the trajectory is not going to go to the North Pole. It's going to go to like across the Pacific Ocean. So if it's going to travel across the Pacific Ocean, that means there's going to be a whole new set of stars, right? So then how would that work?
Well,
where are the new set of stars? I mean, where are the new set of stars?
Like in reality, all the stars just rotate around the North Star, right? And they all rotate east to west, and they reset into the same positions each year.
Okay,
it's the same.
So when we say we're on a flat Earth, right? And if you look at so when it's like a flat Earth, wouldn't it be that the southern hemisphere is like way, 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 way larger than the northern hemisphere in terms of like landmass? Yeah.
Well, not in terms of landmass, in terms of more ocean area.
Okay, so we look at so that'd be like some country like South Africa would be like 20 times larger than like Europe or some crazy shit like that.
Why would that be?
Because, like, if you look at a disc, right? If you look at a disc, the other end of the disc is going to be way larger. The end of the disc is going to be way larger than the interior of the disc. You would agree on that, right?
Just picture it like this. Just picture it like a big lake, right? And you've got islands coming up out of the water within that lake. The continents, they don't have to be bigger or smaller. They can just be however big that particular landmass is coming out of the water.
Okay, so then that would mean like the Indian Ocean from Cape Town to like Tasmania would be like some crazy ass 200,000 mile distance.
No, I don't think it would be that big of a distance.
Oh, I mean, you would. Okay,
Earth
so
is what it is. Nothing would be. It already is what it is.
Yeah, you can basically get an indication. You know, you can fly a plane across any of these continents and work out, okay, I was flying at 500 miles an hour and it took this amount of time. So, you know, you can... Going to be.
Okay, so there's like some reality bending going on because something has to be way larger at the other end of the Earth than there would be in the interior. Like the southern hemisphere would have to just be way larger. That again? I think you cut off.
Yeah. Look, I mean, you can estimate the distances based on how long it takes to fly from one place to another.
Yeah.
It's not exclusive to a globe.
And then what about fuel usage? Because like that means like a Boeing, not like let's say an Airbus A380. That means there was just need like 10 times the fuel, 10 times the flight hour to get from again like Cape Town to what's like the other side of Australia? It's like a city there, Gold Coast or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, Perth.
Yeah, Perth. So that'll take 10 times and the fuel, that'll take 10 times the time. Then like a flight from Norway to Toronto.
Norway to Toronto. I mean, you would just have to look at the flight paths. I mean, they work out just fine.
Yeah, but then, okay, so then how does a disk model work?
Okay, so we don't claim the Earth is a disk in space.
So what? Oh, so what's how's, it's like it's a flat Earth, right? I mean, what?
Yeah, flat. When we're talking about flat Earth, we're not talking about a disk in space. Flat isn't a shape. We don't know the shape of Earth.
Okay. So there's like
when
reality.
We're talking right. So if you like look up flat Earth and hit images on Google or something like that, or on YouTube, you'll see a whole bunch of these disks floating in space, like a disk floating in the globe Earth version of space. That's just propaganda made by the media, to turn people away from flat Earth. They hide the true flat Earth information. Like they even had a meeting in Congress with YouTube saying that they're going to censor flat Earth and they're going to replace the proper flat Earth videos with propaganda. That's what they've done.
Okay.
You could type in like a proper flat Earth video, word for word, and it'll come up with a playlist of propaganda that's going to show you a bunch of disks in space. So yeah, we don't claim to know the shape of Earth. When we're talking about flat isn't a shape. It's the measurement of a surface. And what we're talking about mostly is large bodies of water at rest, being flat on the surface.
Okay. So then again, like that just goes to the southern hemisphere part, right? That means that there'd have to be like some weird reality bending for every single entity / thing in the southern hemisphere for distances not to explode. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from, but what in particular are you talking about? Because I mean, there's like a flight from, a direct flight from Santiago, Chile, to Perth, Australia.
That's far.
Yeah, so for that flight, they take a jet stream, right? The jet streams are also way stronger in the southern hemisphere. They use a special plane Like it's not just like a regular Airbus. They use a special plane, has to be flown by a particular trained pilot, and it goes much faster than the regular planes. And the distances and speed match up perfectly.
So let's say like
how it would be on flat Earth.
Let's say that like it's about 10 times the size, right? Let's say that, right? So let's say the Airbus flies at about 600 miles per hour. Let's say that. And that would be 10 times 6. So it'd have to be going almost hypersonic, basically. A passenger plane cannot go hypersonic. So the reason why
passenger planes have been logged doing over 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, but hypersonic is like Mach 8. I'm saying it's almost hypersonic when it's going like Mach 6. And then when it's going Mach 6, like the reason why it can't go Mach 6 is because the atmospheric pressures, right? Like even at a very, very high altitude, like 70,000 feet, a passenger plane still can't go hypersonic. It'd have to be upper orbit.
It wouldn't have to go hypersonic. If you actually like map it out and work out how fast it would have to go, it's not that fast. It's nothing like that. Like this has all been done. There's videos explaining it. How it would work just fine. It would just have to go like around 1,000 miles per hour or something like that.
Okay. Let's say.
And they're using a special type of plane. I forget the exact model, but it has like 6 layers of heat protective paint, and it has to be flown by a specific trained pilot for that particular plane. So they're not just using a regular plane.
The wings would just literally tear off. Yeah, right.
No. It's not going the speeds. It wouldn't have to go the speeds that you're suggesting.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like even at 1,000 miles per hour, it'd tear off due to overspeeding.
Oh no, planes have been logged going like 1,200 miles per hour because what happens is they catch jet streams, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, those planes can easily go 1,000 plus miles per hour without any problems.
Yeah, planes are not designed to go hypersonic. I mean, not hypersonic. Supersonic. Supersonic is like 866 miles, I think. So if you're going,
planes have been logged to be going over 1,200 miles per hour with problem.
Yeah, there's an immense strain on that. So then, if there's an immense strain on that, it's just going to be tearing up itself. That's why like biplanes can't go like 600 miles per hour.
That's why. Well, that's interesting. Interesting for that particular Sydney to Santiago flight. They're using a special type of plane. It has 6 layers of heat protective paint. It's a special model. Obviously it can go faster. It's a special pilot. All that sort of things. Obviously, there are different types of plane. You've got the SR-71 that goes like what Mach 4.
Yeah. And it's made out of titanium, and it uses a certain type of fuel. So that like every single flight per person would be like $7,000. And con would be like 6 months in advance, 3 months in advance. It's like the economical implications. Insane. You think about it. Outside of like the physical, just like not even the physical. Yeah, let's say physical. On the physical side, that's practically impossible. The materials we have right now, just because titanium cannot withstand that much weight and that much pressure and that much heat. It would just tear up itself. And then the paint would have added weight. Glass would shatter. So then you would have to use extremely thick glass, which would be more heavier. Oh god dang. Can't escape these niggas, man. I mean people. I can say it here. Yeah, but you understand where I'm coming from when I say it's like this aircraft itself would just be physically and economically impossible to make, and there's a bunch of technological limitations of building this plane. And then, like, how would you
the speeds that it needs to go is perfectly fine with the. It's not a huge speed like you're.
So,
also, if they're traveling in a jet stream, right?
Yeah.
They're moving with the it's not as much friction. They're moving with the air.
Yeah, so let's say that there's like minor turbulence, because you know how turbulence works. It's due to like pressure differential, which would happen in jet stream, right? If there's minor turbulence at that speed, those wings are going to fly off. And then
have you seen the space shuttle? Think about this. Have you seen the space shuttle?
Yeah,
it's the most non-aerodynamic craft you could ever see, and it's claimed to go Mach 23.
Yeah, because it's not designed to fly like that. It's using sheer power.
But it's going Mach 23, dude. It's not going 800 miles per hour like the Sydney to Santiago plane will have to be flying. It's going Mach 23. And it's the most
not gliding. It's not meant to glide. And then
it's going through the air. It's going through the air.
Yeah, and this has a bunch of the weight itself. The weight distribution is a big thing. The materials used, the tiling used, the structure itself, because it has a very low wing to length ratio. The reason why it has it is because, again, if it was aerodynamic, the wings would just tear off. That's why if you look at like a fighter jet, let's say, let's look at the U-2 spy plane versus like the MiG-21, right? So the U-2 spy plane has a crazy wing length, and the MiG-21 has a short wing length for a reason. Because the faster you go, the more strain you're going to have on your wings. And it decreases speed, and speed is the key when you do have shitty aerodynamics. That's just the basic of engineering.
And the space shuttle has wings, right? Have a look in the side chat at the space shuttle. And that thing's going 17,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, in space, where there isn't any air.
No. It has to go through the air, get up into the so-called space.
Yeah. At escape velocity would be like a couple thousand, like tens of thousands of miles per hour. I understand that part. But then again, the higher you go, the weaker air resistance is, the less that it can cause any disturbance, the less heat that you'd have to deal with. So once you see that all these the boosters come off, the external fuel tanks come off, makes complete logical sense.
Okay, so what doesn't make logical sense is outer space, as described in the globe model.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about outer space. I'm just talking about the aerodynamics of these passenger aircraft that you're talking about, which, again, are physically impossible, mathematically.
I don't know. You're saying it's impossible for a commercial airline to go 800 miles per hour, but you're perfectly happy with the technology with this spaceship, with this space shuttle going 17,000 miles.
Because it is not gliding. It is just using straight up thrust.
But it doesn't make a difference. It's still pushing through the atmosphere. It still has the friction that will cause the damage.
Because, again, one is also air breathing, the other is not. On top of that, one has a negative thrust to weight ratio. The thrust to weight ratio on like a passenger aircraft is like 0.6. The thrust to weight ratio on a space shuttle ascending is like 7. It's like uncomparable. Like a bare bones F-15 is like a thrust to weight ratio of like 1.9, and that's crazy. So you're comparing 1.9 to 7 thrust to weight ratio.
Yeah, but you're comparing 800 miles an hour to 17,000, right? And something that's not aerodynamic at all.
Yeah, the less.
But even if you look at a SR-71 Blackbird, it's like the most aerodynamic thing that you could see. Look at it front on. Yes, it is, man. Have a look.
It's way more aerodynamic than that. A paper plane a kid can make. Why? Because it's lighter. It's not going fast.
It's made of paper, though.
Yeah, exactly. And it respects the principles of aerodynamics.
And can you see? Just have a look at the side chat, man, and just have a look at what Bloodsticker just posted. Look at how aerodynamic the SR-71 has to be just to go 2,300 miles per hour.
Yeah. I mean, those big
and the space
engines. Yeah, those engines are not very aerodynamic either.
The space shuttle is not aerodynamic. Plus, the lens it is attached to that huge orange rocket by a bolt, by a bolt in the front.
Yeah. Do you want to know the most aerodynamic thing you could possibly think of? Like a circular piece of paper. That's like probably the most aerodynamic thing to think of. And plus, like the SR-71 cannot be used as a commercial aircraft. In matter of fact, like this, like the maintenance of it alone is crazy. It uses titanium as like a structure and as panels, and then it needs to be replaced practically every single flight. So, and then it uses like special fuel. It has extremely high it has a low bypass on its engines, which can be used on commercial aircraft. So again, like every single flight, like the cheapest flight imaginable would be like $7,000. That would be like 3 months ahead of time at the worst season imaginable in order for a flight from Santiago to Sydney or Perth. Or you could just use a Boeing like 737 or like 747, 777, or like an Airbus A380, which has a low thrust to weight ratio that uses conventional technology, conventional build quality, conventional engines, conventional fuel, and it simply just glides across the Pacific.
So, just a question. I might be a little bit confused, but basically you're stating that the Earth can't be flat due to the fact of the Sydney to Santiago Chile flight. It wouldn't work.
No. I was talking to the other guy. He said that because we're trying to explain why and how these flights from Santiago to Perth can work. And I wasn't talking about a flat Earth. I was talking about whatever type of Earth he was talking about, because he doesn't even believe the world is flat. He thinks it's like some weird shape that we don't know about. So then, at that point, if I was saying
Hold on a second. I was explaining to you that we don't know the shape of the Earth, right? And that no flat earthers are claiming its shape.
Yeah. I
didn't say it's some weird shape. I said we don't know the overall shape of the Earth. Nobody does.
Yeah, so it's like mysterious. Okay, I'm gonna go with his words. So then,
wait. Here's an example. You know how the human heart is not shaped like the little heart emoji that you can post on your phone?
Yeah.
Earth is Earth-shaped. It's not a cartoon ball. Flat's not a shape. It's a property that shapes may or may not have.
Okay. Yeah, so I was just explaining about the feasibility of this flight that he was talking about and the aircraft he used. And I was just saying how it's like flat out impossible under whatever model.
I don't believe that DJ brought up a flight path from Australia to Santiago, did he?
Yeah, he just said it. He was just talking about.
Well, you were talking about flights from South Africa to Australia, and you were saying they would have to be 200,000 miles or something like that. So I mentioned flight path that does exist, which is Perth to Santiago.
Yeah.
And you're saying that it wouldn't work, but you don't know the speeds that the plane would have to travel. You haven't done any of that math. You're just assuming.
So what do you think is the distance from Santiago to Chile?
Hang on. I'd like to ask why it wouldn't work. If there is a flight route that's taken, or a flight between those destinations, why wouldn't it work?
So let's say Norway to Toronto is let's say that's about 2,000 miles, right? And let's say that there's like a flat Earth, hypothetically. Let's say that the world is flat, and then let's say that the center is the North Pole. So the closer you get to the North Pole, the shorter the world gets, right? The distance. So then let's say Norway, Toronto is about 2,500 miles. So then there isn't a South Pole, so it'd be like there would be an ice wall or whatever. And then let's look at the distance from like South Africa to Australia. That would have to make it like, I don't know, 10 times larger. So a like 3,000 mile, let's say it's about 2,000 miles from South Africa to Perth. I think it's like 4,000 miles, but let's say 2,000 miles. And let's say that let's multiply it by about 10, right? Because it's a flat Earth. And, you know, the farther you get away from the centerpiece, center radius, the larger distances it would get. So let's say that the distance from South Africa, Cape Town to Perth is about 20,000 miles, right?
I'll just stop you there for 1 second, quickly.
Yeah.
So you're describing these distances on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
You're trying to say they don't work. So what map projection are you using here?
I'm saying flat Earth. I'm just using flat Earth, and I'm using the North Pole as the center.
Yeah, but you'd need to have some sort of map or something to compare this to. It can't be just something that you've imagined what the flat Earth may be in your own mind.
I'm actually lowballing it drastically. So I'm giving you guys the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, but why would we want to discuss or debate something that you've thought about in your mind that doesn't exist in reality? Yeah, you're just giving what you believe.
I'm talking about the flat Earth. So what is the world?
You're just giving us what you believe the flat Earth would be and how it would be laid out and how it would look. And I'm asking, is there any type of map that you're using for this?
If the world is not a globe, what is it? What is the world shape? I'm asking you personally.
Well, if it's not curving, it must be flat.
Okay, it must be flat, right? So then, what is the end of the Earth and what is the center of it then?
I don't know. How would I be able to verify any of that information?
Okay, so do you want to? Okay, let's assume one point in the world is the centerpiece. Like, what point do you want?
We don't want to assume, because otherwise we're just speaking about assumptions. Yeah, we're not speaking about anything that's occurring in reality. We've got nothing to compare it to. We're just imagining something.
So the world's not flat.
Well,
like, you just not believe in that? Okay, then it's flat. Then what is the shape of it?
Well, again, I don't know, because it's not something that I can verify. I can't get to the extremities. You can't get to the extremities. Yeah.
So do you think it's like shaped as a disc or something, or is it like shaped like a square, or is it shaped like a jigsaw, or is it shaped like a Minecraft block? What is it?
How am I meant to know? How am I meant to confirm any of this?
Right.
Yeah, what we're doing again is just giving a description of the surface that measures to be flat. Beyond that, there's nothing that I can verify.
Right. So if it's a flat world, is it like 1-to-1 at every single point of the world? And if that's the case, then there's some like reality bending shit going on.
What do you mean by 1-to-1?
Well, again, let's say that the world doesn't have an exact point, and let's say that every point from Norway to Toronto would be like 2,500 mile flight, and then let's say that like Perth to South Africa would be like a 4,000 mile flight. Like the current world
again,
because that's what the world is like.
What are we just assuming and imagining for?
Because in the real world, that's how we think. We think that those are the real distances. So I'm going with like what the real world people think. So let's assume that's like.
So now then, how do you compare that? How do you compare that to what map? To what standard? I mean, again,
and then now I'm comparing that. Yeah, I'm talking.
You're just imagining that
to the flat Earth. So if you have a flat Earth,
hang on.
Let's say that.
Hang on.
There's a point.
Flat Earth is just giving a description of the surface. It has nothing to do with the layout of the countries, the continents, the shape,
the distance between the countries, the distance
of this information. Yeah.
Yeah. So how does the map of the world look like to you? So if I take you a eye up in the sky where you can see the world as it is, how does the world look like?
Why are we imagining again? If I could take you up into the sky and you could look down and you could, again, I'm not going to imagine what something could be and propose it as some type of map or model, because it's not something that I can verify. Again, what I can verify is the surface properties measure flat.
Right. So then So then the real question is this, right? Why is it that let's? Because this is weird to think about. If that's the case, and everything is the current estimates that we do have, like again, a flight to Norway to Toronto is like 2,000, and the other side of the world, Perth to South Africa, is 4,000, right? And if we had any other model, like a flat Earth, let's say that the world was flat, or the world wasn't flat, and there wasn't an exact point. So if the world was flat and there was a point, then let's say that the point was based off of the North Pole. That means Norway. Let's use Norway and Toronto as the exact points, right? Those are the exact distances. Therefore, there would be a huge multiplier in the southern hemisphere. So it'd be like 20,000 miles. It may be 200,000 miles, right? And let's say that there isn't an exact point.
How did you verify any of that?
I'm not. I'm just saying that.
Well, we can't
I'm saying
see.
it's a logical. I'm making a logical. I'm making a logical argument. Can you hear me out to the next point?
Well, it's not really. It's not really logical, yeah, because it's just
you're not
based on
hearing me.
assumption.
Yeah, because you're not hearing my next point of the argument. You're not even letting me finish it. So then the next point of the argument is, okay, well, there isn't an exact finished point. Right? So then there isn't an exact finished point. Right?
Drill, let me give you an analogy that might make sense to you. Okay, so just say you have a big lake.
Yeah.
And you have a big magnet in the center of the lake.
Yeah.
Right? And in that lake, you have little islands in the lake.
Because it's just
you're not
on
hearing me.
assumption.
Yeah, because you're not hearing my next point of the argument. You're not even letting me finish it. So then the next point of the argument is, okay, well, there isn't an exact finished point. Right? So then there isn't an exact finished point. Right?
Drill, let me give you an analogy that might make sense to you. Okay, so just say you have a big lake.
Yeah.
And you have a big magnet in the center of the lake.
Yeah.
Right? And in that lake, you have little islands in the lake.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to fly a model, just say you're on one of the islands and you want to fly a model plane over to one of the other islands in the lake.
Yeah.
What's the problem? It works fine.
Because the problem is this, right? When you try to get to the other point of the lakes, like let's say I want to get to, let's say that the world is a lake, right? And let's use the basic map that we look at Google Maps on our phone. Let's say that that's how it is. That's how it looks like top down, right? So if I'm trying to get to Australia and I want to get to Siberia, right? That means I would have to travel across
What map
the
are you
entire
talking
world.
about? Are you talking about an AE projection map?
He's
Yes,
talking
that's what
about
you see on your
Google,
phone.
he said Google map, the map that contains the same sized Africa as
flat
Greenland.
map. Yeah, something a flat map. I wouldn't even
It's
say
different
like,
if you're talking about a Mercator projection.
yeah, not a Mercator map. Let's say a Mercator
talking
map. Let's say not a Mercator map. Let's say like the multiple X-shaped maps. I don't know how you say that one, right? And let's say that there's like a cutoff if the world isn't a globe, right? Because if the world is a globe, instead of flying from like, what's the other side of the world like? Instead of flying from, I don't know, Alaska to Siberia, I wouldn't have to fly across all of Northern Europe and all of the North Atlantic and all of the Arctic Ocean. I would simply just fly across the Arctic Ocean one way. And now I'll just simplify everything, and I'll just save like 40,000 miles or something. So
it would look. There's no. Some things you'll find work fine on either a globe or a flat Earth. Just flying from one destination to the other.
Okay. So
like all we
equator.
know is that. Sorry.
Let's use the equator, right? Let's say Ecuador, and let's say a country on the other side, which would be like Somalia, right? They're both on the equator. If I'm going to take a flight to Ecuador and Somalia, how would I go? Like, would I go east or would I go west from Ecuador to Somalia?
Well, it would depend on the jet streams, wouldn't it? I'm sure they have kind of like lanes, like highways basically in the sky that they use for particular routes, and they also take advantage of the jet stream.
Okay.
They would go whatever way was the most convenient.
Yeah, let's use a real world example, right?
First of all, I just want to point out that what we're discussing here realistically is logical fallacies. Yeah, you've just presented two in what we're discussing, because it's just a hasty generalization, right? You have no concrete evidence or reliable map to rely on to point any of this out. Yeah, and secondly, you're just appealing to imagination constantly. Imagine it was this, imagine it was that, imagine if we went up high enough, and if this distance was this and this distance was that. We're just discussing.
Because I'm not using evidence-based arguments. I'm using a logical-based argument that I could explain.
Well, they're not
details.
logical. I just said
That's
that that would be fallacious reasoning. So that would be logical. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say
not logic.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Are you talking about semantics, or are we talking about flat Earth? Let's look at
talking
an
about
equatorial.
what you presented being a logical fallacy, so not logical.
Okay, whatever. So you look at Ecuador, you look at Venezuela, you look at Colombia. These are equatorial on the Western Hemisphere, and let's look at something on the Eastern Hemisphere that's on the equator. That'd be like India. That'd be like Ethiopia. That'd be those countries, right? So then the flight paths for all of them constantly go from South America. They fly eastward, right? Rather than westwards. Why do they fly eastwards rather than westwards?
Are you referring back to the AE map for these paths?
I'm just referring to basic flight maps and just like why companies fly that way.
Because I did see you mentioned AE map just previously that when DJ asked you. So are we referring to the AE map, or are we referring to what are we referring to here?
I'm just referring to like general flight paths and why companies pick this way.
Which would be what maps used. Yeah, let's make it a little bit more specific than just general flight paths. Like, what map are you presenting for the flat Earth?
I'm not presenting. I'm not using any maps. I'm saying why companies would choose the route of flying eastwards rather than westwards when they're flying from South America, the equatorial area, to like East Africa or India on the equatorial plane.
Well, they have a direct flight path marked out, and it would be due to weather factors, fuel, wind, etc. And then they have a flight path mapped out. So how does this have anything to do with flat Earth and globe Earth? What's this showing?
So you would agree it's cheaper, though, right, for these companies?
Cheaper. It didn't take consideration of the jet stream. If they are following the jet stream will make the flight cheaper. Even if you are taking the longer path, for example. Yeah. Following the jet stream, making the wind just push you in the air, and just following that high speed wind, it will make the flight cheaper. But what I can tell you, because you know about the planes, it seems all planes are flying above a level surface. Planes are flying through air above a plane. That's why it's called an airplane, not a spherical earth plane. It's an airplane dragging through the air above a plane using a gyroscope, a thing that holds its direction in space no matter what. So if the plane is going around the curvature, the gyroscope will maintain its horizontal direction, leaving the plane just following that curvature and dropping from the horizontal. So the plane will point a different direction than the gyroscope. Things that we don't see because the gyroscope just establish level and show us that the plane is just going in a level line, non-deviating line, a flat line from point to point. Means that you're not following a curvature. If you have a struggle with maps, you need to study maps and verify them, and to understand that maps are just projection.
Okay, so back to
representing reality with how it, the way it is.
Hold on, back to your point, right, about jet streams. So in these aircrafts, they catch jet streams. How fast are they going on average?
No, go check. I'm not Google. I'm not a mother bird to spoon feed you every information.
Yeah, because the other guy, when I was talking about the Perth to South Africa, when I was talking about the Perth to South Africa flight, the Perth to Santiago, he was saying that these planes were going above like 1,200 miles per hour, which would be like 2 times the average speed of these aircrafts that they can operationally fly at, right?
Okay.
So then I was just wondering, if we're on a flat Earth and there was a singular point, like let's say the North Pole, like hypothetically, let's say that, right? That means like yeah, because then if we're on a flat Earth, like of course there's going to be a point, like a singular point, where it's all just like
like I told you. We are on a flat Earth. You're flying the plane over a flat Earth. You're using the level tool, which is the gyroscope, to verify that you are flying above a flat plane.
Yeah. So what are the ends? Like, where's the cutoff? Like, where's the end of the Earth?
Where is the end of space? Where's the edge of space?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you because you're asking something that you never verified. No one could go on to verify. So you're trying to have an assumption. Tell me, because you love assumptions. Tell me, what is the edge of space? Where is the edge of space? How can I know?
Because there's not a way to perceive the end of it.
Shut up. Don't ask those stupid questions. If you understand that you have some assumptions that you can never just give a response to or explain. So don't try to.
Can I fly to space? Can I fly to space?
No, you can't.
Okay, but I can fly on Earth, right? I can fly on a plane.
You can use the normal vehicles that use the friction and you can push against something to move. And then you can't use those things that doesn't exist. That's transportation that never exists and that can't exist. That moves without using any push against anything. Your feet are pushing against the floor. A boat is just taking water and pushing it against the rest of the volume of water around it, so it moves. The helicopter is the helicopter is taking wind. It's taking wind from a side and pushing it against the air in the other side, so it makes that thrust, so it can lift itself and fly. The airplane do the same shit. The boat, the submarine, the car, the motorcycle, all those vehicles are doing friction, so they push against something. While you are just believing that you can have a transportation that doesn't use that, it push against any. I'm not done. When I will be done, I will shut up. Why are you asking me, am I done, while I'm talking?
Because this does not pertain to the argument.
I want to understand. Are you a brick so you don't understand someone when he's done and he stopped talking, and someone who is still talking and in the middle of his sentence, so you couldn't even just process the information in your brain?
Are you done now? Are you done crashing out?
Your brain can't tell you that the sentence is not finished. So you were not processing the information that I was saying. That means that it is just there is no reason to talk to you. If you don't analyze the informations that I am saying and you are just trying to talk in the middle of my sentences, asking if I'm done, just showing me that you are not processing the information. You don't even know if I'm done.
That's not pertaining to the question, because I asked you, how can you measure the end of the Earth? And then you answered, how can you measure the end of space? So I asked you,
no. Like I told you, no one can measure it. No one can measure it.
Necros and Vril, just let me jump in for 1 second. So, Vril, you're saying you can't go to space, right? So you can't do what Necros asked of you. But on Earth, you need to realize that you're not allowed to freely travel past the 60th degree south parallel without a special permit that's near impossible to get. You can't freely explore the outer lands of Earth, basically. You're not allowed to do it since the Antarctic Treaty was created.
Yeah. Okay, so thanks for actually answering my question rather than this guy. So then when you say that there's a permit that you can't give, The problem is this, right? Who's going to enforce it, and how are they going to enforce it? Are they going to shoot you down? With what bases? What country?
Yeah, right. So it's a long distance, right? And they have amazing technology in regards to radar. There's a lot of islands that have military bases all the way, around that area. So basically, anyone that has tried or has accidentally passed the 60th degree south, they've been turned around by the military. There's videos of it, and there's actually an explorer. I forget exactly which country he's from, but he's tried 5 times. Ended up having his ship sunk, and he got thrown in jail.
What's his name?
So I forget his name exactly. If anyone else can remember his name, because it's like a European name.
You know what? And this is some of the considerations that are also taken into flight paths, yeah? Geopolitical factors, restricted airspace, international regulations over airspace. There could be wars in certain countries, etc., military zones, political tensions in the area.
Yeah.
So, Antarctica is one of these locations. And so's the North, actually.
So you're not going to be able to find one person since the Antarctic Treaty was created that was able to freely explore Antarctica, right? Like there's videos of people, I saw a video of a New Zealand fishing boat that accidentally crossed over. Big giant warship turned up, sent a drone over to them, basically yelled at them to turn around right away.
You cannot cross the 60th parallel.
Yeah, I think the logical reason why. I mean, first off, let's talk about the logical reason why passenger planes don't fly over there, and then let's talk about why.
Well, it's got nothing to do with passenger planes not flying over there, because obviously there's bad cold weather, etc. We all understand that, but the fact of the matter is, they can't fly over due to the treaty that's in place. No one can freely explore due to the treaty that's in place. Yeah.
Yeah, there's bad weather in the North Pole, and people still fly over there constantly. If I'm going to fly from New York to Japan, I'm going to fly over the North Pole, right?
You're not allowed to fly over the North Pole. It's also a restricted area. Somewhere around the 60-degree mark, it's monitored, and you're not allowed to cross directly over the North Pole.
Yeah, and typically why a lot of planes don't like to fly over the North Pole, despite it being a better route, because it's faster and cheaper for these airlines, is that, let's say that there's an issue, right? Let's say that they need to do an emergency landing. How are they going to do an emergency? It's better to do an emergency landing in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, where there's a bunch of trading ships, where there's a bunch of military ships, where there is small, minor oceans where they can sustain life for like a couple of days, rather than just fly out to like Antarctica, where the logistics of rescuing 200 people are way harder, or flying out into like Antarctica and doing the exact same thing. So it's also from a safety standpoint. But then
you're also not allowed to as well. Whatever the reason may be, you're not allowed to do it. So it's off limits.
Yeah, and then to my next point about the 60th parallel treaty, or like any other restrictions that would warrant any military action. Okay, the logistics of maintaining a military presence in the southern parallel or the northern parallel is just extremely hard. That's why the military presence that you do see in the northern parallels, more than 60th parallel, are radar stations, which are sparsely populated by like Americans in Canada or Americans in Greenland, or like Russians in.
Well, you don't know that, yeah.
Siberia.
You're just basing this again off your assumptions, and the fact is that the North Pole itself is a restricted military airspace. So if you fly into a restricted military airspace, you're going to get turned around.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can hide missile defenses. You can sustain it, and logistically too, easier in the northern hemisphere than in the southern hemisphere. And then, why would you stick a Patriot battery to cover all of the area? Like, let's say you have one Patriot battery, right, that has the range of about, at the best performance, of like 200 miles. You would have to have like 10 of these bases at the very least in order to cover Antarctica.
Can you verify what's there?
What's up? Say that again.
Can you verify what is there or what is not there?
Yeah, it's pretty hard to verify, but I'm just using just basic logistics. If I was like any military person, and you can't really justify that cost for just no reason. And Patriot batteries cost like $4 billion each. So let's say you have an entire Patriot system would be like almost $100 billion. You would need like 10 of them, so that'd be at least $1 trillion. Then you need to sustain them with contractors, which are civilians, hundreds of them per battery, multiple times. And then you have to feed the troops, supply them, yada yada.
Okay, so there's logistics involved, etc. But at the end of the day, there's no way of verifying any of this information. All we know is that we can't travel through that area. And secondly, you're begging the question in the first instance when you start talking about hemispheres, because it's the shape of the Earth that's in contention here. This is what we're discussing, and you're putting it forward as part of your evidence, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I mean, also, let's say that you don't take a plane. Let's say you sail out there, and somehow you're able to travel across Antarctica. Then
but
what?
Again, this
like,
is all hypotheticals. This is all hypotheticals.
Because nobody tried it.
What if we did? What if we believed to? Yeah, people have tried to cross, and DJ just said that he's seen videos of people in fishing boats from New Zealand who have crossed over and been turned around and had drones, etc., sent out. So, but regardless of that, my question to you is: who's ever measured direct curvature of the Earth, measuring drop over distance from horizontal? Where is this and how is this, or who has done this, yeah, to show that we're living on this globe in the first instance? All these things we're discussing about flights and distances, etc., none of these things can be verified, the north, the south, yeah? And realistically, it may be a correlation.
Other guy, can you send me the information about the people who try to get to Antarctica?
You can just go and have a look it up for yourself, yeah? Have a read of the Antarctic Treaty.
No, I was just looking at the cases that he was talking about, because I actually want to read them.
Yeah, I don't know if he's here right now, but maybe give it a quick Google. Just fisherman pulled over too far south, or turned back too far south, or something, or cross 60th south parallel. You might find it. But regardless of this, none of this proves the shape of the Earth, yeah? And that's why I'm asking you the question. In the first instance, we're supposed to have curvature under our feet, yeah? The ocean should be all curving away from us in every direction from where we're standing. So who's ever measured directly this drop over distance, showing that we're on a sphere to begin with?
Yeah, honestly, that's nice to talk to you guys. I'm gonna look into the South Pole stuff.
Yeah, I'll post a video in the chat. It's called "Sorry, Antarctica is Closed," and it goes over like the treaty. It goes over all of the stuff that we were just talking about. It's a pretty good video.
Yeah, because I believe some of the stuff about Antarctica, but I just don't believe that's about like flat Earth.
Well, again, we've answered plenty of your questions here tonight. We've discussed your plane flights. We've discussed all sorts of different topics here. I'm just asking the one simple question that's going to put it all to bed. Yeah, put it all to rest. Who's ever measured directly any drop over distance? Should be something really simple. We're living on a globe with a known radius.
Damn, I gotta go to Antarctica one day.
The thing is, you can test it out over large bodies of water anywhere. The mean rate of curvature should apply anywhere. So that's what we're asking. Like, globe model is something that everyone's taught from a young age. It's a theoretical mathematical model. right? But when we go out and actually check if the math in the model matches reality, it doesn't. There has to be a specific rate of curvature.
I mean, there's like a bunch of error that can come from that, but then the other problem I have is just like a conspiracy of multiple governments, multiple agencies, multiple institutions all coordinating across the world at the same time to lie about this, despite not having the feared experiences.
But if some of them go outside and physically measure the surface as flat and not curving, why does it matter? Why? No, they did, yeah. So we can actually go and do this for ourselves, and we can see that there is no physical curvature where it actually should be, as per the globe claim. So, I mean, to me, I don't know why they lied. Yeah, liars lie for all different types of reasons, but at the end of the day, I know that the Earth measures as flat. There is no measured drop over distance. There is no one who has measured this, yeah?
I mean, I'm a big conspiracy theorist, but like, come on, man, like.
But that's not a conspiracy theory. That's just a fact, dude. That's just a plain, straight out fact, yeah? And if you want to start at a very basic level, you can just start with water. So water will always seek a flat, level surface, horizontal, right? Unless it's acted upon by another force. This is just basic physics. This is due to pressure. So we've got 72% of the Earth as water that, when not acted upon by another force such as wind, forms a flat, level, horizontal surface. Water runs downhill and finds its level. We've been using water to level for thousands of years. There is no curving water. Cannot be demonstrated in reality. You pour your glass of water, the top's level, flat. Your bathtub, your swimming pool, the lake.
Yeah. But I saw this, when it comes to this Antarctica shit, I saw this one guy. He was like some French explorer. His name was like Mike Horn. He went there.
You can go with tours, you can go to the edge, you can go to certain arranged locations. You can't travel or explore freely or across Antarctica.
No, he freely went there. He has his own vessel that he made himself.
You have to make applications. And if he got through and got out, well, good on him. But you can go and read the Antarctic Treaty yourself. Anti-globalist DJ just posted something for you anyway on that.
I mean,
I feel like you're trying to, I don't know whether it's cog dis and your brain's just not functioning, but you seem to be trying to go back to this Antarctica thing and not actually acknowledge the fact that water's flat and level, yeah?
Yeah, because the Antarctic thing is interesting, and I actually believe in some of it. So
let me mention something quickly to you, Vril, about Antarctica. So it's claimed to be around 12,000 miles all around. Like if you go around Antarctica, it's about 12,000 miles, right? So before the Antarctic Treaty happened, Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate around Antarctica. It should have only taken him, a short amount of time to go that 12,000 miles around and come back. But what happened is he actually traveled 63,000 miles or something like that, some ridiculous distance. And he said all he ever was able to find was a big giant coastline of ice, right? And it took him 3 years and 63,000 miles.
Right.
That doesn't match the globe model.
Okay.
It's another interesting thing to add.
Okay. So if I make a boat, if I make a boat, right? How would they even detect me?
Radar. I mean, like they have those like floating tracking stations, right? It's just like a big giant buoy out in the ocean. A whole bunch of
like sonars.
I don't know. I've seen those big giant floating things out in the ocean, and they got like all the antennas and stuff on them. Not hard for them to
those are
monitor.
Those are
Yeah,
transponder
yeah.
buoys.
Yeah,
They don't have radar thing.
Yeah, but there is all different types of them. We don't know what they have out there, but we know that a New Zealand fishing boat accidentally crossed the 60th degree south. A big warship turned up straight away and sent a drone over and told them to turn around. I mean, you don't think they have?
I can't find that
Necros
story.
just dropped it in the chat for you. Norwegian arrested after Antarctic voyage.
Oh yeah, there's the guy's name.
Okay.
And there's something else he dropped separate under that.
Yeah, I'm gonna read up on this guy's name. I'm gonna see what's up with this Antarctica shit.
He didn't really want to address water or surface measurements, did he?
No, he tried to avoid that.
He just went dead silent. It's like his brain just sort of crashed.
I tried going over some long distance observations and stuff, and he wasn't into it. When we asked him how far away is the horizon, he said, from someone observing it from ground level, he said it's 30 miles away. To correct him that it's only claimed to be 3 miles away. I think that's why he didn't really want to touch on that much about it. He mostly wanted to talk about space and Antarctica.
Yeah, stay away from anything that can really show that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. The places we can't get to check, I think.
Yeah, it seemed like he was only here for imagination land and speculation. Anytime anybody asked for measurements or any data, he tried to deviate instantly.
Yeah, I was just sitting here debating to myself whether I pull him on track and get it cracking, but I think he just would have jumped out of the call like he did anyway, so.
Well, I hope he comes back. That was just Cogdis messing with his head, so maybe he'll return. At least he was open to listening a little bit. But you could tell everything was like, no, it can't be true. And he was clinging to something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a lot better to talk to than 90% of the people that come through here, unfortunately.
I think politics is worse for that sometimes.
It's crazy over there.
Normally I find it's not too bad here. If I just want a bit more of a chilled out talk, I normally jump over here.
Yes, a lot of toxicity over in the main politics server.
Yeah, it has quietened down a little bit since they started their Globe Gangsters. I will say that. They're all hanging out over there in their echo chamber.
Globe Gangsters. Didn't get much more cringe than that.
Have you seen the logo for it?
Oh, they have a logo? Oh, no, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, someone, Matrix posted it today somewhere. Oh, man, it was funny as.
That's good. I mean, we really don't want those anti-flat earth, obsessed anti-flat earthers in these rooms anyway. We want people to come in that, have questions, genuine questions. And those people, it doesn't matter if you give them some factual information, they just ignore it basically and lie their way out of it. Try to reverse the burden of proof and use 100 different other fallacies.
Yeah, I used to come in sometimes and I'd see some of the regulars in here having the same argument, talking about the Globers. And I'd just jump out. Yeah, I'm just like, not again.
Yeah. Because it doesn't matter if you can defeat their position, with factual information or legitimate citations or demonstrations, they just can't admit it. They can't admit that they were wrong ever.
Yeah, correct.
Even some of the more polite ones are still pain in the asses, like Matthew Learns or whatever his name is. He just comes back.
Yeah.
NPC resets and comes back with the exact same talking points every single time.
Yeah. He asked if he could be unbanned from the politics server today. I think he's got a permanent ban there. No, it is good. I like when new people come in. I always like having a discussion with someone new and asking them questions, seeing what they know, what they think. Gimmick just comes in and goes for the throat.
Yep. Indeed. There you go, DJ. I just posted it for you in the chat. Oh.
Coolest Globers in town.
Wow. Here we go, AJ. I've made them a more fitting one.
That's more like it.
I wish I was some sort of hacker. I'd go in there and post it up there as the new banner. Flat out operating Discord. Huey went in there today.
Into politics or into Globe Gangsters?
Globe Gangsters.
Oh, God. How did that go?
He opened
Not
his
well.
mouth and said one word and he was booted.
No way. They didn't even talk to him?
No, because McToon was in there and I think he came in and straight up said, called him McBooger Eater. And,
okay.
He got booted instantly. I didn't see it, but yeah, I got told about it. I'm just reading the chat now. I just actually joined it so I could get that photo and post it, but I'm reading the chat of what happened. Yeah, I'm going to sleep, guys.
Stay blessed, AJ.
All right. Talk to you next time, brother.
No, I see you guys. Thanks.
Hey, take care, AJ.
Welcome, Cheeky Ninja Cat.
Didn't that guy earlier damn near bring it up? Somebody earlier almost brought it up. He's like, well, if you get a soccer ball, wait, no, wait, another ball.
Yeah, he used basketball. Yeah, it's like basketball. That's what it's like. Hopefully we get a pilot that comes in here. That's a lot of fun for everybody listening anyways. If they think pilots would have the ability to say that the Earth is actually a globe. Or even some people that think they've flown in an airplane, have they seen the curvature?
Yeah, that'd be a good one. No, we need one that's qualified enough. A pilot that's qualified enough that will get thrown under the bus.
They quickly start throwing people under the bus, CB, usually. When they know that the person like Neil deGrasse Tyson, yeah. All them guys.
I'm not sure we found anyone that isn't under the bus worthy. They'll throw anyone under there.
Under the bus worthy.
Is that a good one?
Yeah, is that what you just said? I was just kind of like half listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I like that.
They'll just chuck anyone under there, bro. It's so slimy, so disgusting.
You got to get under there.
Yeah, pause. But it's like in one breath, they'll be like, oh, yeah, this is the guy. You got to trust this guy. And I'll be like, okay, well, here's what he says. Oh, well, not him. He's not qualified enough.
He's a retard.
Yeah.
All right, we got the YouTube bot that just joined us. Thanks, Helio. YouTube bot has joined us right now. I was waiting for CB to say it, and we are live.
Are we live?
We're finally live.
Wow, I've been waiting for us to go live this whole time, bro.
All we can get is this freaking noise troll and the other origami guy.
Yeah, dude. Looking for those quality ballers that come in here that know that the Earth is a globe.
Okay. So I want to say this. I just asked my husband specifically.
For another shot.
Okay, so I want to be specific, okay? So he was talking about plumb being different than horizontal. And I was like pinpointing it down for him. And he was like, yes. It is perpendicular to horizontal. But we're always dealing with horizontal, not plumb. So he is always dealing with horizontal, not plumb, in his line of work with heavy machinery that he has to erect this stuff. Okay, so you're dealing with a person that has to erect machinery that is horizontal. Okay, not necessarily plumb, but plumb is factored into it when it's a 90-degree angle, right? My husband is even speaking against these globers, by the way. So the way that he has to deal with his job is always horizontal. He was like not wanting to even talk about plumb when I was pressing him earlier. He was like, I don't want to talk about plumb because plumb is always perpendicular to horizontal. We're always dealing with horizontal. Horizontal is what?
Plane of the horizon is where you're going, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's 0 degrees. We're talking about something that's being utilized in everyday life. These guys are dealing with horizontal, not plumb. So we're talking about people who are only focusing on plumb, okay? So they're only dealing with plumb when they're anti-flat earthers. But real world people that are doing the building and erecting these the machinery that we need to sustain energy, because he works on Alabama Power or those nuclear plants. Like, he makes more money when he works on nuclear plants. So I would say he's dealing with horizontal more than anyone else is. And it's not in that realm where they have to consider plumb. They have to consider horizontal, not plumb. And we're being told that we have to focus on plumb instead of horizontal, which is nonsense. Nobody's doing that.
Oops.
Got dropped out, huh?
Yeah. X is slightly finicky, or it's me. I'm just figuring it out still.
Well, I tried to make Sterling focus. Hey, are you dealing with horizontal or plumb? He said plumb is not necessary unless you're dealing with something that's really tall, right? He doesn't care about plumb. He doesn't use plumb ever unless there's something really tall that he has to account for that's perpendicular to horizontal. So all of these anti-flat earthers that are trying to tell you that they're using plumb, like they've done it with me, so that's why I know that they're doing it. Anyways, I would say that there is no evidence of their plumb not being perpendicular to horizontal. They would have to really prove that that's something that's happening that we're not experiencing. So we got horizontal, especially when we're dealing with a large scale erecting some sort of machinery that would need to be down to the precision. So plumb isn't even something that they consider unless something that they're building is tall enough.
I don't think Yeller has spoke since Yeller came up to the speaking panel. That's weird, right? Does everybody see Yeller actually in the speaker panel?
Yeah, he's up here.
Yeller, are you there?
Wait, are we still live?
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yes. I wanted to say that, man, I had to wait for sound to not be a factor. But I want to say this. So, plumb is always perpendicular to horizontal. So, if you're dealing with only horizontal in millwright work, if you're like my husband was just saying, they don't deal with plumb, they deal with horizontals. Okay, so you don't have your idea of horizontal always being some sort of plumb to the center of the earth. It always has to be perpendicular to horizontal. You don't have any other option. That's problematic for the Globers. They never have any explanation or alternative of the earth being referenced as horizontal. It's always referenced as horizontal. And my husband just verified for me. He erects he erects machinery to a precision level. Okay? He's using these terms that we're talking about on a daily basis. He's using these terms on a fundamental level that we're not understanding. And I trust he has the ability to do mathematics in his head. To if you're talking about some sort of uh, decimal point, he can tell you what fraction it is. It's really kind of amazing what he can do mathematically in his head. That's awesome. But it doesn't even matter. What he's saying is that they only use level. They don't use plumb unless it's perpendicular to horizontal. They don't use plumb ever unless it's perpendicular to horizontal. So these guys that are anti-flat earthers want you to think of plumb being the thing that they use more, and horizontal is something that they use, after plumb. No, that's not the case ever.
So wait, let me get this straight. Your husband's a millwright, right?
Yes. So
Okay.
he only uses horizontal as his level, never the other way around as plumb. They want you to think that they're using plumb. They're not. They're using horizontal and then plumb. And I'm telling you, they're erecting machinery for power plants. Okay? They're not just doing something that's ambiguous or whatever. That my husband could work in nuclear power plants and make a lot of money. Okay? He's not somewhere where they're like, oh, horizontal. Oh, that's bad. No. That's what they refer to. They don't refer to plumb. I just asked him many times, what is plumb? Many times. He was like, it's perpendicular to horizontal. That's what we are measuring for is horizontal, not plumb.
I think that wild turkey is going wild on you right now.
I mean, it probably
Hey
is.
man, let her cook, bro.
I'm not gonna lie to you, but I'm also not lying to you when I tell
Let her
you
cook.
that's what
Let
he's
her
doing.
cook.
I'm not lying to you when I tell you that's what he's doing with his job. I may be
The turkey
like,
cooked you.
Yeah, I got some.
You got cooked by
I
the
got
turkey.
some turkey. I got some turkey involved. Okay, you already knew that before I was in here.
I'm not gonna lie, that was really funny.
Yeah, but I wanted to pinpoint down.
Yeah, what's that pinpoint again?
Yeah, the pinpoint is that Sterling doesn't use plumb, he uses horizontal. I got that out of him. I extracted that from him. For your benefit, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, one more time for those in the cheap seats.
Yeah, so they're using horizontal, not plumb. There you go, cheap seats.
No Globers in 2025, huh? CB?
I think well's gonna finally dry up. Yeah.
Maybe that's season 10, just us.
No,
Just us.
no. I'm not ready.
Not yet, man. Maybe in CB's like older age, when he's my age, we'll get to there.
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna be in season 9 for a while, guys. Come on, let's let it ride out.
Just let it play out for a little while longer. CB wants to enjoy some of these baller conversations.
But you have to acknowledge that the people that erection of these big buildings.
Hey.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay. Listen. Okay. So my husband is in the vicinity of erecting machinery.
Whoa.
Okay. So you know that he erects these machinery from the ground level up. So if he's telling you that they haze their newcomers with a curved level and that level is perpendicular to horizontal, and they don't ever use plumb, they always use horizontal. This is something that you should take note of, okay? They are in the business of erecting these big time the machinery, the buildings that are doing this. This is what they're doing. So my husband is involved with that. So I'm trying to give you some inside information that you can absolutely stand on. You don't have to be not that any of you are like faltering in your understanding about what the earth is, but he is using the earth as a horizontal plane of reference. Plumb is only ever relevant when they're using it perpendicular to horizontal. Okay? They don't use plumb primarily. No, they use horizontal primarily. So you're being told by these anti-flat earthers that plumb is being used primarily. No, horizontal is being used primarily. So please just be knowledgeable of that, at least.
At the very least, huh?
Oh, my husband can do all the math. He was the one that helped me with the math that I came up with that I have to eat crow on because I just gave him false information with the travel time of 1,000 miles with 500 miles per hour, and given with the air flight of an airplane, right? So you're given the pitch data with that amount of time. So the drop over distance would be exponential. And I didn't factor that in when I gave them the amount of feet per second. That wasn't right. So I need to be able to correct that. I was wrong.
What's up, Cody? Welcome to the speaker panel. Cody, you there? Go ahead and speak, man.
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on?
Nothing much, man. We're still asking the question 10 years down the line. Does anybody know if the Earth is a globe?
Go read your local world map.
What'd you say?
I say go read your local world map. It's a circle.
And
Yeah,
here we go.
The local world map tells us that it's a circle. Is that right?
Yes, it does. Sometimes they cut it in half.
How did they measure the curve? How did they
Is
measure
the
the
circle?
curvature?
Sorry,
Hold on.
is the circle exclusive to a globe, or could it be planar?
I don't know why they would put a circle as the world map all these years and then tell us that it's not a circle at all and it's just flat plains. I don't know why.
Well, if you think it's a circle, and you think it's not a circle. It's supposed to be a globe that you're saying it is. So you're getting the term wrong. It's not a circle. Circle's a 2D shape, Cody. You know that, right?
Yeah, I understand. But if you took a bunch of circles and you put it inside of it and you made a sphere out of it, it would just be a circle.
I know that, but your justification for a circle doesn't mean that it constitutes you saying sphere. You should have said sphere and led with that. So a circle's a 2D shape. So you can't justify that you meant sphere out of a circle. You said circle. So then, if you think it's a sphere, how did they measure that thing?
How would you come up with a question that has to do with measuring if you don't have an object to measure? If the wind and like the clouds and stuff are just air, then what would you be measuring if there wasn't a measurement to measure? Think about what we live in.
What the hell was that about? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Figure that one out. Dude, I'm asking specifically for the measurement if it was ever taken by anyone on Earth. And if you know that method, can you tell us?
So you want to know the measurement of what?
The Earth as a globe.
Why would it be a measurement of that? Like, wouldn't it be a presentation of why it is a globe?
I mean, okay, so words mean things, right? A presentation is just somebody showing you what their conception is. A measurement is them demonstrating that the thing that they're talking about, which is a geometric shape, it has a specific consequence, such as a radius, a diameter, and a circumference, in which they claim that the Earth has. So we're asking for the measurements because that's the claim, Cody. They're claiming that it has a specific size. There you go.
Yeah, I don't really go into specifics here. It's kind of crazy.
I know, but that's where we're all about specifics, Cody. And the reason being is because a lot of people, such as yourself, believe that it's a globe, but there's no evidence to back it up. And that's why we show people, it's like, when you come up to the speaker panel, we're going to demonstrate to you that even you don't know. Even you might think you know, right? It's just like a head knowledge, because everybody does, right? Before we know anything, we believe. We believe the Earth is a globe because all the information you've been told. But of course, I'm asking you now this very specific question of how it's been measured, and it sounds like there isn't an answer for that. So it's not merely just a belief. Now, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to give you the answer to your thing there. I was just saying.
Go ahead.
There probably isn't one. You'll probably never find the answer unless you're just wanting to go on forever about the same thing forever.
Well, that's not true because, when you go to Google and you say, Google, what is the size of Earth? It's going to give you 3 values: radius, diameter, and circumference. And the numeric values for those things are what they would imagine being established. It's already the size. That's the size of the Earth.
Why don't I can't see why they couldn't prove that it was a sphere.
Yeah, me too. I'm with you. I'm with you, Cody. Yeah, but I'm with you on that, right? Like, if they could prove it to us, I think they should, right? At least, listen, you don't. Okay, let me just put it to you this way, Cody. You don't carry the burden for providing evidence for this, but if you advocate that the Earth is a globe, then of course the burden does rest on your shoulders. You're going to have to show us how you know it's a globe. But currently, you could say, hey, they need to present to me how the Earth's a globe, and then you shift the burden back on their shoulders. You get what I'm saying? But since you're advocating for it, it sounds like maybe you know. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. But if you don't know, then you could easily say, well, shit, ask them. And then we shift the burden onto their shoulders, and then, of course, we ask them the question. But since you're here saying, you get what I'm saying?
I got an idea, though.
What's your idea?
Should ask the damn the people that make the graphs for making world maps and see if they have a scientist that could give you estimations and like measurements of what he would think that would be like. You go to a scientist for this kind of shit.
Well, we haven't found such a human in the years that we've been doing this, and not for not looking, Cody, but the people that think that they're qualified for this specific line of questioning don't ever come close to answering any of the questions that we have. So the question that I asked you, basically I've asked academic people, like the ones you think, scientists and cosmologists, astrophysicists, PhDs. They do not have an answer for this question.
Really?
Seriously. Yeah, I'm serious.
How many people have you asked?
Been doing this for, I'll give you context, Cody. I've been doing this 10 years, and we've been live streaming on YouTube with Helioskeptics live stream for about 6 years. So 6 years live streaming, 10 years for me asking questions, and interactions with thousands of people, if not I wouldn't say hundreds of thousands. I really don't know exactly how many, but a shit ton of people I've had conversations with, including a lot of academics. But they don't know how the measurements of the Earth, according to what we know the size of the Earth with the ball, right? They don't know how they were taken. They just appealed to Eratosthenes. I don't know if you know who Eratosthenes is, but the sticks in the well, he measured the sunlight hitting the angle, sunlight hitting a pole at an angle and casting the shadow. That guy. That's the only thing they know. Yeah, they don't know. They don't really know.
So what you're saying is they've got measurements, but it's not what they don't know where they got them from.
Yeah, so it sounds like they're not measurements, basically.
Oh.
It's like mathematic calculations, something like that. There's just a mathematical like construct. It doesn't, okay. So think about it, right? So if you work at a job that uses math, some of the math that you use applies to like the type of work that you do, right? Like it's applicable. You could take the math and then you can use that math to help you perform a job. Like you can measure something, or you can use the numbers to see what values they have in your job, right? Well, when it concerns the Earth as a globe, they have the math, but that math is not usable anywhere on the Earth. You can't take that information and measure anything with it. You get what I'm saying? You don't know the Earth's a globe by the way that math is. You just only can assume it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's like, bro.
I'll be kosher, or actually I'll just be normal with you about the whole thing with the measurements thing. I would say if you took your measurement and you took it outside of what your thinking is of what that measurement is, and think about it like this: if you were outside the universe looking in, are you I can't remember what I was going to say. I'm tired.
Yeah, that's all right. Just do your best.
I was just going to say, outside of your boundaries of thinking, you could take that same measurement and figure it out in a way like Google Maps would show you Google Earth. And you can't really think about what you live in if you mean you lived in it all your life, but at the same time you can't think what is outside of your boundaries of thinking if you're inside of it. So to think outside of it, you'd have to have a complete redo of your mind to where you would be able to figure out stuff that don't exist in the universe.
Well, that's a mouthful you had there, Cody.
Yeah, I was gonna say something else that sounded a little bit smarter than that, but it's 3 a.m. where I'm at.
Yeah, you're fine, dude. You're fine. Look, I don't like you're being straight up, dude, and it's like I don't fault people for actually thinking this way. We all come from this, man. Everybody in here came from thinking that the Earth was a globe, so it's not really your fault for looking at it that way, man. I'm not that kind of guy. The kind of guy I am is that when you're not being real, you're being real. But when you're not being real, like somebody's not being real in here, then that's a bit of a different conversation. But yeah, if you're real, dude, I'm shooting straight at you, man. It's like, I get it. I mean, we all come from the same place, man. Our understanding was that the Earth was a globe. We thought about it in that way because that's the only knowledge that we had. But when your mind starts to become more critically, the thought process is like really in tune with what the questions are. You start to figure out more of the answers that you didn't thought were actually answers. Like, is the Earth actually curving? Can we measure it? Like the question I asked you, you're gonna find out it's not possible. You can't measure something that's imaginary. So this whole time, a lot of people that are listening to me right now or play this back, because we got some people on YouTube right now that are listening because we got a YouTube bot in here. And also those who play this audio back again, you can ask yourself the question, how do I know the Earth's a globe? In what way is it a globe, right? Does it measure like a globe? Does it look like a globe? And we're talking about your perspective, what you look at the physical and natural world with when you go outside. And it doesn't look like anything that they show you with those images, with the videos, and you got all kinds of stuff. But dude, the most important thing, when I went to measurements with you, Cody, it doesn't measure like a globe. So all the math that they got to, they got the radius, diameter, the circumference. The radius is 3,959 miles. The circumference is 24,901 miles all the way around. So all that math, it should be something that you could verify. You can go outside and with some technology be able to measure a slice of that piece of the Earth, right? Let's measure a 20-mile stretch or whatever. Let's see if we can figure out if the Earth is curving like they say it is. If that was true. If it was true. Now, if it was true, then the measurements that they tell you that how big the Earth is would line up with how big the Earth is. But you don't ever get that, Cody. You never get the fact that you can go and measure the surface to be curving like they say it is. And I don't know if you knew this or not, but the Earth is measured to be flat. And what I mean by that, it's a horizontal plane that has land topography. So horizontal plane, land topography, that's fine. You can have hills and valleys on the flat Earth. And if you really think about it, hills and valleys and all that, think about a floor, a flat floor, and you have carpet on it. The Earth would have topography like that carpet would have topography on the flat floor.
Yeah, boy.
You get it? That's exactly how you think about it. That's CB's little example, because I heard him say it before. So I'm going to be like Shang Tsung right now. I'm going to absorb his energy and turn into him for a moment, because that's what he says. He's like, if you want to look at the idea that the Earth is flat, don't think of it like a piece of paper, 2D, planar surface. The idea that the flat Earth is, first of all, what it is, it's the reference plane that we talk about is the measurement for the Earth. So the Earth itself, however, is on that reference plane, but it looks like it has topography. And what that seems like, if you wanted to put an analogy to it, like CB's idea, just think of a flat floor with carpet on it. The carpet itself is stretched out over the flat floor, but it's still flat. The floor is still flat. Do you get it? So it's the carpet's on a horizontal plane, but the carpet has little bumps, little ridges, valleys and stuff. You guys get it? Makes sense, doesn't it? But the floor is still flat. Doesn't change the fact that the floor is flat. That's just kind of the easy analogy so your mind can think about that. You don't have to be confused, What do you mean by flat Earth? Well, there it is. So hopefully that helps you guys kind of understand that question. How is it possible that you can have a flat Earth? Well, that's how we say. But there's no measurement of curvature. That's the other thing. I don't know. Do you have any questions about that, Cody? Because there's many different things I can talk about when it concerns this.
I don't really have any questions, but I was thinking in my head what I heard from what I hear on videos and stuff is that we're in a simulation or some kind of simulation. People get glitched sometimes, and those glitches is what changes time and all kinds of stuff like that. Like we're in an alien simulation, probably, like most likely, like the alien that would be like doing the Earth and all that stuff, like taking care of it, probably.
I don't know about that, man. It's a bit too far in the weeds right there for us, because we want to stick to the physical and natural world. Once we get into those kinds of conversations, we're speculating, we're talking about stuff, and it's not beneficial for those who are trying to figure out whether or not the Earth is a globe, because that's just like another speculation you can have that you can't prove.
Like you said, when you started talking about all that, I got really into it, but at the same time, I thought of something different in my head. Like all that started clicking in my head, like simulation.
Yeah, but even if it was a simulation, it seems like it's pretty flat from that simulation. So it doesn't matter if it's a simulation or not. The Earth's still flat, you know? Yeah, simulation isn't gonna change the fact that we observe it that way, we measure it that way, and we travel over it that way. Are we still live? What up? What up? Everybody have enough tryptophan? Everybody had so much turkey, man. Everybody fell asleep.
I got a plate of turkey in the icebox. I've been wanting to eat for the past hour.
It's no time like the present.
You should eat some yourself, or make you feel better this late at night.
Yeah, but there's always something called a late night snack. Barrington says too much tryptophan. What's up, Barrington? Hey, if you want to, you can come up to the speaker panel, Barrington. I don't know if you got to be quiet or whatnot. Because for some people in America, it's morning time and you got to be quiet, super quiet. Oh, you just waking up? All right. Jemsey's up here in the speaker panel. What's up, Jemsey?
All good. Gotta keep it quiet for the moment. It got late so fast.
Everybody had way too much turkey, man. They're
way too much.
Did you guys have a good Thanksgiving?
Oh yeah, it was good. I met with family, friends. We had a bunch of food, and we also went to the movie theater after. Date night watch Gladiator 2.
There's a part 2?
Yeah, it's decent.
Oh, I gotta watch that. Yeah, it's kind of funny, man. People don't claim that the Earth is a globe anymore. They claim origami Earth.
Origami. That's funny.
You could fold the Earth up. That's what the guy said. So weird.
Did he give you an example of folding Earth?
I was asking him for it, man. He didn't give it. He was just being reluctant. I was like, dude, you said you had it. Where is this? I want to see something. Like, show it. Hey, he didn't give it. You gotta be like Nathan. Give it me.
Showeth me.
Show it me.
Yeah, those are copyright, man. That's what he says. I heard he's doing a show today a little bit later for everybody. I was trying to think about doing a handoff for this one, but I don't know. It's not working out. Perhaps one day. We probably get better traction tomorrow on Black Friday. And everybody's going to be rushing to Walmart.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. Remember the old Black Fridays, dude? It would bum rush Walmart. It'd be knocking people over. You'd be elbowing grandmas and whatnot. Elbow, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, man. I was here in Texas. This shit was crazy.
Dude, I was in Texas, man. That's what we did.
Yeah.
And then if you have a cart, dude, oh hell no, you're never getting out of that place. And then you see them get the last vacuum, you know, the one that was like $50 and that's worth like $780. So when the person's not looking, you just take it out of the cart, put on your like. Dude, I remember it was such crazy madness, dude, back in those days.
Can I walk through a Walmart?
And people are pushy and like. There was one time I remember. I know I'm way off topic, but we're waiting for the ballers. So, they had one of the like a little island and it had a bunch of cameras, but it was wrapped up in like, you know, saran wrap. And the people were starting to cut through the saran wrap before it was time for people to go in it. And then everybody was like, "Can we get it, man? Because these people are starting to get the cameras. There were a bunch of cameras." And immediately once they cut that saran wrap stuff, the other workers weren't there. So it was like, have you ever seen piranhas like in a feeding frenzy? It was just like tearing that island up. It was funny, dude. And then the cameras were everywhere on the floor, and like you could just imagine, you know, people were bum rushing that little island. And by the time the workers were trying to come, they couldn't get through, man. They couldn't get through. Yeah, it used to be. It was, I don't know. The camera was like, was it $60, and it was like 15 on sale. Like it was some crazy stuff like that.
Only a Globie would do such a thing and trample each other. We're saving $10.
I'm telling you, Barrington, that's how it was, man.
Oh yeah, I remember one year there was a Walmart somewhere. The workers would come out with this megaphone, and they'd have the whole line up. I think maybe even they passed out coffee and all sorts of stuff, and they had all the excitement going about what you gonna do, save, you know, and they just kept going through this whole thing. And then when they finally opened the doors, like 2 or 3 people got trampled to death.
Yep. Can you imagine being at the pearly gates, like how you got there?
Yeah, I needed to save $15 for Christmas.
Yeah, but dude, wow.
It's unbelievable. There's no doubt about it, but that's just, I guess, your Globie for you. That's how they think.
It's wild times, man.
I mean, you know, of course I'm being a little unfair and joking, but by the same token, it is funny how they fell for that excitement, and that just excitement was about these trivial savings on usually second-rate products that were made just for Black Friday that would ultimately be a gift given to somebody that you didn't really care about, purchased by money that you didn't have, to show that you were cool or something. So it was sad. It was really sad.
It's because that damn Christmas list is way too long, man. That's why.
Oh yeah.
And then the one person you forget, they mark you as the person. Yeah, you're just a bad guy now. Like, oh yeah, we know who Barrington is. He didn't give us a gift last year, so.
That's right.
You're the bad guy now.
Yeah. Well, so how many shows have you done now? This is 25.
We're up to 25 right now. Yep.
So you're in the quarter century club. So looking back over a quarter century, what are your thoughts on the X platform compared to where our home server is?
It does have a better reach for newer people, wider audience. Let's see. Better for creating content. Like, let's say if I wanted to be, a content creator, I could actually start something here, like the foundation for it, and then like get a bigger platform here. So I don't know, man. If it never leaves Elon's hands, from the duration, I think it would be a pretty good platform because that's not gonna be any censorship. Not that I know of.
Do you feel we get a more sophisticated audience here?
It's dude. Yeah, I would say, because before Twitter was what it is today, it had all the blue pillars. The blue pillars were like, they covered Twitter. So we're basically like, this is like the red pill landing party, if you could think of it that way.
Oh yeah.
Ever since Elon took over, whatever. You can call him whatever you want, but yeah, it's a red pill landing party now. Like we're coming on here and starting to make a dent in the blue pill army or whatever.
Speculation someday somewhere. I actually think that Elon Musk knows that the Earth is not a big spinny ball, and I think he covers that by all his hats and mugs and everything else that say Flat Mars Society.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
I think this topic has his full interest, and I think compared to where our home server is, that you're wise to be here on X. I think that there's a much more sophisticated audience. I even noticed that the people that we talk to, they're not just like Brenda looking for an argument in the Liars Club. That they're here actually, a lot of them are here actually to discuss. Doesn't mean they come to the to agree with us or not. But I think the quality of conversation here is definitely worth putting the effort that you put forth here.
Yeah, man, I'm all about it. I'm actually, I really dig the vibe here. So that's what I was saying. Like, it could really help us. I think all of us have our own unique perspective on how we approach these arguments. I think individually, once we grow our following, then we can individually have our own spaces, and it's just like we can just branch out. Then we'll be a whole bunch of us. You know what I'm saying? But we'll all start together, and it's just.
Yeah, and I think that I think that this is a better place to have a more rigorous approach than your typical Discord user. Whereas that's what we've always done is we've always had that more rigorous approach, and ultimately, I think it's really good here. I think it's something I look forward to listening to. It's not like tuning into Earth Awakenings or something. Although we got a lot of really good friends over there. They go off into the weeds, and I think that's their shtick. And more power to them. I'm certainly not judging them even in the slightest. I think it's just having a rigorous approach that we like to have is a much better fit over here.
Yeah, moving forward, I think that what we're gonna see is probably these guys coming in here and having different conversations versus those like really dug in anti-flat Earth types. For sure.
Yeah.
Does it need to always turn out to be fisticuffs, man, with somebody? That's what I'm saying. Like Discord kind of got us in that mindset. Like we'd always have to be, on the defense, like with the way everybody like really aggressive. But here it's a mixed bag. Of course, you're still going to have to do that because those trolls come over here where we're at, and of course, even the title get somebody to, act that way. But it doesn't always have to be that way. We can have just regular conversations, and it goes over well like a podcast versus it being just like a slugfest.
So in, I think it was episode 23, there was this guy who claimed to be a pilot, and he had a picture of him in the wrong side of the airplane, and he was, and he had some sort of emergency management logo on his shirt, and he said a couple far out there things, and then his number one proof that the Earth was a globe was he just continually was saying, "Stop lying, stop lying," and then you'd ask him for some proof or whatever, and he'd just say, "Stop lying," and then he took off. I mean, we're of course going to continually have people like that no matter what the platform we're on is, but I think the number of quality conversations that you and the panels have here is impressive. But we obviously had a number of those on Discord, but I think that if we were counting a ratio, I think that ratio of quality over junk, the quality here, that ratio would be much, much higher here than it would be over at Discord.
It was a gentleman, just the last speaker that was here, Cody. At first, it sounded like he was a bit on the baller side, but then he was just like, "Yeah, I don't know," like, So for me, I take the individual kind of like approach to like how I'm gonna assess what I'm gonna do. Like, I have to be diverse in the way that I do things. I can't just. It's not applicable to apply a sledgehammer to every conversation. You just can't do that. You have to figure out where they're coming from and at least sympathize. Okay, yeah, we all came from this place. We know that we all used to think the Earth was a globe. Like, that's what I was going on with him about. Like, you have to do it that way. You just can't keep like clubbing everybody that comes up here because, it just has to be like some people just believe it just because it's something they grew up with.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the interesting thing about this topic is that it is so easy to fall in the trap of belief because we grow up with it, and so much of our fiction enjoyment is then based on some form of this theory tale. Like, for instance, it's really hard to enjoy things like Star Wars and Star Trek and other kinds of space tales, though I still truly enjoy Spaceballs. It's much harder to enjoy a lot of the things that you enjoyed, so I think there's a moral hazard of, depending on the person that we're talking with, that they really truly have this incentive to keep the globe Earth because they're going to miss out on so much of what they knew and grew to love. And now all of a sudden you're saying that, no, that's impossible. There's no way you can have Captain Picard out there talking with Vulcans and Klingons and that it's so I think that's what truly ultimately makes it so hard, especially for those of the gamer mindset that we're going to continually run across on Discord. That it's a game to them. And so they probably play lots of space-related games in addition to their Call of Duty and things like that.
Yeah. But I think what will attract a lot more here once this platform gets a little bit more well-known and established is we'll get a bit more people to come in and have those quality conversations. So I think in the end, I think it'll be beneficial for everybody, honestly.
I agree. Though I'm not a huge fan of Jaron, one show he said made really a lot of sense. I don't remember if he had somebody on his episode or what. This was back in like 2021. And they were talking about what it was that made him successful. And Jaron said that by far anything else that's been of benefit to me is really just boiled down to being consistent. He said that just having a consistent show at a consistent time was much more important than anything else that he did. And so you're having 1 to 2 streams a week on average, which is great because I think it doesn't, like if you did a pretend, say, 7 days a week, it'd get old quick, but like any kind of show would. 5 days a week is probably too much. 2 days a week is probably ideal because it keeps that excitement in your panel that comes on. The Globies, it gives them a little time to, for those who are starting to learn that you're going to be here. So I really admire that consistency, and that's what's going to, I think, continue to just keep this going. You've had some big panels.
Yep, sure do.
So the important question, though, beyond all this is who on the panel here tonight has some proof that we live on a big spinny ball bouncing and wobbling through space that, excuse me, has proof of some sort of gas pressure without containment? Somebody out here must have some proof that can just put all this to rest for us.
Well, I see one person that thinks that the Earth is a globe in the listening panel. His name is Amish. I don't know if he wants to come up and speak to us about it. Oh, what's up, Amish?
Well, so hearing none, then I'll just kind of continue on with keeping the dead air away. Yesterday, or your episode 24, you were talking about the evolution of the 3 questions for Globies.
Yes, I was. Yep.
Yeah. I really like those 3 questions for a lot of different reasons. What would you say was the big driving force to come up with those standardized questions?
I remember that Nathan's panel, they used to have them before every show. It was 6 or 7. I'm not really sure. There was quite a bit of them that they would go through. But the reason why I was like, there's got to be a non-confrontational way to actually approach somebody that thinks that the Earth is a globe. For me, anyway, I was like, I have to figure something out, because it can't just be that we're always arguing with people. Like, it just doesn't feel natural. Like, there needs to be a more natural approach to, like, talking to somebody about it. Like, if I wanted to talk to somebody that doesn't really know, any of the flat Earth and globe Earth like realm argument, like they don't know anything about like what's going on social media. I just want to ask them like if they know any of this information. So I was thinking of questions that were like really important, right? So I thought of the curvature, because that was number one for me. I was like, you don't have curvature, you don't have a globe. Then of course axial rotation was the second one, and then I just like the third one was space being a place you can travel to. That's the way I said it in the beginning. Like, how do you know it's a place you can travel to? And then it further was refined to gas pressure without a container by QE, kind of helping me to like figure out how I'm going to codify that. And once I got those three questions over time, I said I started to add a little more to them. Like the first question with curvature was, whoever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, was the way that I framed it. But it was like that for a little bit, and then I switched it over to whoever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over distance. So it was an addendum to that happened later on, because that wasn't the first way that I said it. So that drop over distance was actually the thing that made it more applicable to not using Eratosthenes' method or any other method that doesn't talk about this very specific thing that we would ask for when thinking about the Earth as a globe. Kind of like using a tangent line, and if you did put like a ruler on a basketball, you would have to have the Earth dropping away over the distance. So then exponentially, as you get farther out, the tangent line that sits on the Earth, there would be an extreme amount of curvature. But you'd only know that if you'd have the tangent line. So you'd have to have first the tangent line on the curved surface. You know what I mean? So then I was like, well, then that makes more sense to make it sound like I'm not just asking for a method to measure the Earth. I'm asking for the very specific measurement of drop over distance. Do you get what I'm saying, Barrington?
Oh, no, I love it. I think it's great. And so looking back on those three questions, would you add any more? Like, would you do 4 or 5 or anything? Or would you...
Yeah, no, I one thing that QE was going over, because my 3 questions were a bit more lengthy too, because I would go in and talk about the question themselves, but he's like, he put a little meme when I was talking to him, and the meme was some lady that was saying "say less things" on the bottom of the meme, and it was a GIF, but the GIF said that at the bottom, "say less things." So I was like, oh, so you're telling me like probably try to keep it under 10,000 words. So he's like, yeah, just make it short. That's all. Just be concise. You don't have to be long with it. Just, short and to the point. So yeah, I was just trying to like cut the fat when it came to like how I wanted to present it. And so it was a bit easier or more digestible to just keep it light. So yeah, that's one of the main things, because you don't want to add too many points, because then it becomes like, when is the I don't know how to put it, like when are you going to make your point flat earther? If you're going on like, this is point number 21 for like, proving that the Earth is not a globe, and then so you have to get to a point where you make the points that you want to make, and then say, okay, because of this, the Earth can't be a globe. You know what I mean? Because you didn't provide the evidence that would be substantiating these claims. But if I added more claims, then it would be like a lot longer before I got to, because it's hard enough for them to admit that those 3 questions are something they can't prove, like those, the really dug in ones. So it's hard, man.
Yeah, it's hard to get past the 3. I like their succinctness. I've kicked around the idea of what else would I add if I was going to add anything else, and problem is that what I ultimately would add are like, there's like one, my question would be is, does science prove things? Well, right there, you've just gotten off the main topic of the Earth being flat, and you're on a important but yet derivative topic. So, I think that if the three questions are meant to inspire a conversation, then the three questions are probably a 1 hour conversation with somebody who's going to have it with you, honestly. If they're going to actually consider it and discuss it, it prompts, I think it's a good way to prompt an entire conversation rather than say, I'm looking for a specific answer. It's a good way to lead the opening of a conversation that, and the one thing I like about it is it does give the Globies a consistent experience, and it gives us the opportunity to compare and contrast what specific Globies are saying to us. Whereas if we all do it 1,000 different ways, then it's harder to compare and contrast those conversations. Whereas we can actually have meta conversations, so to speak, about all the different responses we get.
Yeah, I like people that are inspired to come up here and have a conversation with us. It gets to be where I think people should feel more comfortable as time progresses to actually see who we are versus us being kind of upset with those Globers who are dug in their positions and they come up here just to, aggravate and distort the truth and because everybody doesn't have to be like that, I think. But I think those guys that are in there for that, they just try to do it so that we can always be in a very different light, so that's my opinion. I don't think because they're not in here for any truth, especially when we're talking to new people. Like some of those anti-flat earth types will pop in, and as Indio puts it, like they throw their bodies in the gear so that we don't continue to have constructive conversations with those individuals who don't have like a dog in the fight.
No. Yeah, and that's what I really like about, and I'm trying to remember this cat that his name's escaping me. I don't think I've seen him in a little while. But then what he would do is he would just show up, like especially every time that somebody new to the topic, there he would be, and he would come in and just start talking about the most ignorant interpretations of things, the straw manning, what we would say, and really the only way that you can control those people is just to flat out not let them have the microphone until you're ready to. And that's what I really like about the X platform is it's much easier to do that than it is with Discord. Now, granted, though, I've not done any modding or anything on Discord, because I'm typically on Discord when I'm driving, so I couldn't do any moderating if I wanted to. But just my point being, though, if we are on here, you have that opportunity to bring somebody up, let them have the microphone, let them have the floor. And so I think probably that helps inspire the quality of conversation, because the Globie isn't having 3 or 4 other anti-flat earthers on there trying to distract them. And so I think ultimately what we have works really well here.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Yeah. Yeah, but we probably won't go for too much longer. because it seems like everything's winding down. So
yeah, I think they're getting ready to save their $15 on a television.
Yeah, everybody's getting ready for that. They're gonna secretly go and get their electronic goods.
So actually, I'm going to the office here. Probably another 45 minutes or so. I'll start getting ready, and I'm going to head to the office for a couple hours and try to straighten up. I've got papers strewn about everywhere, and so I'm going to go in and try to put a bunch of papers in the shred bin and such while nobody's there. And then I myself am actually heading over to Worst Buy. And, it's interesting that I'm going to buy a 55-inch television for $179. And then you think just a few years ago that 55-inch television would have been $1,000.
I was just gonna say that. I was asked about $1,000. Yep.
It's amazing how dependent on this technology that the Globies want us to be. That they virtually give it to you now.
Yep. Well, all right. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just round off this space and say thanks to everybody that's joined us today. Appreciate everybody that's been joining 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 25. And if you guys want to join us in the future, don't forget to shoot me a follow. Creation Bear, Heretic, Elbow Requa, or Elbow, J.E. Barrington, and the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord bot that's in here. Amish also down in the panel. Give us a follow. We do appreciate that. That keeps us getting our numbers up so that we can bring more great content to you. Hopefully, you can hear more of these interactions with individuals who believe that the Earth is a globe. So we do appreciate everybody that's joined us. And I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. And we'll catch you next time that we are on if you're following me. So appreciate everybody. And we'll talk to you later.
Thanks for the work, AV.
Later, Elbow. Later, Barrington.
It was nice.